direita dele. No pezinho!
To the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day number 12. Today starts bonus points for Group A for the third time this season. The competitors are in Sao Paulo, Brazil on land, so you better believe the competition's going to be at a peak today. Everybody wanting to get that trash talk again. We've been seeing some boxes getting shot. Trash talk beginning in the venue. Things are getting intense and heating up because we're getting closer to the end. There's only 20 days in the fall season, being on day 12. Hey, things start to get serious, especially for those who are on the cusp of breaking into the top 12. Speaking of which, we've got a new first place team. That's Alpha7. So, Team Liquid, they're going to have to step it up to try and catch them. We'll see if they can do so. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections. I'm joined by Hot Jukes and Spider Tiff. Hot Jukes, welcome back. It's been a little bit, brother. How's everything been?
Yes, sir. Last time I was here, Alpha7 wasn't in first place. So they're back,
That's right.
and doing what I think everybody expected them to do.
Well, I was critical. I'm not going to lie. I was sounding those alarms. You tried to tell me. I gave credit for Dave. He tried to tell me too. I didn't believe it, but now I'm a believer. It is what it is. Tiff, great to see you for the second day in a row. How's everything going?
Hey, it's good, and maybe it's the first time that I showed up yesterday on day 11. Alpha7 gets to the top of the leaderboard. Is that what's going to happen? I don't know. But if I'm Team Liquid, I don't want to keep slipping like that. We cannot have another, I'm going to call it just an off day. I think they're fully capable of bouncing back, and that's what I'd love to see in general today.
Ooh, an off day. What are we talking about? Well, if you didn't watch yesterday, it was miraculous for positives and negative reasons. For Team Liquid, it was all negative. They had one of the worst days I've ever seen them have. They've been highly consistent, but yesterday, they didn't place top 3 whatsoever. In fact, Tiff, how many points were we looking at total? I think 11 as a whole for TL.
I think going into the last game, we were talking about them after 5 games having 10 points. And I was so shell-shocked to hear that, but it was a lot of early to mid-game mistakes. We were getting picks on rotation, and there was just, unfortunately, when you try to have a position towards the end game and you've only got 1 or 2 players, things were just not working out for them. But then you look at Alpha7 and some of these replays from yesterday, and you kind of already highlighted it. 2 wins yesterday, a fantastic day.
Yeah, they had an incredible day, and, Hot Chicks, when you were here last, Alpha7 wasn't in first place, and I felt that they were struggling, but over the past week, and including yesterday, they have stepped it up tremendously. They're looking like the old roster that I always expected them to be. They get 2 wins yesterday. They're now in first place, and Dave is saying that they might not let it go for the entirety of the rest of the fall season. Alpha7, they're just that team.
They're that squad. Once they get their teeth sunk in on you, they don't let go, so it's up to the rest of these squads to try to catch up to them at this point. I mean, this tournament is so long, right? You're going to have an off day here and there, but it's really difficult when you have a squad like Alpha7 that can just capitalize on that tremendously. So, I mean, I think Team Liquid will have a chance to bounce back, but they're going to have to really keep it close to the chest on this one.
Yeah, and it's not like Team Liquid is a bad roster. They had a bad day. Sure. Alpha7 also had a really bad day last week where they didn't place top 3 at all either. It was terrible, but that was right before their bonus points day, so that would have been Saturday, and then Sunday they definitely stepped it up and recovered quite well. We look at the stats. This is strictly from yesterday throughout 6 games, and I mean, Hot Chicks, you really start to get a feel about how lopsided it was and why A7 was able to take first.
Lopsided is one way to put it. Goodness gracious, 36 eliminations compared to their 6. That is ridiculous. I mean, it's days like this that could change the tide of the rest of the tournament, and Alpha7, as they're getting later into the tournament, they're just, I say they start downloading the update on all these teams. You know what I'm saying? They kind of understand how these squads move and handle themselves. I mean, it still can happen, right? Alpha7 could still have that off day. But if that off day happens, is Team Liquid going to be able to replicate what, this big difference we just saw here yesterday? So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to see it for sure. We got 6 games today, and Team Liquid can absolutely recover. We'll see if they're able to do so. Sarpatch, he was on site, and he had a chance to talk to Alpha7's Carrillo going into today's competition. Let's hear what Carrillo had to say.
All right, guys, the first day of the third week is done, and this team started in second place, but right now they're in first place. Congratulations to you, Career, and your team. It was a great day. You took what you wanted. I know you're going to mean to not leave that place from here on out. How are you feeling? And tell me about the whole day. Como você está sentindo? Foi muito bom dia. Como você está sentindo? E agora num lugar que acho que vocês não querem abandonar agora, né?
Bom, é verdade que a gente começou muito mal a PMSL, a gente não teve tempo de preparação e agora acredito que depois de 2 semanas a gente conseguiu encaixar, não totalmente ainda, a gente está longe da perfeição, longe do estilo Alpha7, mas a gente espera continuar treinando muito e manter esse primeiro lugar que é o nosso lugar.
We really did start bad on the PMSL, but after 2 weeks we were able to find our game and play our way. We are not yet on the Alpha7 way of playing, not close to perfection yet, but now we're in first place and we don't want to leave that. Carrillo, I did some math here, right? Let me. So you guys in PMGO made $50,000. PMGO started the year. Last split, second place, $3,800. Then PMWI, a cool $500,000. If you guys win here, $44,000. And last year, PMGC was $453,000. If you win all of this at the end of the year, that would be $1,077,000 and $800. What do you think about that? O que você acha disso aí?
É muito dinheiro, né? E a gente trabalha justamente para isso. Lógico que a gente quer ganhar. Eu acho que o mais importante para nós mesmo é o título. Mas a gente sabe que o dinheiro é uma consequência e por isso a gente dá a nossa vida dentro desse jogo para conseguir esse 1 milhão aí.
Tá dando certo, mano. Tá dando certo.
Por enquanto tá dando certo.
He says that, I mean, other than the title, because we always look for that, we're working, right? So we need some money. And everything's going all right. Everything's going well because they already have more than $500,000 this year. Everything's going well. Best of luck, sir. Best of luck. Soon to be a millionaire. Soon to be a millionaire. Carrillo, let's go.
Hey, we're working because we need the money, aren't we all? But we're not making Alpha7 money. $1 million. That is a lot, Tiff. They recognized that they weren't the Alpha7 that they needed to be at the beginning of the season. Now they've hit their stride. They're in first place. And just like Dave said yesterday when you were on the desk with them, he doesn't want them to let go of first place. He doesn't think they will. Carrillo says the exact same thing.
Look, I mean, if they believe it, I'm 100% on board with exactly where they are, especially when you think of the last 2 weeks that they've been working to unseat Team Liquid from the top of the leaderboard. They overcame a north of 50-point deficit just by a performance where they're not getting double points. Neither of those two teams are on double points today since that's going to be Group A, and I can only imagine that they're just going to focus on the way that they want to play, like he said, and keep on moving forward.
Keep on moving forward. That's the way to do it. Maybe it's the Hot Shooks buff, too. He's got the jersey. He's got it signed. He has it there by his desk every day. Even if you're not on the desk, right, for PMSL, you still are there in spirit. Or, I don't know, Tiff is also taking ownership, too. I like it when a team starts to perform well. Someone's going to take ownership of it because they're on the desk, just like the Vicious, right? So that was the team for PB. And for me, I'm taking ownership of Loops. I've been a big supporter of Loops for a long time, okay? And they've been on fire. They've been stepping it up quite a bit. In fact, now you look at where they are versus where they started at. They're in 6th place. They're on the cusp of breaking into top 5. They've got Influence Rage in their line of sights. The chance for them to catch them is absolutely there, even despite them not having their bonus points today. This team last week had a 52 elimination day, right? You go yesterday and they get 30 or so. Loops has been this team that's been on fire. They've been accelerating forward. Aaron Gale yesterday was their map. They won two times. They had 24 total eliminations. In total, 26 elims from yesterday. 2 winner chicken dinner shoots.
They're so close. I mean, Twisted Minds, Team Queso, Influence Rage need to watch their back. And you're right. I mean, I hear you in the background when we're casting Loops. Every single time we hear a player go out earlier, I hear that big sigh come out from you, right? If they can just stay alive towards end game, I mean, we're going to see these performances time and time again.
Yeah, we definitely will. Here it is, your top 8 going into day number 12. Tiff, Alpha7 in first place, Team Liquid just behind them, but the big talking point has to be Group A, the Vicious, looking to break into top 5. And for Influence Rage, they've been on the downward trend. That's been a narrative we set on the desk. Today, hopefully, it's nothing but up.
Nothing but up. I mean, the Vicious in general, 74 points outside of that top 5, but Influence Rage on their double points as well is going to be on that threshold. For Loops Esports and Furia, they've been kind of toggling back and forth between their placings, looking to break into that, and they kind of cut that gap in half just yesterday. So it's all falling onto Influence Rage here to make the most out of their bonus points. If they have a lackluster day, I can only imagine that come by the end of the week, they are not going to be in the top 5.
Well, they should definitely be in third place by the end of the day. We look at our second page real quick, and 9 through 16. Obviously, there's some teams struggling here, but two teams we love to focus on, Jukes, is NRG and X Factor. X Factor, on their double points today, they have a large mountain to climb, over 100 points before they break into top 5.
Huge mountain, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we're at the second half of this tournament, right? And there's this double points day for them, and I believe they're going to have one more, right?
That's right.
So, I mean, they cannot slow down at all here. X Factor are behind the 8 ball big time. They need a monster, and I mean monster day today, if they're even going to have a chance at top 5.
I believe last week they managed to get 48 total bonus points. It wasn't a bad day.
It's not bad.
X Factor.
Yeah.
It's not bad, but it's not 100, right?
Yep.
It's not 100, and that's the thing that's kind of scary. X Factor at one point was the leading charge for North America. NRG has taken that place based off of their performance. Now, granted, they will not have their bonus points day until Sunday when Group D plays, but that will be a narrative as we go along. For X Factor, today is the day to step it up. They've got to have it within them to go all out. And the same thing with the Vicious, right? Tiff, we've been watching the Vicious. They've been playing very well. They've had great moments of shining success. Today needs to be one of those moments.
It really does. And I'm looking for people that are not going to get caught up in those early to mid-game scuffles, right? You need to find that position, watch the play zone, rotate early, get ahead of the teams, because so many of our rosters are just getting caught up on edge and being gate kept, where, quite frankly, they need to not do that. We saw that so much yesterday, and we cannot be making little mistakes like that. You got to go to the drawing board, you got to hit the VOD reviews, and you got to come out swinging.
All right, we hop into map number 1 on Arigel. My focus is on X Factor, not only because of their bonus points, but because they have great initial starts. They get team wipes off the rip, but Influence Rage have been the thorn in their side. After we see X Factor get these team wipes, hey, Influence Rage is there to shut them down, and then they end at 4 points. Can they beat the curse? Can they beat their boogeyman? Let's find out. Hot Juke Spider Tip, take it away.
Here we go. Match number 1 for Group A in day 12. I can't believe we're already at the second half of this tournament here, Tiff. It's going to be a big one here for Group A.
It really is. I honestly was shocked that it is day 12. You think about it, come next Sunday, someone's going to be taking the lead. We're going to have our top 5. But for now, it's just going to be that constant back and forth battle to kind of claim those 3rd through 5th spots, because there's really not that many points separating. You called it out. Twisted Minds, Team Queso, Influence Rage, with only one of them on their double points day so far. I'm looking for a Hail Mary play from Influence Rage. You wanted a monster game and day from the Vicious. I need one from Influence Rage.
Yeah, I think anybody in Group A here has to really keep an eye on the ball here, because considering that they only have this one and one more bonus date left, it really just comes down to this. I mean, we already see Alpha7 and Team Liquid take a big charge on the leaderboards, right? If they just play consistently, it's going to be really tough to catch up to those squads already, right? Not that it's impossible, because with double points, anything's possible. That's for sure, right?
That's what's so fun about that format, too.
I love it. I love it. It gives a shot, right? If you have an off day, if you really clutch it up on your double points, man, it just makes up for it.
Really does. You see the plane line there, and some interesting play zones to start off with. Like, you think of just yesterday, some of my favorite ones. We had one and just southeast of the shooting range. Then we had one pull straight to Military Base Island, and that one got absolutely messy. But for now, we're kind of keeping it relatively central with a bit of water just on that south side of things, but over towards the east. A lot of our teams will likely be starting near and around the play zone, so I don't anticipate too much chaos happening early on.
Yeah, everybody right now is going to be just keep it in line. I don't think we're going to see any kind of crazy hot drops or anything like that. Oh, maybe a couple of knife throws to get practice. We'll see that.
I saw some knives yesterday. People were running around knifing people in the back all day, and I was like, this is getting brutal out here.
It really is. It really is. No mercy at this point. I mean, any kind of like friendships have to be broken because, I mean, there's so much on the line. Top 5 is the goal, everybody. That's going to punch your ticket to the big show coming up right around the corner. And I mean, Loops are so close, only 23 points away from Influence Rage.
Yeah, it was north of 50 yesterday, so they knew exactly what they needed to do, grab those 2 wins, which both of them, I believe, are with double-digit elimination wins, which is exactly where you want to be if you're going to grab that. But for Vicious here, on their double points day, I want to see some massive moves out of them, considering they've only had 4 winner chicken dinners throughout our prior 11 days. So a lot of moves to make, but when you look at where they're kind of situated on the leaderboard, there's not too many people above them that have less wins, right? The only one that has 4 alongside them is going to be Twisted Minds and Influence Rage, but they found themselves in the top 5 regardless.
Yeah. And that when it comes down to the Vicious, I mean, they're doing pretty solid when it comes to eliminations, 140 so far. But it's those bonus points, man. Those bonus points that they had just didn't really make it up to the task as far as the way these other teams are performing. I mean, Team Liquid have 125 bonus points. That is what's really separating them.
They've made their most out of them. I was looking at it. You're right. I mean, the majority of Alpha7's points you're going to get through the threshold. The fact that they have 11 wins in general.
That's crazy.
We've hit double digits. And now we were talking yesterday about some players that were hitting these monuments and hitting triple-digit eliminations. Colgoat from Team Queso broke 100 yesterday. Now you've got some players like Revo sitting at 94, Ayala and Mythic from Team Liquid at 92, and Guizao from Twisted Minds 95. So a couple players still looking to breach that threshold.
Yeah, it's so crazy that Alpha7 has 5 more wins than Team Liquid, and they're only separated by 9 points. That's wild.
That is crazy. Like, it's just sheer the fact that Team Liquid has more bonus points and they have more overall eliminations. Because like we said, I've got a couple players from Team Liquid looking to hit 100, but it's Revo that's right there in line with them. That's very characteristic of what we saw from the America's back in spring as well. But Mafioso is going to be that next player from Alpha7 on that mantle. It's just around 80, 83 eliminations. So slightly lower, but still very impressive.
Absolutely. And things are only going to start ramping up here as we get into the second half of this tournament. Looking at the position so far, Alpha7 are going to still be over there in North George. That's their tried and true spot. NRG are going to be taken all the way up there near Stallber and Kameshki. So teams, I mean, this is a very, very typical circle, right? So you can see everybody just playing it very carefully. You can even see Twisted Minds and some vehicles up there, just trying to scout out and get ready for these later stages.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we also have some of our players that went for their secondary drop spots as opposed to Team Liquid actually stretching down to military base. They didn't want to have to worry about rotating through the bridge, so they went ahead and went dead center of circle. For Twisted Minds, they're also still trying to get on into a situation where they'd like to play from. And of course, there's plenty of teams around here because I talk about Team Liquid. This is kind of where Twisted Minds is moving on in, right in a neighboring POI.
Yep, Twisted Minds trying to get as much information as they can. They're doing a little bit of a split during this Wizard Tower, but that's not, going to be a comfortable place to be because a team could easily crash onto that. So Federal just trying to get some info here, see who is going to be on their way. Oh, I think he did spot that player from Liquid nearby. Everybody is starting to get on the move now as we reach the second half of stage 1. The only team that really still has to make a little bit of a trip here is going to be NRG coming down from Stallber like they were earlier.
I mean, that's going to be a heck of a rotation as we make our way down south, but it's going to be uncontested in general. You don't really have to deal with too much pressure from other teams, whereas if you're rotating in from the western side of things like Alpha7 after they descended and kind of made their way over where Team Queso is, there's a chance they run into each other, sure. But for our squads that are dead center of the play zone, still looking to find that preferred position or maybe some scouting in the buggy where your teammates are back near that compound, I think this is just all trying to figure out Who can we watch out for? What is our next biggest threat, and what are we going to do about it? But everyone seems pretty situated. Got plenty of grenades, decent weapons. Like, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, everybody is just trying to find their spot right now. But I'm really interested to see, like, you know, when these teams are going to start mixing up those strategies, right? When I'm going to see some squads try to camp out some early rotations. You can see Inco going to be keeping an eye on the Vicious all the way down here. Inco, man, they are so behind on the leaderboards here. Only 13th place, 340 points. Need to have an absolute miracle run in order to make it to top 5.
It's true, but they got their first win yesterday. They kicked things off in map number 1. Erangale came out swinging, got 18 points. You knew who that second place team was? It was a straight up fight against Alpha7. So we get to hear from them after an interview post win, and they were just like, honestly, shell shocked. They were like, we did that. We beat Alpha7 right there in a relatively fair fight. Now, granted, a lot of the damage opening was those frag grenades, so making sure you have resources for the end game for moments like that is nice, but I think they're starting to figure it out.
Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes is one big win, and it does kind of trigger that thought, like, hey, we can do this. You know, we can take on these top teams, and you start seeing a big adjustment from their squads. Ooh, nice nade there from Twisted Minds. But yeah, both these teams just saying hello and goodbye.
And as we see that play zone shift straight out towards the western side of things, all the teams you thought were going to be situated on the east, they were like, oh yeah, we're absolutely vibing, it's fine. No, joke's on you. Furia is looking prized, and I love the position there. Team Queso didn't necessarily invest too much on that rotate. They still kind of hung out by that edge, and it's going to be paying dividends for them. NRG, who's been on that crazy rotate from the north since the dawn of time, well, you still got work to do.
Yeah, they got a ways to push through here. You can see Team Liquid, getting into it with Twisted Minds. Cardosen busting out that S12K. He's really the only one in this fight right now. So it looks like he's going to be holding back, and the rest of Team Liquid might just make the sacrifice. Unless Cardosen makes a monster play. Gets the headshot, but it is not going to be enough.
See, this is what we've been seeing a lot of Team Liquid having this moment where you're just going in a 1v. There's multiple players here. It's quite unfortunate. And we're like, okay, so how do we break that down? How do we prevent things like that from happening? Because then you realize, oh my gosh, you're a duo now. We have to play the entire rest of the lobby like this, and you're just not getting as many eliminations as we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Team Liquid actually just go for it. I mean, they have the points here. It'd be worth it for them to just try to make that miracle run play, but I think since especially it's Twisted Minds right below them, they don't want to feed them any more points. You can see Influence Rage taking some shots on the NRG. Lorenzen trying to get the tight peaks, but a nice shot from Spec shuts him down.
I mean, Fate hit a nasty 1v3 yesterday and was just feeling themselves, but Influence Rage on your double points day. Just a bit of HP and a dream. You already have 2 down, and the whole thing is going to rely on Diego here.
Hello. Goodbye. No. He survived. Okay, it did hit him. I was like, the undercook was huge, and that is Influence Rage out. That's a huge loss for them.
I mean, look, top 5 in shambles right now. Influence Rage out, Team Liquid down to a duo. NRG Galaxy don't survive much longer because you can see the Vicious drop on by, pick up a couple of eliminations, and start trying to get their double points day in line.
Yeah, this is NRG's, I think, biggest weakness. They're such a good team when it comes to team fighting. I think they can handle the best of them in a fair fight, but it's their fight timing that seems to constantly just bite them in the butt here, right? They get a nice fight going, and unfortunately, it's in the worst time where they just get third-partied over and over again. I want to see them start making those adjustments here in the second half of this tournament.
See, we saw that problem all day yesterday with X Factor, just consistently winning a fight, but by the time after that fight took so long, there was someone rolling on up, you don't get the resets, you just start getting wiped, and that just kind of cuts you off where you don't want to be. Depending on where this play zone shifts, I'm just saying it is a nice day for Furia.
Oh, yes, it is. They are getting blessed with these circles. They got to take full advantage of it. Loops is going to be holding that Pachinki edge there, running a little bit of a split. I wonder if they're going to take that pipeline right there on the road. That could be a decent spot for them. Team Liquid, rocking their duo, are in this next circle. But for how long will they survive? We're about to find out.
I mean, it's not like they're gonna have one of the easiest rotates for sure. They're surrounded, and as you see Mythic being peppered, we saw those earlier engagements with Twisted Minds, but they still have to rotate too, so we're just operating in a parallel kind of line right now. But for Ayala and Mythic, these are the two fraggers from Team Liquid looking to breach 100 today. For now, you roll on up, but you're not alone. Intense game, kind of navigating the trenches here, looking for Ayala.
And Intense Game are looking for a chicken dinner here. They're the only team that doesn't have one yet. Let's see if they can bust it out. Mythic got a beautiful sight line, gets that nade on the Hayuya. And uh-oh, here comes the rest of Intense Game. The DBSs are out. It's all up to Mythic, not able to get it done.
Oh, no, but at least I thought they were going to be able to walk away with one, but it's just not going to happen.
Nope.
A big donut for Team Liquid right off here for VIP Esports. This is your time to shine. 2 eliminations, but of course, Myth down, and I just don't see us hitting that reset.
Yeah, VIP Esports playing it very, very passive. I think they still are trying to, you know, figure out this lobby. And that's what this tournament's so great, right? It gives people so much time to level up. You know, not every team can, you know, play at the level of Alpha7 right off the bat. They got to work their way to that, you know? And I want to see teams like VIP grow as time goes on.
All right, Inco Gaming, you had a little bit of match 1 luck yesterday. Would love to see more of that today. You guys got to clear out this northwestern side of things. Look, I'm telling you, I want to see you guys have a good day. Hits a boulder. I was saying this yesterday. Most of these players drive like me. I mean, granted, I haven't hit a boulder, but I did hit a curb the other day.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, hope your insurance deductible is low.
Not that bad. We're fine. It was just a flesh wound kind of thing on the tire. And for these players, well, Navy SEALs got you in their line of sight.
Yep. LKNS popping some shots over there through the smoke. And it looks like they are going to be able to pick up Juancho, so they should be safe for now. Let's see where this next zone's going to go. You think we're going to see another hard shift, Tiff?
I want it. We had so much wild variety in terms of our play zones throughout our maps yesterday, and we were just seeing insane shifts. So just pull us to the north. Why not? Give the Navy SEALs some love up there.
Let's see. Let's see. Will it go north? We're about to find out in the next few seconds. Alpha7 playing it quiet here off the rip. That's what they like to do. Ah, and it does go north. Okay. All right.
Do I have the script or what?
I think you do. And let's see if Alpha7 can put up some points on the board here. Team Queso, this is their worst nightmare. They're going to have to push all the way up into this one. Let's see if they can make that rotation. X Factor down to 2. And they're just going to be holding this Wizard Tower, not moving a muscle.
This is crazy because yesterday they were picking up eliminations throughout the earlier to mid game. But if we're down to a duo and we still have to hit a rotation, I don't love it for them, right? Like, it's just not an ideal situation. The moment you try to rotate, it's not like you're going to have a lot of presence to try and claim some real spots here. But for Intense Game, they know where X Factor is. They could dabble in it. They could take that number advantage, clean them on out, and then hit a rotate.
Yeah, the circle just keeps on, you know, shifting to this direction, too. They could be in a really good position to win this game and hopefully win their first chicken dinner so far in this tournament. Let's see what happens, though. Here's you got Inco and the Blues right just north of them, as you can see. Shots are definitely starting to ring out here. There's still quite a few teams that need to make it into the circle. Alpha7 on the move. 9Z pushes in, and they're getting shot from every direction.
Okay, so maybe this is why Intense Game cannot move across to try and pressure X Factor. Yeah, that nade hurt. Remix right there, grab Senna Texa, and honestly, I don't see 9Z staying alive for much longer.
That nade, oh, just short. Let's see if they have another one cooked up. And unfortunately, Intense Game, they're throwing some smokes out. Yeah, so they are going to drive across the road here and try to get these points. Almost gets the run over on a 9Z. Oh, it shuts them down right on time. That could have been bad.
I mean, I think I'm watching a Fast and the Furious movie. The stunts come out. You take the DBS straight to the face. Sure, you knock one, but not enough. Guapo here. Now allowed to put that pressure straight onto X Factor. When you're the last one that's kind of fully healthy and keeping them at bay while everyone else is trying to maybe hit a nice reset, X Factor's not going to be able to cross this distance. Sure, they've got a vehicle. I'm sure they have some smokes in pocket. But when you just don't really have the player advantage, you're probably going to get ripped out of that vehicle before you can even close that gap.
Yeah, X Factor's just hoping that zone just stays on them. Meanwhile, Alpha7 are on the edge of the circle, putting some work onto VIP. Drevel doesn't want to get caught out overextending, so he backs up. I like that play. McGrellin does get knocked here, but instant smokes, instant coverage on the side of Alpha7. This is what makes them so good. It's so difficult to take this team out.
Really is, and honestly, that pickup comes almost immediately, so now they can focus on the healing while Revo just trying to put the pressure onto VIP, and it's unfortunate, but VIP Esports might not be doing too much here for their first game of the double points day because they're just getting picked apart. Sure, they've got 5 eliminations, which is actually fantastic because it turns into north of 10 points. When you have Alpha7 that pops in a vehicle, looks to get closer to you, there's just really, that's all they write for you.
Yeah, I mean, they just picked VIP apart there. They just, as soon as they got rid of that angle by that rock, I mean, they didn't stand a chance. Let's see where this next circle goes, though. Will it center on up? X Factor's hoping it does, because leaving that wizard tower is going to be quite difficult. They are just inside this circle. This zone could still hard shift on over to Pachinki.
Ooh, I mean, that would be nice to see that occur, but I like this for Furia. I like this from Navy SEALs. And if All Glory Gaming can just kind of take the entirety of the North and deny anyone from rotating on over there, like I'm looking at the Vicious, right? They're going to have to pick whichever way they want to go. Do they just kind of go straight east, or do they wrap in from the North and grab some eliminations? It would be nice to get those, especially on your double points day. But for Furia, you've got a nice building here. You got the Navy SEALs just across the way. But this has been one of those things where it's like, yes, we haven't had any engagements, 0 eliminations, but just let those elims come towards the end. We haven't even had to expend any of our resources. I'm looking at Silence, 9 frag grenades alone.
Oh my, and it's especially considering that they're in 7th place right now, right? They're in 7th place. They don't have to worry about that too bad. Then, and one other thing they got going for them is the fact that Influence Rage got taken out so early on their double points day. So Furia could really close that gap here and now. They have to take full advantage of it. Latin Kings, Navy SEALs. Oh man, yeah. Last place. Let's see what they can do, right? Let's see if they can make it happen. They're in a good spot on this one here. But here comes Alpha7 on the push. Inco weren't able to pop them out of their vehicles. And now they're going to have to deal with a fair fight. They do get a nice knock off the rip, though. Oh, another one there. Inco looking to take Alpha7 apart.
Carrillo grabs one, as if we can stop the bleeding here from this fight. We saw this fight in map 1 of Erangel yesterday. However, it was the final 2 teams, and Inco Gaming was able to come out on top. Frag grenades through the room, fires all around, but Carrillo trying to hold on. That was insane. Not going to be enough, but if you're going down valiantly.
Woo! I mean, that was too close for comfort right there. Inco do survive. But that is going to be some good points for Alpha7, considering that Team Liquid ended up with a donut on this one. The Vicious on the move. Still in this game. 5 eliminations so far. This is stage 5, folks. The blue zone is going to punish you. They're going to have to move quickly.
Well, they're a team of 3 right now, and we come back on over to Intense Game. This is a lot of what we've been witnessing just 5 minutes ago. X Factor has not left their building. Baton's still anchored down in there. We're trying to thread the needle, get those frags through any of the windows. But they know there's a solo in here, so they're allowed to get more risky with pushing and trying to get into this building. We saw Remix. We saw another one working their way up to a hay bale. It's only a matter of time before Baton realizes what's outside the windows.
Yeah, Baton threw that smoke on the other side of him, so that way he can actually stand up and try to fight Intense Game here. Because he knows if they get just even a little too close, one nade is going to be end game for him. Meanwhile, though, Intense Game can't really just push him because Inco has their sight lines, and they are still in this next circle. So Intense Game may just have to hold this for another zone.
I mean, if I'm Baton, I'm over here thanking Inco, right? Like, maybe they can pick some players out of Intense Game and Baton could finally fight back. But we finally see some movement here. Furia is going to have to leave. All Glory Gaming and the Vicious, they've got a nice isolated fight outside the play zone. But of course, time is of the essence before you decide to descend back on down. Baton has to move. Even IG and Inco, this one's gonna get messy quick.
Yeah, Furia haven't had to move a muscle all game long, but the zone finally betrays them. And now they're going to have to make a rotate. Yeah, Cole Goat saying, let me go ahead and just check this shack just in case. But meanwhile, Vicious and All Glory Gaming are battling it out right here. Looks like All Glory Gaming is getting the better of them as players are getting knocked off left and right. Meanwhile, Team Queso, full squad, still up in 4th place. That's going to be tough for teams like Loops and Furia.
Really is, but it's kind of a slower start from them, and I don't hate it, right? Focus on that positioning, let the eliminations come towards the end, and this is that fight we were highlighting in the north, right? If you don't have a whole lot of time before stage 7 play zone occurs, you just gotta see if you can keep on connecting these, which the way we're playing this heady's insane.
He is just poking shots at it at the right time, too, because the zone's closing. He might be able to get at that thirst, and yeah, he is going to get that thirst there. Meanwhile, Furia, having to be careful here. All Glory Gaming did find them in a better position, but it does look like Furia were able to get a few of their players into this next circle.
Oh, I mean, they picked up some eliminations to go alongside it, too. Sitting at 4, you have to keep an eye on where Loops is right now. Loops all healthy, 1 elimination, so I'm keeping tabs on both of them. For All Glory Gaming, down to just 7. This is pretty much all you can do right now. Get into where you need to be. You're almost there. And then just lay low.
I don't know if you can hear that, Tiff, but that's the sound of Taylor's hands rubbing together because Loops is looking really good here. A good, solid position in this circle. They're going to have the opportunity to gatekeep so many teams. There goes Baton. That is X Factor eliminated. Only 1 elimination to their name. And now it is just looking for some groundhogs over here as we're going to see all those teams on the edge just snake their way in.
They are, and all of our double points teams from Group A today are eliminated. So we turn our attention to the teams looking to fight their way into the top 5. And, well, Loops Esports is going to be the next in line for that. We talked at the top of the show, 23 points outside of top 5. And if they could pick up some of those intense game players right there, it'd be quite nice. Elsewhere, Furia, Team Queso, Cole Goat on the line. A very scary player, our top fragger of the fall here. And to open things up like this, you know what you have to do. Push them back with all the nades.
That's what you got to do right there. Let's see if Silence can get one off. Uh-oh, gets shot in the back. Oh, barely makes it off that building. He's going to go ahead and have to heal up. This is going to be the big battle. Furia between Team Queso. They are the only 2 teams holding this side of the map. And Inco, they don't have any vehicles left. There's no way they're going to be able to move across that open field. So let's see. Yeah, let's see what Furia can do.
You see the open field, you see the distance, and you're just like,
it's an open field of death.
Be ever in your favor, Inco. We knew what that was going to look like. Plus, I mean, at least they've got 6 eliminations to work with. So we're looking pretty solid, but I'm curious to see how long this Furia Team Queso engagement's going to go, because you've got some remnants of Twisted Minds lurking. They're just a solo. I wouldn't imagine them trying to get involved until the very end and maybe just take a couple shots to try and find another elimination.
Well, this circle does go a little bit on over to the east side. That's going to eliminate, you know, Team Queso and Furia outside the circle. Actually, Inco were able to push into the open field, so they might have the big advantage in this game now.
You're just finding whatever shrivels of cover you can get.
Yeah, and it's working out perfect because Loops is in a position to gatekeep Furia and Team Queso. They're not even worried about Inco now. And so let's see what happens. This fight between Team Queso and Furia needs to pop off now. They have to finish this quickly.
But will they, though? Cole Goat, who hit 100 yesterday, currently coming in with 106 eliminations for the day and looking to keep extending that on. For now, in and out of the buildings we go. Let's wipe Furia, or Furia wipe Team Queso. I don't know who I'm rooting for in this exact moment, but somebody do something, because if not, Loops is going to do it for you.
Yeah, Loops gets a knock on a big Milo. It's a huge loss there for Team Queso. And meanwhile, he does. You can see Milos there get a couple shots off. But he needs to put some sights on to Furia. Cole Goat. He's got the DBS. Oh, gets a nice shot there. A knock. Ooh. That's one. Oh, the nade barely missing him. This guy is on fire.
I mean, we are just locked and just kind of hitting the repeaks. We're never approaching from the same angle. We are just diving and swerving. If I'm Furia, let's just see what they're doing. You already see one popped in a vehicle trying to hit a rotate. Silence left standing. Milos likely going to push that. But it's Loops who rips him out from the open. Absolutely the thorn in their side for this engagement that's trying to happen. But don't worry, they're still focusing on Furia too.
Nino now has to jump away from the build. He's out in the wide open, but Team Queso are stuck in their position here. And yeah, Loops are just eating these points up for dinner as they watch Team Queso get pushed out by Papa Blue. Meanwhile, Inco are in that open field, so their snake strategy is working out really good. And Obscure, I think he's very happy to just chill in this ditch for now.
The issue is they're just a duo now. One of the members of Inco just got taken and fooled, so you have to keep your eyes on that. But Obscure, okay.
Hello.
Now we're able to make a play here. We grab a full, you know, only 4 eliminations for the roster, but that has to give your location up. And knowing that you have the entirety of Loops Esports team still alive, this is looking like a win for them.
Yeah, it's looking really good. You can see Obscure using that tunnel to his advantage. He has full coverage here. Yeah, Loops are going to have to try to get into that ditch, but they don't want to cross out into the open. Colgoat is done for. So that is Team Queso out of there. We are in a top 3 position. Loops are looking to win this one.
Look, they won 2 yesterday. North of double digits, looking pretty nice, but you've got to deal with Obscure here and let's see how we navigate the trench here. You're peeking with the DBSs. If he takes out enough of Loops, this could just go the way of Inco because they're a duo lying on the other side of the circle there with open arms. Like they're just trying to get angles. You can see Nenabete just out there in the distance. But someone's going to have to rip Obscure out of this tunnel.
With arms wide open. You can see Inco chilling in the sunlight right there, right behind that hay bale, just waiting for Loops to push themselves outside of that cover. Then I bet that has that vehicle here. Inactive is going to be that clutch roll. He has the spot, but he cannot expose himself just yet. He's going to wait to the last second before he starts shooting. Obscure gets 1 knock. Oh, if he got 2, that would have been crazy. But Neil Zada finally shuts him down. That's a good amount of points for Twisted Minds right there. Loops should get a full reset. So Inco playing it very quiet. Inactive gets caught. It's looking like a Loops victory right here.
I mean, you can't let yourself get caught like that, and all you can do is just crawl. Nenabete here with 3 eliminations for match number 1. It is you in a 1v4 situation. Maybe we're going to find some big nades. Hopefully they can connect, but quite frankly, the moment they know where you are, and they do, it should be down and out, and Loops continue on the domination that we saw from them yesterday.
Woo, what a game for Loops, especially considering that we saw Influence Rage on their double points day go out so early. So I think we could already see some leaderboard changes right off the rip here, Tim.
I mean, you're coming in, once again, 10 eliminations there in match number 1. You couple that with your rank points from the winner chicken dinner and reflections. It's just looking like they might end up in top 5 today after all.
You know, they might, especially with Influence Rage finishing off in the way that they did. Very early on, only 2 eliminations. This is a great game from Loops and one of the best starts they could possibly have had. I mean, look, the reality is they've won 3 Erangels in the past, 3 Erangels we've seen, because they won Erangel map number 2 yesterday. They won Erangel map number 6, and now we go into Erangel map number 1 today, and they've won as well. And you know what's powerful about this, Jukes, is the fact that on these 3 Erangels, 34 total eliminations across 3 back-to-back-to-back Erangels, brother, in 2 separate days.
Unreal, dude. Your wrists must be killing you, dude, from doing cartwheels all day long after seeing these performances. I mean, Loops, they got really blessed with this circle, but they didn't just sit back and relax. No, they took full advantage of it and soaked up some serious points.
Well, and that's the thing that I'm really happy with the development of Loops. And the same thing, in kind of the same wheelhouse of NRG, but that conversation later when they perform well. You know, when I look at Loops, they're not scared to take fights, and they do so in a powerful way. And speaking of which, I see Alpha7 on my screen, but I want to talk about who defeated Alpha7. Had a great game, and Tiff, that was Inco in this fight.
I mean, you know, you have to start thinking about what happened yesterday, right? You go into their building, you got Nenavete there with the DBS, but this moment from Carrillo, as soon as we leave this building, we pick up one, we pick up two. You almost go massive here, but it's just not enough. And if I'm Inco Gaming, knowing that we take a match 1 victory yesterday on Erangel over Alpha7, and we defeat them again in a fight like that, it's just showing you that you're starting to figure out those movements and those micro plays that are needed to find success. Like, sure, you're in 13th on the overall standings, but we're still moving in the direction that we need to in terms of synergy.
And that's a perfect start for Inco, given the fact that they are on their double points today. So, or should we know they're not? My apologies, they're not. But Inco Gaming, though, seriously, great finish for them. The Vicious, though, they finish off with, or Tit's game, I should say, finish off with 7. The Vicious also with 7 eliminations themselves, which is great because they are on double points, and it's a team that PB desperately Jukes wants to see at the top, because it seemed ever since PB joined the broadcast, Jukes, the Vicious, they've been just a wonderful team.
They've been starting getting vicious, you know, and it makes sense. When you got Papa PB, you know, keeping an eye on your squad, you gotta perform. But look at that, 20 points from Loops, monster game for them. And Inco, I mean, they're so far behind. They need to have games like this pretty much for the rest of the tournament. So great start for them.
Great start indeed. Loops with 20, Inco with 12. You like to see that. Twisted Mind's also throwing them in the conversation, a roster that I do want to see make top 5. Just based off the org sake. I think it's a great org. It's a great team. A lot of passion there. Points spread out quite well, Tiff. Throughout game number 1, there were some goose eggs, you know, obviously looking at Team Liquid. I really hope they don't continue their last day's performance into today. But for the most part, I think a lot of rosters were able to find great success.
Yeah, I think so, except for X Factor down there. I forgot they were on double points for a second. I was like, my math is not mathin'. 1 + 1, we got 4. Great. That's because double points there, all right? Not just because I'm crazy and blonde at this point.
Well, we're all a little crazy in our own way. The Vicious, there it is, 14 points. Not bad at all. And then VIP also on their double point stay managed to get 10. VIP, a roster that was doing very well in week 1, had a lot of conversations about them. You know, have kind of been there. They definitely need to do a little bit more. But we look at the overall. Do we have the shifting that Jukes was talking about? We do not. But 7 points now, Jukes. 7 points for Loops to break in the top 5 over Influence Rage.
It's close. It is close. I mean, that closed that gap, though, right? I mean, quite a bit. So, I mean, especially considering that, you know, Influence Rage has their double points here. So, Loops just need to continue on doing what they're doing. And, man, Influence Rage, gotta have to watch their backs here.
I'm worried about them. I am. You know, they have a total of 82 bonus points. But Tiff, last week on their bonus points day, I think they only scored 28 bonus points. So they didn't have a good day by any means. Week 1 was their best day of bonus points. So if they have another 28 bonus points day today, I really do fear that they're going to drop out of top 5 for the first time.
They could. And then you look at Furia, who's going to be on their double points day tomorrow from Group B, and they're not even that far from Influence Rage. Sure, we're slipping past Loops Esports after they got passed by them just yesterday, but even for Loops, like you guys were saying, 36 points is the difference between 6th place and 3rd place. And we only want top 5, but I just don't feel like anyone is safe between 3rd through 5th here. So we got to make the most of that double points day for Group A, and then you kind of jump on over here. We saw some nice moments of eliminations for VIP Esports and the Vicious, so they can make the most out of theirs. But X Factor, I wanted to see some more early fights out of them so they could work their way at least into the top 8 today.
They don't have the luxury, Tiff, of having a bad game today. They don't. I mean, they have to make the most of it with only 2 more bonus days remaining. Really, you know, they have to step it up today, and map number 1 starting up the way it did just is not acceptable. You know, if they want to be where they're at, you know, and be the best NA team, but still be on page 2, okay, that is fine, right? But if they're going to clear that gap, Jukes, to break over 100 points today, game number 1 is already gone. Now the next 5 games have to be stellar.
Yeah, they have to show up. They have to show up here. They got to do something different. And one thing they really got to avoid is those early engagements. You know, if they can try to do it at all costs, I would rather see X Factor not even start a fight till, you know, zone 5. But you know what? In this game, these circles, you never know what's going to happen.
No, you don't. And for you in chat, I hope you do know what's going to happen, at least in the days coming, as well as the days that have already happened. And the reason why I say is because we want your feedback to make PMSL Americas even better. Check out the link below and fill out our quick survey. Share your thoughts on the broadcast talent and the event overall. It only takes a minute, but it makes a big difference. Help us bring you the best gaming experience possible. Like I said, please click on that link, fill it out. It won't take you very long, but it helps us out tremendously because we want to continue to improve or continue to do what you like that we've been doing. Click on that link, fill out the survey. Sarpatch, he had a chance to sit down with Team Liquid's Mythic, and we need answers based off of their performance yesterday and also today. What's going on with this roster? Well, Mythic, he's going to let us know.
PUBG, a sua juntos, perderam o primeiro lugar. O que você acha que aconteceu? All right, guys, here we are about to start the second day of the third week. Here we are with Myth. Bro, let's cut to the chase. Yesterday was the worst day for you guys. Only 11 points. You lost our first place. Not to be cruel, but you know it's what's up. What happened yesterday, and why did you think it happened? O que aconteceu ontem? Por que você acha que aconteceu? Foi o pior dia, só fizeram 11 pontos, perderam o primeiro lugar. O que você acha que aconteceu?
Acho que não encaixou nenhuma play, né? Como deu pra ver na live. 11 pontos, foi o nosso pior dia, mas a gente tá de boa. A gente sabia que ia ter um dia que a gente ia muito mal, né? Como todo campeonato. Não que ia ser tão mal assim, mas estamos de boa e hoje vai ser bem melhor.
Yeah, yesterday was a bad day. None of our plays, we had bad luck. None of our plays went through. We knew we could have bad days. Maybe not that bad, only 11 points. But it was going to happen, so we just have to pick it up and do better. But what do you think, other than bad luck, which happens, and having a bad day, which of course happens, what do you think went wrong for you guys? Did you do something wrong, actually? Você acha que vocês fizeram alguma coisa errada? Além de mala sorte, que não foi bom dia, algo mesmo vocês fizeram, você acha?
Acho que a gente jogou mal, não conseguiu desenvolver jogo. Só morrendo de forma besta, sem perder no player. Acho que foi mais isso, nossas partidas de ontem.
We just played bad. When we fighted, we died. When we fought, we died really dumbly. We weren't playing to our level. That's about it. Myth, good luck today.
Thank you.
I mean, it's not easy. It's the hardest region, right? A região mais difícil. Fácil não vai ser não.
Fácil nunca vai ser, né? Mas a gente tá preparado pro que daí vier.
He says it's not going to be easy. It's never easy, but we're ready for it. Myth, thank you very much. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day number 12. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by the wonderful Spider Tiff and Hot Jukes. Nice to have you two on the desk. Sounded great, though, for map number 1. Map number 2 is going to be great. Hopping into Miramar. Loops is already off to a wonderful start. Influence Rage need to step it up, or they're going to be repeating their bonus points performance from last week, which was about 20 or so points. Not what you want. And Hot Jukes is already shaking the head, but I'm hoping he starts nodding his head as some rosters who need to start performing well start to do so. Hot Jukes, let's put a pressure on a couple of teams moving into Miramar. Who do we want to see exceed?
Got to be X Factor, right? I mean, they're on their double points day to day. They're representing North America. If they want to have any shot at pulling this miracle run on over to 5th place, it's today's the day. I mean, they have 5 maps left to go. They could easily get 100 points here, right? So I hope we see it happen.
I hope so as well. And, Tiff, I want to ask you this because, Hot Jukes was critical about X Factor being aggressive off the start, getting into those early initial engagements, which seems to have benefited them from time to time. But again, where they run into the issues is they don't have good placement points. And why is that? Because they are so aggressive. You think they're too aggressive, Tiff, to cool the jets a bit?
Hard to say, because I think you do need to be aggressive. If you're going to take an early fight, the issue is timing. We talked a little bit about that at the top of the show. They just weren't finishing their engagements quick enough. So if you want to be hyper aggro, you have to make sure that it's going to be a smart fight also, that you're like, okay, we can take this and be done with it in maybe 10 to 20 seconds, right? Because they run into the issue of constantly being third-partied, which is why they're not able to go the distance and get some of those placement points that some of their other teams in the region that are just able to acquire, and that'll keep scaling on them above the leaderboard. So that's what I want to see from them. I'd rather them not go ultra conservative though, because then that's not your typical play style.
Sure, right. You got to find that balance. I love that you did what you said, and both of you agreed on that, is getting too aggressive, not finishing the fights early enough, though, and that is where they've run into an issue. Third parties have been their demise, and that's why Influence Rage has been so successful in taking them out, because you look at their last Erangel fight, it was Influence Rage who comes in, cleans up shop after they got a wonderful team wipe on Twisted Minds. Now you've got them needing to get desperate, reses. They've got 2 people down. I think the last one up was one of them anyways. I think it was 24K or his spec, but regardless, he's up. He can't get there in time because Influence Rage is pushing in. Get out of there. Finish the fights early, and that's what BRs are about. You've got to minimize your third parties. So if I'm looking at X Factor, let's see if they can continue to do so. All right, we're moving into map number 2, Miramar. Let's see how it goes. Hot Juke, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Let's see. Let's take a little gander and see how this one's going to go right here. We got a playing path where El Pozo is going to be a drop spot. So, Alpha7 are pretty happy here. But yeah, it is Group A's day to shine. And we're not really seeing that shine yet, right? One match in, we have 5 more left to go. But I mean, we need to see some of these squads from Group A bust out a 20-point game, right? They really desperately need it at this point.
They really do. And as we kind of kick things over to Miramar, you think about the recent performances. We had 2 of those yesterday, and obviously both of those were won by Alpha7. Alpha7 had their first initial win with 5 eliminations and their second one with 14. They were just looking so dominant on this map in particular. So to see them want to carry that on, and it's not even their double points day. They're just on a different mission that is unrelated to everyone else in our lobby except Team Liquid. It's just gotten to that point where you have to keep your eyes on not only Group A, which you called them out. You said they're looking a little dull after map 1 Erangel. So maybe need to brighten some things up here for Loops, considering where that plane line is. You are going to have your boots on the ground nicely earlier, but Influence Rage as well. And now, Influence Rage, got to turn some things around, okay?
Yeah. You need to turn some things around sooner rather than later, because, we're going to see these other teams like Loops, Furia, they're going to have their double points day coming up around the corner as well. So they cannot trust the leaderboards here. They got to perform. And, X Factor, we see them drop the furthest south. Oh, but watch this. Remix with a headshot. Ooh. Getting a nice knock there. And I don't think he has anything at all. Nope.
No, he's just running.
In a straight line, right? In a straight line. That's got to hurt.
Well, bob and weave. We saw it on Game of Thrones. We know how it ends. You always got to zigzag. You got to try to do what you can, but Remix is going to hit the finishing blow there. Quite unfortunate. She just got double shotties, and that's so good considering your opponent has nothing but a dream here. We're just going to keep running.
Run in, and you can see they don't really have anything at all. I mean, it's so tough. They're in last place right now, and it's games like this that just demoralize you even more. You know, hopefully we can see them grow as time goes on, but eventually, if you're struggling like this, especially off the rip, teams are going to start purposely hot dropping you just for the points at this point. So,
Ooh.
yeah, you got to be really careful if you're Latin Kings, Navy SEALs, and oh boy, you can see the Vicious is already close by. Does David recognize that this is the same team that they just saw on the elimination feed? If he does, he might just send the whole team here, and he should.
Yeah, you've got a 4v2. You're double points. You take the roof, you look for the angles. You got to be cheeky about it, but you're going to get caught out first. Doesn't matter. You clean things up with a DBS. Here comes the push.
Oh my goodness!
Like, what do you mean? A nice 1v2. Who needs the whole team?
Davi said, I got this. I got this. Hey, you know what? That's vicious. Okay? That is vicious. Wow. Quick little 1v2. Straight to the head. Latin Kings Navy SEALs are out of there. And that's a good start. That's a good start for the Vicious, and one they definitely needed.
I'm trying to think how many eliminations they had in the last game. 7 eliminations on Aaron Gale. So big kickoff there. If you're going to start with 2, thanks to David here, you can just kind of focus on your game now.
Might as well be 4.
Up, hit that rotation. It is going to get there before you know it, but you see the play zone, and after that, wait, hold on.
Look.
We're going to go back and see the remix again.
Hit a stutter step, dude. Hit it. Just, okay, there it is. You know? Oh, man. And then David, one shot. Watch this 180. Goodbye. Oof.
That's clean. That's clean. Actually, I'm going to have nightmares about that. I'm telling you. I feel bad if I'm Navy SEALs right there in that moment. But for the teams that are still looking to hit the road, well, Vicious, you got to make your way a little bit further south. Team Liquid as well. At least we've got vehicles to make that happen. Inco Gaming just ahead of them on that rotation down south. And in front of them, Team Queso. Everyone, as soon as they got some loot that they felt comfortable with, I mean, I feel like I'm watching like a monster truck race right now.
That's right.
Frolicking through Miramar. Let's get some air. Maybe we can make some doubles out of this.
You got to get moving, dude. You got to get moving, especially on southern circles. Oh, my gosh. No! Yes! Beautiful. All right, so Team Liquid should not have a problem on this rotation. The southern side circles suck because the terrain's just exactly like this. You know, it's so difficult to just rotate easily. You're having to worry about not flipping your car over and being in trouble, you know? So, yeah, Team Liquid need to make up for their last game, considering that, you know, Alpha7 is continuing to separate themselves from them on the leaderboards.
Ghost ride the whip. All right. So hear me out. We saw from Mythic with Sour Patch there right before this match, and the main storyline from the interview is we just need to play better. It's not going to be easy. It's never easy. Which this is just a lot of filler in terms of we just haven't been playing well. So I feel like there's a breakdown in communication or leadership or something that they're not giving us. Something is not aligned on Team Liquid right now, and we need the deets.
Yeah, you know what? We're gonna have to talk to Coach Knight. He'll give us the deets, that's for sure. You know, because when it comes to Team Liquid, I mean, the answers are gonna be pretty standard, right? I mean, they want to perform good, and sometimes they don't, right? What is the thing that is making them have such a rough day, like we saw yesterday, right? That's gonna be the big question because they cannot afford these fall off days. You know, 6 points, stuff like that. It's not gonna cut it. So we gotta see something different, and at the end of the day, when it comes to like those championship qualities, right, Tiff, it's all about how you can bounce back from a bad day, right? Because it can happen, right? But how can you handle it with your team? Because we've seen squads so many times, you know, have a rough one and then the arguments start. You know, they start playing the blame game with each other, and then it's just all downhill from there. So hopefully we can see Team Liquid just shake it off and turn things around in this match.
Hey, they need to do it. Speaking of that as well, Influence Rage on your screen, still hitting that rotation, kind of on the outskirts. I think Team Liquid's probably just ahead of them, and we're just kind of frolicking through these open fields. We've got to get towards those southern zones, which we've already talked about. They're very open. It's pretty desolate.
I like that from Diego.
Yeah, you what, a little style?
I like that. You know, he just goes, turns around to keep an eye on his teammates' backs. You know what I'm
I just
saying?
thought he was doing it for fun, you know? I
No,
was
he
like,
did
yeah,
that.
go
They
off,
did that
King.
on purpose. You know, quick little 180, make sure your back's clear, guys. Back's clear. All right, and then turns around.
That's exactly what it is. I was just like, my man just out here free driving, having some fun. Might as well. We know the general direction of where we want to go. Why not get there in style?
Yeah, that's right. Influence Rage. Looking good. Looking real good here, especially considering that it is their double points day. Yeah, and they're going to bounce back from that last match.
From the 0? Yes.
Yeah, from the 0. Hey, you can only go up from there, Tiff.
That is
only
true.
Go up from there.
If we set our expectations in match number 1 and we're like, all right, we already threw our donut of the day. It's done. It's dusted. We can just focus on going forward. For Inco Gaming, you know, they've really got it out for Alpha7. For them, at least I don't believe we're neighboring them. We're still dead center of zone and save the vehicle. This is not the style we were talking about, Diego.
No, that was not it. That's for sure.
Not elegant.
No, not demure. You can see the zone, though, switching on over all the way to the west side. That's going to be a great shift for Alpha7. They're dead center of this circle. Look how many teams have to push on in. This could be a big opportunity for X Factor. I want to see them be able to gatekeep some of these squads. They should start grouping together really quickly. And yep, you can see that right now. This zone shift, they're going to start grouping together and try to soak up some elimination points.
But you're going to see NRG, Furia likely running into each other. But to the south side, like you said, the group on up, grab a building, start feeling like you're comfortable taking engagements here. Now, this building in particular, a lot of open windows, easy access. It's only a matter of time before a couple frag grenades tries to change that for you. But if you look at the surrounding areas from it, maybe they've decided this isn't where we want to end up for our fight. And I respect that. Furia has leapfrog around Alpha7, but for X Factor, if that's the first fight we take, Alpha7, I'd like to see him rip Carrillo off this, but after we saw Carrillo fighting yesterday, he's like, not today.
Yeah. Havlik got shot. He's like, okay, wherever they are, these guys are good. Let's go ahead and go somewhere else. Uh-oh, Team Liquid into it with VIP.
Wait, we got trades on both sides. Team Liquid cannot afford to lose any players here, and Myth hiding behind this. Maybe looks to get that thirst on Ayala, but it's Chief last standing for Team Liquid, and Myth is putting that pressure straight onto him. Team Liquid down and out with 1 elimination. But look who coming swinging. It's Team Queso for the cleanup.
Another terrible game for Team Liquid. And you know, Alpha7 are just smiling right now. They are grinning from ear to ear because this is another big chance for them to be able to, you know, separate themselves from Team Liquid on the leaderboards, considering especially that they are dead center of this next circle. So, tough luck for Team Liquid.
Tough luck for Team Queso, who thought they had a nice third party, and 9Z says, you know, I think I'd like a piece of this. I'm in 12th place on the overall standings. It's not my double points day, but if I recognize a fight that I think I can maybe pick up an elimination or two, I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah, I want to see 9Z really start stepping it up here because, you know, Senatexa is on their team and he has played with Alpha7 for so many years. He played with them in PMGC. He has been to the big show plenty of times. So you can definitely tell this is a squad that they're trying to surround him with talent. But at the end of the day, it takes time to build that synergy.
Really does. And for them, still trying to hit that reposition. I mean, we've got plenty of players all around for now. I don't necessarily hate it. X Factor still all 4 players up. We saw Team Queso lose out on 1, but it's okay. They have a trio. They have 4 eliminations. It's fine. But for Intense Game and Loops, about to break out.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Loops throwing some nades in their direction, and this is so far out of the circle. Both these teams should try to avoid it. Yeah, an Intense Game are saying, all right, we'll go ahead and take this road here. The next zone, you can see the Vicious. They went all the way down near Valle del Mar. They're going to have to push their way up. But Alpha7 are dead center. Inco is pushing up from the north. Anything can happen. And this is a big game for so many teams, especially since Team Liquid went out early.
Ooh. It really did. I still can't believe you're even saying that. It just sounds so weird to me.
It's crazy, right? I mean,
So
2 games
good.
in a row off the rip. This is bad. We wanted to see that bounce back, right? That bounce back after yesterday, and it is not looking good so far.
Something's going on in the camp over there for Alpha7. They won 2 Miramars yesterday. So impressive. Already scaring a couple teams off from their high ground, and they're just really looking to cement themselves here at the top of the leaderboard, albeit, what is it, like 13-point lead against Team Liquid right now, but it was a north of 50-point deficit yesterday. And this is just 7 games that have changed that.
Craziness, absolute craziness here. And, you know, Alpha7 are just going to continue to roll with it. They'll take all the room that they could get. X Factor, they already have an elimination already. FS has 1. Start to put some shots on rotation. Havlik gets knocked. Can they get the knockout to Obscure? They don't. So yeah, X Factor really has to focus on just keeping everybody up here and playing your game. But they're gonna have to watch out because Twisted Minds might just be on the push here.
Rizal there, kind of roaming up the mountain. I mean, we definitely know he's there. That's for sure for X Factor here. And I don't think it's a smart push to try and take that. For them, I would just say maybe find a different area to go play. Maybe look for 9Z, look for Influence Rage or neighboring teams. This is the smarter play to be here. Sure, we're all the way down south, but for Inco Gaming, they cannot stay out of a mid-game fight.
No, Inco needs to just soak up as many eliminations as they can. Here they go against All Glory Gaming. They already got 1 knock. Juancho with another nade. Inactive gets taken down, but Vitali going for some thirst. It's going to make things interesting, but there's so many shots ringing from every part of the field. It's making this fight very difficult. Ooh. Nice shot there from Vitali. This is a big fight for Inco.
This is nice to see the way they're breaking it all down. Inactive, though, gets fooled throughout it still. Trying to find the rest of the players here. 7 on the inside. Juancho, maybe we can filter in through this, hit the reload on the stairs, but I think the nade will do the trick. Goodbye, All Glory Gaming.
4 points for the side of Inco, and that's a big fight considering that they were able to stay all alive, didn't get third party. They finished it very quickly. And the next zone, they are going to be in it as well. So Inco going to look to have another great performance here in the second half of this tournament. NRG starting to push on into the circle, are starting to head right into the direction of Alpha7.
I mean, they've been lurking up towards the northwest of these play zones through the very first one, and I just like our timing for this. But speaking of our teams on bonus points, I just saw some X Factor on Influence Rage Violence, and NRG pulls up on Alpha7. Casper, you do this. You be strategic on this because Alpha7's already repositioning and grouping up together.
Yeah, Revo was way out of his position and he realized it. So as soon as NRG sent it on him, Revo took off, grouped up with his team. This is absolutely the correct play and one that so many teams try to emulate, but they are not successful.
That timing was perfect. You don't even get caught out in the back. You don't get ripped out of the vehicle. And now NRG can just kind of keep on that merry way. They're already in that next play zone. They'll be fine, but we just want to make sure you get where you want to be. Alpha7, though, continuously trying to hold that high ground. Sure, you don't have a building up there, but you've got some bits of cover, which is fine. Go ahead. Hide the vehicles. You can break them out later. I'm still a little nervous for Influence Rage, though.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what happens here as the Vicious are starting to climb their way on up towards X Factor. Reyes, doesn't get any fall damage there. Fortunate enough for him. But these high elevation fights are difficult. Yeah, X Factor grouping back up because they realize they got to worry about Twisted Minds instead. Guizao with a nice nade, putting that pressure onto X Factor. X Factor need to win this fight here on their double points day.
They really do, and Havlik already being down. Rataboy fully out here for Twisted Minds. I mean, this is the team that's in third place, right? And it's not by many. There's 10 points separating them and Team Queso in fourth, so keep that in mind. But for Influence Rage to go out again with 0 eliminations, another 0 on the board.
Tough one. Yeah, that's gotta hurt big time. But you know what? If you're Loops, you're gonna be quite happy here. X Factor are gonna try to get this res off. 2 points so far. That's gonna double up for them. But they are stuck in between 2 teams. They have to decide to fight one or the other.
Ooh, okay, Caprice. I like the fact that we're holding the angles here. Havlik back on their feet, and now it breaks on out. People just close the gap. They pull out the shotties. They're going to get brutal with it.
Caprice with the low toss. Tries to time it. Doesn't get it. Oh, it gets picked off from across the way. It's all up to FS here. Can he get this first aid off that nade? Oh, never mind. Vicious is gone. Twisted Minds takes him out.
All right, maybe we get a reset here, or Twisted Minds just closes the gap and says, all right, I'm going to clean up this, I'm going to clean up that. But look who also decided they wanted to kind of rotate in on and look for some eliminations. It's Furia. And the way that they are just collapsing on X Factor has to be one of the most horrifying things.
Yeah, and X Factor just getting themselves in between too many different teams. Caprice still alive here. And you know, when that Molotov hits a wooden floor, it spreads out even further, making it very difficult. Caprice with the mega laydown, not moving a muscle. Now stands up and is eliminated. So Furia going to take full advantage of that fight. And X Factor, again, putting themselves in a position where they're forced to fight too many teams at once.
You know what they did, though? They got 5 eliminations, which is going to be 10 points regardless. So I know it's not the most. It's not the best. And Obscure, oh my God, we can't let Arturzan do that to you. That angle was crazy. And now Federal over here just lurking. I don't imagine we are going to be okay. That blue coming on in, we've got to climb our way out. But maybe Furia will just say, okay, I can leave a solo B. That's totally fine.
Yeah, we're good with that. We're good with that. I think Federal is very happy to just let them go on in. And he is right on the edge of the southern side of the circle. Uh-oh. He's going to have to watch out, though. Yeah, because blue zones definitely start chunking him away. Meanwhile, Alpha7 are just outside of the zone, but look how much high ground coverage they have. Now their only real big threat is, at this point, is Furia. And you can see Carrillo's already got that nade in his hand.
Ooh, I feel like we're going on a stealth mission here.
Oh, yeah. That's the one thing I love about Alpha7. They're so good at being able to go from full-fledged aggression to just straight passive at the flip of a switch. And right now, they're just trying to bait Furia into pushing them, trying to give them some false confidence, not trying to make too much noise. Nice shot from Vitali there, being able to catch a member from NRG. But Furia are still roaming here. Let's see if Gajovski is going to try to cross this hill. He looks for some sight lines. Doesn't really see too much movement just yet. Will this strategy work out for Alpha7?
Wow, okay. Inco Gaming out there. Their solo has been found out. I mean, that's what you get for poking and prodding NRG. They're going to come back with some vengeance for Alpha7. The fight finally opening up against Furia here. That nade connects onto the vehicle and a bit of damage onto Archers. But they're just going to keep driving around and kind of maybe lure Alpha7 out until they decide what they want to do with them. Do we kind of pick apart? Because we're still on the edge of the play zone. We can still navigate where the majority of our team is going to be in. Nothing too worried about it. I'm only nervous about the delayed rotations later, depending on where the play zone shifts.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Furia are just playing it very, very careful right now. Playing a little bit of a game of peekaboo between them and Alpha7. Next zone's about to pop. Intense game, dead center. Could this be their time to shine? Will they get their first chicken dinner of the tournament? Let's see what happens as the zone is going to go ahead and pop on over to the center of the circle. Yeah, so intense game in a very dominant position. Gonna have to fend off quite a few teams here, though. Let's see. Furia's moving away from this one now. I wonder if Alpha7's gonna have to make that push on the Team Queso.
I think so. I don't know. The only issue there is Team Queso gets sandwiched by NRG if NRG comes in from the north. So Team Queso loses in that situation. They definitely don't want Alpha7 making a play over there. So you can just worry about one team. Federal here. Lurking.
Oh, he got spotted for sure.
What? He stands up?
He got spotted. Yeah, Arturzan said, all right, I'm out of here. But now with that info from his team, Federal gets taken out. Actually, it's going to be Alpha7. Yeah, Alpha7 spotted him. And they'll take those points all day long. But with the zone closing, they got to start moving. Wow, Mafioso.
We're doing that. We are actually doing that. He's like, all right, throw all the smokes you want. I'm going to keep that pressure here. I've got an absolute god spot on the end of this play zone, and I'm not too worried about it. For Loops, only one elimination thus far for them. We saw Influence Rage fall early, and it would be really nice for them to put some points on the board after their 20-point win on Erangel.
Loops getting shot out the vehicle. Yeah, let's see if they can have a good back-to-back performance here. Neilzada barely starting to crest down this edge. Most likely going to have to get in a fight with 9Z, but no, I don't think he wants a piece of that just yet. Yeah, because he's all by himself. He's going to try to go for the high ground here. And it's going to be tough considering that blue zone is cresting it. The rest of the Loops, though, trying to make it happen. Intense game. Are they going to start getting aggressive? Now is the time considering they have so much real estate.
Ooh, okay. There we say. You wanted to go them on to 9Z. Well, Choco down towards the frag. Neilzada trying to focus on the healing. They've already got pressure down. They're whittling 9Z apart. They've got 2 down. We cannot fall here, though, because if we do, it'll likely result in an immediate thirst.
Absolutely. Neilzada gets the first aid off. Now pre-firing through the smokes. That is the right play there. He knows that the blue zone's going to punish him. 9Z are just completely stuck. And I think we saw Senatex make it to safety. Neilzada found his bike, though. Is he going to just full send it off this mountain? Yep, that's exactly what he was going to do and try to be able to reach to his team.
All right, well, NRG, this is going to be a big one against Team Queso.
There you go, NRG.
Fades. Back and forth.
Trying to open up this fight, yeah. Oh, but it's, yeah, Team Queso, get it there. Big Milo off the rip. Spec gets knocked. It's up to Casper, and man, Team Queso made quick work of that. NRG are gone. 7 points already for Team Queso.
I would just like to note that when we talk about quick engagements, like if you're going to take a fight and you want to make it speedy, just go back and watch that one. A well-placed grenade, a well-timed push, that was executed to perfection from Team Queso, and they are currently a trio making that happen.
Yep, next zone centers up once again. Intense game. Are going to take full advantage of this blessing. Are they going to be able to get the eliminations, though? Let's see if that's possible. They have 3 so far, but Alpha7 and Team Queso are on top, tied with 7 eliminations. But both of those teams are going to have to try to weigh into this next circle, and it's not going to be easy. Even Alpha7 getting punished on this edge. Look at that teamwork.
You gotta
Carrillo,
get the smokes
quick
up
with
there.
the smokes, yeah.
You gotta get them up there. A little bit of sky smoke. Okay. So, with 5 teams left, 15 total players on up, you can see Alpha7 is just trying to at least go towards this end game with 3 players. 9Z, despite all the collapse from multiple teams, has Senatexa left over there. Loops across the way, and as that play zone centers on up, you've got to really commend Intense Game for their positioning here today.
Yeah, I mean, well, they've gotten extremely blessed in this one. The zone has locked onto them. Can they get the chicken dinner, though? Even with the circle, they have 3 eliminations so far. They cannot afford a slip up here. Losing a game like this would be ridiculous. They're going to have to handle Team Kessel, though. Colgoat gets up close and personal. Can Poppy Sour hit this nade? He's not. The rest of Intense Game needs to collapse onto Team Kessel. That is by far their biggest threat.
I mean, with the way that they absolutely just worked the prior team within mere seconds, you've got to be cautious. Do not let Colgoat go on a tangent here.
You gotta stop him. You gotta. Poppy
He's
Sour
ready.
heard the pinball. Yep, here he goes. Gets a shotgun shot. Uh-oh. Get patient. Almost loses that fight, though. He needs the rest of his team. Intense Game is not there to support his squad mate, and Team Kessel will take advantage of that all day long.
And they're just over here looking at Alpha7, who's working towards Loops. Remix grabs a knock onto Revo. Alpha7 just doesn't have any space where they currently are, so I don't think they're going to be able to turn this one around as a duo, despite having 7 eliminations. It's a brilliant game. Team Queso on 9, looking for double digits. And if you're Revo here, Carrillo, wait, we get the res. We have vehicles. We could pull this one off, despite the re-knock here. No, there's just really not much to do.
luck.
I'm looking at you, Mafiosa.
Mafioso just trying to make something happen. Gonna try to get that res on the Revel. He does. Gonna go for it on Carrillo as well.
Wow.
Yeah, all sights are locked onto him. But all it takes is one knock. One knock. Can't open the door for them. They gotta knock out Rafina, though.
I mean, Loops Esports.
And Vinted.
They're hungry. They're hungry.
Intense game, though, is falling apart to Team Queso. They were split for too long. They need to look back at this and watch what Revel did earlier on, right? Just leave, let Team Queso take that spot, and then work it out from there, rather than just getting picked apart one by one by one.
Well, there we go. Alpha7 down and out with 7 eliminations. We knew that one was going to happen. So we're down to Loops, Intense Game, and Team Queso. Intense Game, a duo. Team Queso, a trio. And Loops, all four up. Do they hit a back-to-back win for Loops? Colgoat, why are you so brutal like this? Take the DBS inside and do some work. Okay.
Colgoat, have some mercy on Intense Game. I mean, they just want to win one chicken dinner in this tournament. Give them a break, man. I mean, just like that, they're down to 1. And now it is really up to Loops to get back-to-back chicken dinners here. But they got to take down Team Queso. Colgoat is on fire. Loops, here they go. Nino has the high ground. He has a great position for this circle. And they're going to take full advantage of it. This is the last zone tip. This zone's going to go down to nothing.
Oh, it is. And Rafina here says, I'm fine with that. Let me just work these frag grenades through the building. We set your sights, and honestly, I think that goes towards the kitchen-esque, and that's not necessarily where you want it to. And Colgoat, we know how vicious they can be inside these buildings when they have that shotgun. The angles, the close range engagements are just in their favor.
Hayuya holding the corner. Very happy to just stay there in FPP. Colgoat goes down. Rafina gets the knock and thirst. That's going to be a big loss for Team Queso. He had 6 eliminations, 11 so far, man. Team Queso are on fire here. Can Papi Potro get the nade? This zone is closing, folks. It's going down to the 7. Oh, Hayuya takes advantage of Loops. You got to check your corners, buddy.
Wait, I mean, Loops is no longer a 4-stack. We're down to a trio. I thought we were going to see some like insane trigger discipline, but if he doesn't do that, if that player turns around,
he has to, yeah.
Our time is done. Like, you did that right thing, and for Big Milo to do the same. Oh, Loops, we're in shambles now.
Big Milo, Powerbank's favorite player. Can he pull out a clutch play? Let's see Papi Potro put some shots onto Loops. Trying to take full advantage of this, as Loops are just holding this edge. Now Team Queso are in the driver's seat to win this one. Does Papi Potro realize, though? Oh, Vitin's gonna get knocked out the blue zone. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Loops are done for. And now it's down to Team Queso versus Intense Game.
The 2v1, how is this the case? How does that happen to Loops?
How?
I mean, they go out with 4 eliminations. Team Queso's on 13. They're looking for 14. They're looking for a win. Hayuya does get the high ground here.
Well, this circle's going to go down all the way to the center. So he's trying to get as close to the middle as he can. And Team Queso got to watch out, because they're not going to be able to get on this roof easily. This could go down to a heal off, because I don't know if Team Queso have any utility at all.
Oh, but we know. They know exactly where they are.
Oh, yes, he does. Look at the zone. It's closing. He's on the roof.
They're trying. They're looking for angles, but...
Oh, that's it. No, Intense Game. Yeah, Hayuya has to jump off now. He gets the first knock. He might get the double. He wins it. Intense Game. Are you kidding me? Finally get a chicken dinner, and they clutched it up right at the end.
Wait a second. We get our first win of the PUBG Mobile Super League America's Fall, and we do it like that? Woo! We do it like that.
That's how you do it right there. That's how you do it. I don't care where they're at on the leaderboards, baby. That's how you win a game there, Taylor.
Yo, that was beautiful. Are you kidding me? The first win, and that's how they do it, like Tiff said. Beautiful. When you see a player in a 1v2 like that, you give them hope. You think it might happen, but you don't expect it to happen, really. And it happens. That's beautiful. Intense Game, congratulations on your first win. 8 eliminations, too. It's not like they cruised, okay? It's not like they cruised and got to the finish line by just chilling out. No, they started off swinging. They ended swinging. And this one from Navy SEALs, I just couldn't believe it. They're just running away. And then the 180 onto Vicious. You were getting absolutely bullied, Navy SEALs, and it was unacceptable. You guys got to step it up, and you refuse to do so. Now, this fight, I want to pay attention here. This is really a true indication why Team Liquid is struggling. Mythic runs up the hill and doesn't even try and target Myth. Now, I think he's assuming his teammate maybe is going to pick up Myth from behind, but why does Mythic, Hotjukes, in this moment simply not turn around? Why is he so eagle-eyed and so eagle-visioned on other opponents except the one in front of him?
Man, you know, it's tough. I mean, I think at this point they're just they're tilted. You know, they had such a rough day yesterday. They had a terrible first game today, and another one here. So I mean, they got to shake it off. They have to, and they better do it sooner than later because Alpha7 are not letting off the gas.
No, they're not. They're not. Actually, it's scary how good Alpha7 has been. It's scary how good Loops has been. You know, it's just Team Queso, for example, right? That 13 elimination second place tip. You've got a lot of competitors now stepping it up. Team Liquid has a tremendous lead. Do they risk dropping out of top 5? In my opinion, absolutely not. Very confident on saying that. But where are we going after this? We're going to the PMGC stage, right? That's where you might face some of these rosters who are improving. Team Liquid, though, on the past 2 games, I don't even know if they're cruising. I think they're nosediving.
It is kind of like a nosedive. It is one of those train crashes that you're like, I can't look away from it. Like something is going wrong over there. When you look at their week 1 performance, they acquired 319 points. Week 2, 315 points. We were so consistent. But to start off week 3 like this, I don't really have words for it. I'm quite confused, and I don't like what I'm seeing out of that. Now, if that bad day from yesterday is continuing on today, great. But we can't keep doing this.
No, we can't. But that 1v2 at the end, that intense game, I give you credit where credit is due. That's a big positive. But you're right, Team Liquid, what's going on? Why is this happening? I'm about to cry. This is not the Team Liquid that I want to see. It's all right, though. It's only been 7 games now. Or actually, excuse me now, 8 games at this point. So cause for concern, but, you know, 4 more games. We'll see how well they do. Intense game, though. Congratulations, Team Queso. Hotjukes, big game from them. Exciting times. They're not on double points today, but they are a roster that's looking to move up into 3rd place. And if they keep at this rate, they might be able to do so.
I mean, they could really go for the top 2 here if they keep performing like this, especially with Team Liquid, you know, falling off the map at this point. 19 points. I mean, Colgoat had 6 eliminations by himself before he went down. Team Queso are heating up right on time.
Heating up right on time, man. I like it. Everybody likes a little Queso in their life. X Factor, 10 total points. Still waiting for them to clear 100. I don't know if it's going to happen. I really don't, based off their 2 game performances. But we got some moving pieces. Team Queso, Team Cheese will move up over Twisted Mind Loops as well for the first time, I believe, ever, or at least in a lot of days. Tiff has moved up to the top 5 position.
I mean, you think of yesterday, they were sitting in 7th place, worked their way above Furia into 6th, and Influence Rage on their double points day, falling out of the top 5, considering we are over halfway with our 4 weeks. Like, this is not the time to keep slipping, but they've been slipping since week 1.
Yeah. No, they have been. And I pointed that out. I was like, you know, I could just feel it in my gut. Influence Rage started off so hot, but then all of a sudden, they just started to cruise and bank off of the points they already had. Their eliminations are not the problem, Hotjukes. What the problem is their longevity. They're not surviving to endgame.
It's no bueno. No bueno right there. I mean, Influence Rage, they're not even getting to mid-game. I mean, this is crazy. They are getting just wiped out so early. I mean, the fact that they dropped down, considering that it's double points. I mean, if they had 2 eliminations on the day, right? Just a couple eliminations, they would have held on to it. I mean, I expect them to get back in the top 5 by all means. If they don't, oh man, I mean, this will be like the throw of the tournament in my eyes.
Sure, no, that's well said. It definitely could be the throw, given how they started. Second page, 9 through 16, no moving pieces. Again, still waiting on X Factor. VIP, they got a long way to go. I think for them, it's just about improving and just trying to be the best roster that they can possibly be towards the end of this tournament, unless they can make a miracle run, but it's going to be very difficult for them to do. So a lot of questions on some rosters, but for others, you know, to celebrate Alpha7, Loops, Team Queso, you know, just great games coming out from them. They're looking incredible, and I want to continue to see that. I do. You know, I'm not biased towards any roster. I just want to see the best teams compete and the best teams do well, and for a intense game, hell, That 1v2 was clean, and I love every single bit of it. There it is. 2 games down, 4 more to go, and we had Sarpatch on site with X Factor's Baton to talk about what's going on after that game number 1. X Factor, you got to show up today. Can you do it? Well, Baton, let us know.
All right, guys, here we are with Baton after the first match. Baton, let's be honest here. We haven't had the best days in the last few days, right? We haven't done many points like we did a week ago. That you guys were hot, were on fire, were doing really well. What's happened?
Just doing a lot of individual mistakes and some bad rotation. But yeah, like the main problem is individual mistakes.
Individual mistakes. And so I guess, what have you said to the guys to fix those type of things, especially today with the double points day?
We're just trying to fix it, like after every day, each mistake, and just do not happen in the future. And just trying to focus to do our best today because we have X2 points to do a comeback. And
yeah, go back up, be the first. You were the first team from North America, or the first North American team, the best one for a really long time. Right now you're not. You want to get back up there, I imagine.
of course.
You were so close from Inco Gaming as well with the PMGC points. I know you want to qualify straight with the the placements, but that was also something that you were really close to, and now they got a bit of a gap back again. Are you worried about that? How are you feeling about that?
We're not worried because we can do this gap smaller. We are doing this gap smaller every day. Just some days can be bad, and they do a little bit like come back with this gap, but it's not a problem, I think.
All right, bro. Best of luck. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season Day number 12. 2 games done. We've got some consistent players looking really good. We're talking about Loops. We're talking about Alpha7 showing up and showing out. Intense game. We've been very critical of you, but that 1v2 at the end, I give you credit. That was chef's kiss. Absolutely beautiful. Even the bear would be proud. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections. Now, we bring in our casters. Of course, I'm talking about Hot Jukes as well as Spider Tiff. It's been a great day so far for certain rosters, a struggle for a couple, and for Influence Rage, hoping they rise up to the occasion and look a lot better than they have. They just simply haven't been existent, man, which is quite disappointing. For Group A, though, Hot Jukes, we're talking Influence Rage, X Factor, VIP, and Vicious. Seems like it's been a rough day for all four of those rosters.
Yep, it has not been good at all, especially for Influence Rage. I mean, they got passed up on. They have double points, just a couple, and they would be good. But no, I mean, it's so crazy to see them falter here at such a critical time. And it's so hard to bounce back from these moments. That's why I'm really hoping that if you're an Influence Rage fan, I think you're wishing that they just kind of get circle blessed. Like, they really need something to go their way, so that way they can have an opportunity to get a crazy play. Because let's get real. Intense game in the last game, they got zone blessed for quite a bit of the map, and they almost threw it, right? They almost threw it towards the end, but then Hayuya just said, nah, we're winning this one. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah. So you think it's just zone? I mean, that's the biggest issue with Influence Rage, is they're just not getting zone?
I don't think it's not getting zone. I just think they've had so many poor performances at this point that they need something to go in their favor just to make it easier on them, right? I mean, they need a bounce back game to kind of get their confidence going. I think Team Liquid needs the same thing. Let's be real, right? I mean, how many games in a row have they performed so poorly at this point? So I think they need a little bit of that favor, because if that doesn't happen, they got to do it on their own. And how they've been playing so far, it's just not looking good.
Yeah, that's fair. Now they're 2 points outside of top 5. It's not, the worst situation to be in. It could be worse. For some, it's over 100, maybe 200. You get down to 300 if you're Navy SEALs.
That's true.
But, Tiff, another roster, the Vicious, they're only 58 points away. They've got 4 games on double points. 58 points is absolutely doable. And for the Vicious, they've shown a great improvement, especially in week 2, right? There was one of the most improved rosters outside of Loops. Loops, I think, is definitely the most improved, without question. The Vicious, 58 points away, Tiff. I mean, I think that can happen, but they've got to start map number 3.
They really have to. I mean, they got like 4 eliminations on Miramar. You look back, they got 7 on Erangel. We're going back to Erangel. But we need more than just eliminations. We're looking for maybe a top 2 finish with maybe double-digit eliminations to make the most out of those double points. And by no means are they dropping goose eggs on the board. Like, we're still doing something, but if you are within striking distance and teams inside the top 5 are starting to falter, we already talked about it. I mean, Hotjuk said it. Influence Rage needs to use this as their wake-up call, but the Vicious just need to keep on doing what they're doing. They're winning some team fights, they're getting eliminations, but we just need to take it one step further and go the distance, make it to that end game.
To harp on Influence Rage a little bit more, and this is quite shocking, I remember looking at the stats, Jukes, during the week number 1 performance, and I'm sorry, for chat, we keep harping on Influence Rage, but I think we should. They're a team that should be in top 5 and performing today. They're just simply not. Diego, remember him, Jukes? Like, Diego was on top of the world when it came to eliminations. That was before Kogoat started his domination throughout the fall season.
Crazy.
Refused to let it go. Diego and Lil Boy are neck and neck, both at number 20 and 21 in total eliminations. That's how far they have fallen since their heroic run in week 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real tricky spot they're in right now, because they're doing so well at the beginning. Now they are just losing. I mean, I don't know what else to say at this point. It's really so crazy to watch. And
it is.
The thing is that you could start getting in your own head. You could start thinking, man, do teams have our number now, right? Like, are we getting caught out? What is going on? They have to find a way to be able to shake that off, because at a certain point, they're going to start questioning themselves and saying, hey, we got to do something different. And if they start doing something different, it could either go one or the other, right? It could go in the way of like, hey, all right, now we're starting to perform good. Or it could go in the way of just, now there's nothing we can do to save us.
Nothing we could do to save us. I'm starting to get that same vibe with X Factor. I'm concerned, and the reason why, Tiff, is we know they cannot avoid that Sandhawk Ruins fight against Inco. Like, it just happens. Like, they've avoided it once. That's going to be next map. So now I'm thinking, if they don't have a pop-off map here on Erangel, map number 3, map number 4 might not go well for them. And now that leaves them with 2 more chances to clear 100 points to try and get into the top 5. It's a tricky situation without question, but it's up to the players, not myself, to answer it. Let's see if they do so. Let's hop into map number 3, Erangel. Hotjuk, Spider Tip, take it away.
Yeah, let's get it going here. And here's the reason why I'm being so critical, Tiff, is because, Influence Rage haven't performed here. But the thing is, every other one of these teams are going to have a bonus points day coming up, you know?
Yeah.
So you got to create a big lead. You can't just be comfortable where you're at because they're going to get, passed up on the leaderboard so quick unless they do something right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, Furia behind them, Group B. Loops that just passed them, Group C. It's just not where you want to be, an ideal situation. And you look at the teams that we've witnessed that have performed substantially here on Erangel over the past couple of maps. Loops Esports, they've won 3 out of the past 4. And then prior to that, it was Inco Gaming. So it's not been influence rage when it needs to be, or even then the Vicious, right? We're talking about them 8th overall on the leaderboard, 58 points back. Either of one of those two teams needs to step it up here and now.
Yes, they do. And let's see if they are going to be able to do so, as we got a plane path going, pretty central down the map here. This is going from south to north. We got a northern circle here. NRG have to be kicking themselves, Tiff, because we know they like to drop Stalber. They like to drop Kameshvi, but instead they go ahead and go early to Primorsk. Now they have a big rotation they have to deal with.
Hey, you know what? We've seen the full military base endings here yesterday on Erangel. Why not hail towards the north? So yesterday we had one that was just towards the southeast of shooting range, but it had shored up like this originally. So we had kicked off towards the north, and teams like Alpha7, Twisted Minds, and even Furia tried to hit that early rotation to really staple themselves in that northern side of things. But for Twisted Minds, they're gonna have a lot of space up there. An intense game, well, you know, based off what I saw from them on Miramar, I want more of that energy.
Yeah, we got to see that from Intense Game. I want to see improvement. You know, they finally got their first chicken dinner. Hopefully that can just not be a one-time thing this tournament, right? And all it takes sometimes is exactly what we just saw. You know, one of your players, we saw Hayuya with the crazy 1v2 to clutch it up. You saw them stand up, get excited, and then they just utilize that momentum and just springboard themselves off of it. So hopefully we can continue to see some work from Intense Game, because that roster, it's nothing to shake your head at. These guys have been playing at the top level for so long now, Tiff.
They really have. And you got to think, just even if you were new to LAN this year and this is your first time the fall season, you've had 2 weeks to adjust now. Like, you've got enough time there on LAN, getting to know everyone, meshing with your team, working everything out with them. And even if you've been there before, you're a staple to it. Just kind of honing it in week 3. This is where we're starting to see some teams wake up. Alpha7 talked about it, right? They're like, we weren't playing how we knew we could. We stepped into it at the beginning of just yesterday, right? They grabbed 2 wins. They're starting to find that flow. NRG sitting still in that 9th place position. They slipped a bit, right? They were kind of battling it out with kind of almost Furia, who was in that tussle with Loops Esports on the overall standings, but we're starting to see that separation occur. And if you don't want that to happen, if you don't want to keep slipping, then we have to turn it around. But it has to be today. You cannot go any further. Do not let it go into week number 4, the final week, and be like, I'm going on my Hail Mary run. No.
That's right. Yeah. You do not want to do that, especially if you're in one of the earlier groups, because, Group D will have the last laugh when it comes to their double points days, and you have to make a lead so big that you can't get passed up. And one example of that is going to be last season. We saw Alpha7. They were in Group D, and they were not able to win it. It was Team Liquid that was able to get the championship during the spring. So when it comes to fall, they're going to have to try and repeat it here, but they better do it sooner rather than later, because Alpha7 are definitely looking like they're starting to fire on all cylinders.
Definitely are, but for Vicious, we were kind of putting the task on them coming into this Erangel to have a solid performance. I'm looking for a top 3. I want even deeper eliminations. I want double digits. I want something magnificent out of them. And where we're deciding to pull, well, you found yourself dead center of that circle. So knowing that a lot of teams are still trying to shift around depending on where they want to play from, I don't hate where we are. You've got one team around you, and knowing that it's influence rage, once you kind of figure that out and how they play, this should be a fight where you're like, I can take this. If they're separated on out, Diego has to be scared here a little bit. You're way away from Law, the compound on the other side. I don't want to get caught out here.
Yeah, just find a spot near your team and just play it extra safe if you're Influence Rage at this point. I mean, that little extra loot is not worth losing a player early on. So I want to see them play it very, very close to the chest here now. Team Liquid are going to be moving up all the way from military base. They should have a free entryway on in here. Very fortunate for them. But so far, so good. Nothing too crazy to start things off here, too.
I'm okay with nothing too crazy. I'm good with no action,
Right.
especially if it's Team Liquid. We know they decided to go down towards military base. They'll have one of the longest rotations, so this bridge in particular that they're starting to approach is going to be pretty critical to their success. The only team on the other side is going to be 9Z, which I would feel confident in Team Liquid taking a fight against 9Z, but I also don't know based on how they've hurt me in the past 2 days.
Right. Oh man, 9Z, so much potential on that roster, right? I think it's really only a matter of time before that team in particular really starts stepping things up. So anything can happen here as the tournament goes on. You know, for them to make it in the top 5 at this point, it's definitely looking very far out of reach. But you know, we'll see how it ends up going for the squad.
I mean, and here we go. The man, the myth, the legend themselves right here on your screen. Crazy 1v2 energy towards the end of that game to take the win. I'd love to keep that momentum moving forward, but for now, it's still that rotation. We're still around All Glory Gaming, Furia in the distance. So just kind of popping into a little crevice here on the map.
Trying to make something happen. Trying to make something happen at this point. 10th
Lure
game.
them.
Yeah, they finally got their chicken dinner, so they don't have to be that one squad without one this whole time, you know? Let's see if they can hopefully repeat that. But uh-oh, one team that doesn't want no smoke right now is Team Liquid.
We talked about it. We said they were going to rotate straight into 9Z, and Mythic is just like, you know, we're just going to keep on moving on. I see you, 9Z, and this is where I just carry on my way. I am not focusing on you. You stay in your lane. I want to rotate on up north. Now, the next couple of teams that you're going to have issues with potentially, we talked about Influence Rage being dead center of that circle. And if we're looking to kind of go towards where they are you prepared to take that fight, or are we too separated on out in our vehicles?
Yeah, that's going to be the question here. You can see Mythic on the rotate, trying to find a good spot into this next zone, all the way up in the north. Are we going to see another northern shift, or will this circle center on up? You can see almost every single team here is hoping it centers on up. So let's see what happens. NRG, last ones to the party. Yep, we do get a center circle here, so we may see a party in Yasnaya, Tiff. What do you think about that?
I'm okay with it. I really am. It's going to get mixy. It's going to be fine. For the teams that have already situated themselves there early, look at Twisted Minds. They were up near Severny early on. They hit that, rotated on out, kind of focused towards the Yasnaya side of things. And with Team Liquid out-rotating 9Z. Wait, are we getting some friendly running over there from Loops? What are we doing over there? What are they doing over there?
Remix needs to be careful. I mean, this buggy's on fire. 1-2 bullets, and this thing is blowing up. One wrong crash, too, will do it as well. But it looks like he's going to go ahead and try to get near his teammates. I mean, that's the one vehicle you do not want to be scouting with right now.
You don't think? I mean,
nope.
Looking like Ghost Rider out there.
Right? Yeah, Remix. Driving around like it's nothing. The confidence from this guy.
It's just a small flame.
That's that 1v2 energy right there. You know what I'm saying?
That's what it does to you?
That's what it is.
Gives you the confidence to roll around in that. All right, we'll turn their attention to Team Queso. We saw some really solid fights out of them. Big Milo already down, and Poppy Portro tries to hit that Engo, but it's Colgoat hits them back with the trade. And Abete from the inside. I say we push this. I know he's looking for an opening.
He wants it, but he's got to be careful about the timing. I think that's why they're so hesitant right now, because there's still a lot of teams on the rotate. You know, fortunately for them, there's not anybody in their vicinity, so they definitely can take that fight. But I think, yeah, they're like, you know what? Let's just keep everybody up first, and then we'll deal with them later on.
That's respectable, because how many times do we talk about that with our teams? You take these engagements, it's not fast enough, and next thing you know, you guys are both wiped. None of y'all end up winning. You just have a couple of eliminations to throw on your points, but you want more than that. And just like that, Inco Gaming is going to start on their rotation. NRG deciding to come in from the south side as well. So likely going to show up here, which is exactly what would have happened. If this fight breaks out, NRG would have shown up and cleaned house.
Oh, yes, they would have. So, I mean, very smart up on Team Queso to understand that fight timing. NRG, though, on the push towards VIP. Spec losing the 1v1. Oh, my gosh. Losing a 2v1. Oh, a 3v1.
Oh. Is that the buff for the double points?
Oh, boy. That is a huge loss for NRG right there. Now it's just Fate. Gonna try to catch Gunya. Gets the headshot. Can he get another? No, he does not get the knock at all. It now Fate's in a 1v3 situation.
This was a rather unfortunate sequence of events if you're NRG. I'm like, yeah, they show up. They hit a third party. They clean house. This is not what happened for them. They got decimated. And Inco Gaming as well. We knew that push from Team Queso was only a matter of time, but unfortunately for them, they've lost out on Colgoat. We'll hit a reset and go in towards this end game with 3 of them, but losing your biggest fragger, that has to be a blow.
Yeah, definitely. They have 4 eliminations so far, and they're sitting in a good position on the leaderboard. So, you know, they are definitely going to miss Colgoat, but let's see what they can do with 3 players up. Hopefully they can kind of have a couple more eliminations under their belt as time goes on. All Glory Gaming have not had a good day today. They have been getting taken out on these edge zones so many times, and now is not looking very much different as they're trying to be able to press down south from the north.
Yeah, they have their double points day tomorrow because they're in Group B. So I'm excited for them to see what they do tomorrow. But for now, we'll just kind of keep focusing on what we've seen for today and who needs to have those stellar days. But Team Liquid, they lost out on 1. So while they have made it to a decent position inside that circle, we're down to a literal trio and 1 is knocked. So we are just getting picked apart from the teams in the neighboring vicinities.
Let's see right now as Twisted Minds going to be holding down this building. Team Liquid find a nice central spot in this circle. They're not worried. X Factor are pushing up from the south. Going to have to hurry it up because VIP is right behind them. But you could see Obscure getting nice and looted up. Yep, he just said, I'll take all this 5.56 right now. So Twisted Minds just taking their sweet time here, as they don't really got to worry about Influence Rage because so far they have not been able to make it happen here today. I'm trying to find them on the map. They are going to be in Yasnaya on the edge, so they're not in a bad spot in this circle, Tiff. Let's see if they can actually have a good game here.
Fingers crossed. I mean, you have to think about the timing, right? We saw Team Liquid go right past them early on, maybe 5 minutes or so ago, and Team Liquid's already, lost a player. 9Z, all alive, delayed rotation, but you have to get through X Factor, who's on double points, looking for action. Influence Rage, though, they've beat the curse. We have 1 point on the board thus far, which makes it 2.
Oh, boy. 5th place, right? 5th place. We'll take it.
I'm saying.
We'll take it.
They were only 2 points out of top 5. So if we start turning some things around and make the most of our double points, there's still a chance.
That's right. Take that, Loops. Take that. Remix getting a knock onto Cardoso, man. Team Liquid. Oh,
Yikes.
This is looking terrible. Chief is in a bad spot. He does get the knock and finish on the Guapo, though, but gets ran over by Remix. Oh, boy. Another tough game for Team Liquid.
See, it's not just we're having a bad day. We've got to come to an agreement that something is shifted over there.
We're having a bad week. We're having a bad week right now. They're going to have a bad rest of the year if they don't start turning things up here sooner rather than later. Intense game in a good spot in the zone. So many squads having to move on up. There's a lot of open fields here, guys. There's not very much cover left available. And you can see Loops realizes that, getting into a fight very quickly here. 2v1 situation. And they take full advantage of it on Remix.
No more having that energy after that win on Miramar. But Loops, if you want to stay inside the top 5, grabbing some eliminations here, it's going to be dire, but you're down to a duo. And, well, the team at your back, they're all alive. They're pulling eliminations. They're turning things around.
Yeah, Remix gonna crawl away. Intense game. If they could have gotten to that tree, they could have been able to, you know, just throw one nade in there. They could have taken out Loops, but instead, Intense Game are playing this very, very passively. I think this is a fight they need to take, though, at this point.
Do it.
Are they going to do it? Oh, never mind. X Factor might just do it themselves. Oh, driving just on by.
I mean, they're on double points, too. It'd be nice for them, especially if you've got the firepower and all 4 of your guys up. I'm not going to do the number advantage against Intense Game. However, your clutch factor is down and out for this game, so someone else is going to have to step up to the mantle.
Ooh, the vicious David getting knocked here. Not a good start for them. They are on their double points day as well. Team Kessel, man, I cannot sing these guys' praises enough. Colgo, where have you been this whole time? I mean, Colgo came out of nowhere this season, just tearing up the lobby. Definitely made a name for himself here. 9Z getting into it with VIP, and that fight is over just like that.
Dang, all right. I blinked. It was
Influence
gone.
range?
Do it. Clean it up. Get into the mix. Maybe this is the time where we start turning things around. You got 9Z on the horizon, some frag grenades to send out to meet them. And Law being more conservative, trying to hold across. For now, I thought Lorenzen was going to full send the vehicle over there, but this is respectable, right?
Yes, it is indeed. Lorenzen, gonna go ahead and pop a Yui real quick. As Influence Rage are holding the edge of the circle. Yeah, maybe they may want to get into a fight with 9Z after all. As Loops, with 2 players, trying to push it on the Intense Game. No. Gonna run right back down to his teammate.
Okay, Loops. That's an angle.
Play it safe.
Patience.
Smoke it up. These guys are playing it very, very passively. Poppy Sour, did he spot Carrillo? He had to have. Ooh, NRG Galaxy are gone.
That's unfortunate.
That's a tough one. Look at Ayala. Oh my gosh. Is that considered a drive-by, Nate? What's that considered?
You know, a gondola nade. We're going to keep on going. Up the gondola we go towards the high ground all the way up. And now we've kind of leapfrogged over Furia.
Another one.
Towards Navy SEALs cleaning out the north.
Good.
This would be disgusting if this actually works.
He's going to go into blue. He's going to go into blue and he's going to get punished by it. It is going to hurt bad. And he just let his position be known. So let's see.
It's going to go back down.
Yeah, come on. He's like, turn around, baby. Come on down. Oh, it's not looking good.
Okay.
Please stay on this. Please stay on this. I want to see what Ayala's going to do here. It's green. He's got no first aids. And he's gone.
Oh, no.
Wow. What a play. Team Liquid, 1 point.
So how many points have they gotten over the course of the past 3 games? 2.
2.
2.
That's not good. Not good. Oh my goodness. Team Liquid, what has happened? How many have they gotten in the past 8 games? That's my question too.
13.
13. Oh boy. What a fall off. The mighty have fallen. I mean, it is not looking good here. Let's see if some of these Group A teams can start making something happen, though. X Factor could be in a prime location to start soaking up some big points here. They need a win here and now. They have a lot of this high ground. Oh, and they get a crate. Everything is going their way.
I mean, let's go. Let's go, I guess. Maybe the blessings that we needed. Now you just gotta figure out where we've shored up. We've got some decent ground here. We've got Team Queso on the one side, Furia at your backs. Havlik. He's found Vicious, so I mean, we are situated on out, but we knew this was gonna happen. We're not alone here. There's so many teams.
So many teams indeed, and you can see as now they're starting to make some zoom moves. Runs in with the full laydown. Throws those smokes out, trying to support his teammates as the Vicious, last 2 players alive, but they're getting shots from every angle. And here comes Twisted Minds.
All right, right, I got my mind on it. Let's go. Get them back on their feet, but we're a duo. We don't really have too much going on, and there's a good chance that Ratto Boy might be able to flip that vehicle around, hit a crunch. But for now, just a bit of scouting.
Just holding it down for now. Influence Rage finally got another point, I believe. 4
On the
eliminations for
loops.
Influence Rage. They are finally turning things around. Oh, but Twisted Minds has the Vicious's number, and that is going to be Reyes down and thirsted just like that.
You know, it's just a matter of time before everyone just starts full sending on it. We've got 9 teams left. Alpha7 still up with all 4. Same with Team Queso, Twisted Minds, Influence Rage on 4 eliminations. They took out Loops, and this is how you get back into the top 5. And for Alpha7, around the vehicle we go. Drops down, gets knocked. Mafioso, though, does hit the trade. 7 with the DBS. Wreaking havoc on Alpha7.
Let's see what Alpha7 could do, though. They have 2 players still up. You got McGrellin trying to apply some pressure. X Factor taking up a lot of room in this zone, and it's Influence Rage. They're all the way down the hill. Start attacking Alpha7 and taking full advantage of this position. This is the Influence Rage we've been waiting to see, and that is how you do it right there. Double points day. Influence Rage are finally putting something on the board.
I'm saying we're on 7 elims. Over the past 30 seconds, we acquire 3 more of them. We have all of our players still up, and you've cleared out the entirety of the eastern side of the circle. For the teams that are going to be your biggest threat, you've got X Factor, all 4 of them up. You've got Twisted Minds on the south, but they're still having some issues down to a duo. But we see Baton, and we might just rip them apart.
See what Influence Rage can do now. Law now puts some shots down range. They have this entire side of the field to themselves. So their back's up against the wall. They have nothing to worry about behind them. Diego's going to climb up even further, scout a little bit. Yep, he does see X Factor right there. So that's going to be their main threat. If they could take out X Factor, they could win this game.
Oh, Diego. Let's see. Capri's out here. A little bit of cover. A little bit of goods. Now you've got to fight Influence Rage, who has finally woken up, is sick of slipping, and is starting to trend in the right direction.
Let's see. I mean, 7 eliminations. That is in the right direction indeed. That's 14 total points so far. This game alone could make up for those first 2. And then they'll have 3 more left to go. It could still be a great day for them. But they need to continue to have performances like this. But they can't end here. Like, they need more than just 7.
That's true. Maybe like a 12 elimination win. A nice little...
That'll do it. That'll do it.
22 turns into 44. Ooh. I mean, that's how you start changing. That's how you start moving up.
Is that what you think they're going to get, 12 this game? What do you think?
I like the number 12. It sounds good for them, but that's 5, right? We need 5 potential eliminations from this. It's very doable because first you set your sights on to that X Factor. X Factor is not really going to have too many places that they can go because you've got Furia in those main buildings. Now, depending on where the circle decides to shift to, Furia will likely have to move, which is going to collapse upon X Factor and allow them to be descended on. This is what Influence Rage needs to focus on.
Yeah, let's see what the timing, though. That's the one thing they have to worry about. They have 2 more shifts left. They don't want to take this fight with X Factor too early because they know they're going to get third-partied. So they're trying to inch closer and closer. If they can get a good nade with a couple of knocks, then we can see something happen. Let's see where the zone decides to go, though. As it is going to pop. And go north. So, yeah, Influence Rage have nothing to worry about. At this point, it's just soaking up big points. You called, you want to see a dozen? I want to see a baker's dozen. Let's see them bust out 13.
13 sounds nice, especially if Twisted Minds decides to rotate on up towards the eastern side. They've already gotten on the move once that shift occurred. So be curious to see, do they send on towards the X Factor side of the zone, or are they going to go towards Influence Rage?
Little boy. Putting some shots on a Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are the ones that are very out of position here. They have to climb the hill. And Team Queso could definitely start getting some points on the other side of the map. Yeah, little boy moving down here, trying to find some extra angles. Influence Rage is just worried that Twisted Mind's going to try to rotate onto them.
I'm worried for sure, especially if you're going to be taking angles like that. Kind of unfortunate we haven't really done anything yet, but what they're also doing with these shots is applying the pressure to force Twisted Mind up towards the north where they are. When you've got Team Queso, you've got Furia, you've got X Factor, but you also have to leave Lorenzen in the north, which they did, to make sure that X Factor doesn't actually full send y'all, which they're not really going to have a whole ton of room to be able to do that considering the angles that Furia has on them, but Furia still has to move. They're just waiting towards the end to do it.
Let's see what happens here. Twisted Minds are going to have some great angles on the X Factor. I think they are in this zone. The only team they're worried about now is Influence Rage. Oh, there goes Milos. Getting a knockout to Obscure. Now Twisted Minds, they have to worry about Team Queso. Here they go. Rataboy
is going to break
yeah,
out,
rest
though.
of the squad. Yeah, let's see if they can do it.
I mean, if you're taking a close range fight here, that's tough. You got two on the opposing side. Betrayeds all around. Poppy Potro and Big Milo left standing here for Team Queso. Keep your eyes on Rataboy, but he gets shredded by Little Boy, who's been waiting for that.
Wow, Poppy Potro stays alive. Just like that. Big Milo could be in a big opportunity. Here comes Influence Rage. They're going to take this fight with Furia. They get the knock. Diego has a beautiful nade here.
Ooh.
This looks good. And it is good. But he has to hit this shot. He does. Influence Rage. That's going to be 10 eliminations. They are looking to take this lobby by storm.
Team Queso down and out, and now we're still working on the rest of Furia, and Law says, I'm going to take matters into my own hand. I'm taking the vehicle. I'm getting closer. However, we are going to get some punishment from it, but you've got to use the blades of grass, just the crest of the hill, but Little Boy lit up from that.
Law, second thoughts. Say, back it up real quick. We have the numbers. Let's just move up little by little. This is a big game for X Factor too. They are on their double points day. Influence Rage trying to double it up here as X Factor's trying to put something on the board, and they did take down Furia. Here we go. It's X Factor versus Influence Rage. Influence Rage not letting off the gas. The runovers coming on in, and they do get one. Angle on to Havlik. That's it. Influence Rage. 13 eliminations. They want even more than that, and that is X Factor done for. Huge game for Influence Rage.
14 eliminations on your double points day. A winner chicken dinner when it mattered so much to them. They had just fallen out of the top 5 in 6th place to answer back to Loops Esports, saying, no, not today.
Not today. You said 12 eliminations. I said 13. But you know what? Taylor said 14, dude. That's what I'm talking about. What a prediction, bro.
What? Dude, seriously, sometimes I got the crystal ball and it just tells me everything I need to know, except get a Roth IRA. One day I'll be getting that. Influence Rage, man, 14 eliminations. Spectacular. They finally wake up. Tip from 16th place to 12th place to 1st. Talk about switching it up.
I'll take it. I will take it. We said you gotta stop now. You cannot keep slipping. And when we start realizing what that looks like for them, it all kind of fell into pieces, right? We hit the rotations, we just focused on our positionings, and then you have Loops Esports. Of course, they picked up a couple of eliminations here, just only 3 before falling. So it's not like they just go out with a 0-point game, but it wasn't enough to keep Influence Rage at bay, especially when you go on a tear like that.
Yeah, that was a big tear. I mean, like, severe. It was incredible to see how well they were doing at a time that they needed to do it. I mean, we're talking game number 3 now. We reached a halfway point. We're very critical about Influence Rage all day, really, and even over the past couple of days about how they just simply have not been performing. Well, they finally do so. Now, for the other rosters, X Factor, good on them. 2nd place, right? They at least clean up their act a bit, Hot Jukes, but it's not the biggest game. Elimination-wise, they only get 5.
Yeah, only 5 eliminations. I mean, they finally got some placements, though, right? So
that's true.
I guess that's a step in the right direction. But, I mean, X Factor on their double points day, we need more. I mean, let's be real. I mean, they're in 10th place. We want to see them in top 5. There's still 3 more matches left to go. just like for Influence Rage. So they could definitely make it happen, but it's going to be hard to see, especially considering their hot drop on Sandhawk.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
That hot drop is going to be nasty, Tiff.
It did not go well yesterday.
Sure
It's
ran over.
not. You got a couple things here, but it was done and dusted within 10 seconds, and then the third party comes on in, and everyone tries to go their separate ways, but it doesn't really manifest into anything except all I can stare at is that 48 points. Woo!
That's it. That makes it worth it. They doubled their bonus points from last week. Influence Rage, well done. Hey, in order to get us talking good about you, just got to do good. That's all it takes. 14 eliminations, a winner chicken dinner, 48 points. That's going to put them in a great spot. Now, the thing is, though, right now you've got number 4 and you got number 3, which is Team Queso and Influence Rage, and they're both doing very well. Then you throw Twisted Minds in there, they're doing okay. So that gap now, Hot Chooks, is going to start to grow on the standings from all those teams trying to break into top 5. And now it's even exceeding outside of, just Group A or just Group B and C. Right now it's coming down to the point teams that are in the top 5 are just being consistent, and that's what it's going to take in order to achieve greatness, in order to achieve a PMGC slot. We look at the overall standings. Hot Chooks, what do you see?
Yeah, let's take a look at it right now. We're going to see Influence Rage jump themselves back up to 4th place, right where they belong, considering that it is their double points day. But here's the problem, right? Everybody's going to get their time to shine here, Taylor, right? We're going to see B, C, and D group up and get their double points coming up in just a couple days here. So, man, Influence Rage, this was a great start, but I still think they need a lot more. They're not done yet.
Not done yet. They can't be done, right? They need to continue to push. They're only 1 point away, Tiff, from catching up to Team Queso. They've got a little bit of distance to catch up to Team Liquid, but we're talking 40-plus point games. If they can consistently do that, which will not be easy, they can catch up to Team Liquid, maybe even Alpha7. Imagine if that happens.
They could, but both of those teams still have their double points day later in the week. I'm mostly worried about the teams that are below them, right? That are just unfortunately still waiting for their double points day. Like we are, yes, you gapped Loops Esports. You surpassed Twisted Minds, but what is the rest of this week going to look like if you maybe fall off again after this? So a brilliant game, but we need to keep going.
All right, let's see who's on the second page. We finally got some movement. X Factor jumps up to 10th place, passing AGG off the back of their second place with 5 eliminations. Again, that gap, though, to catch up the top 5 is pretty great. In fact, to be specific, it is, I believe, 120, maybe 100 and something points still to get up to top 5. It's not going to be easy, but they've got to make strides to do it. I think at this point, Hot Cheeks from X Factor, today is the day I just try to close that gap as much as possible, and then week 1 the final week, just make a heroic run, like really, really push hard to make it in the top 5. Today, top 5, probably not manageable, but at least getting close, that can happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you're X Factor, I think you're hoping for like double-digit chicken dinners for the rest of the day. I mean, I think that's what you need if you want to even a hope at top 5 at this point.
All right, well, there it is. 3 games done, and Sandhawk coming up next, which is going to be a lot of fun. We'll watch that hot drop, most likely between X Factor and Inco. Now, granted, remember, X Factor did avoid Inco during their first ever bonus points day. Do they do the same here? I think they absolutely should. I don't think a hot drop is worth it, but that's a conversation for the future. For now, we've got Sarpatch on site with Intense Games Ayuya after the heroic 1v2 clutch in game number 2.
Winner chicken dinner for IG Ayuya, my man. What a clutch. You are the last one, 2 teams remaining, and you still got the victory. Congratulations. How are you feeling after that victory? ¿Cómo te estás sintiendo después de la victoria? Felicitaciones. Porque estabas tú solo, ¿no? Tú solo, 2 equipos ahí, Team Queso y Loops. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Me siento espectacular. En verdad, estaba nervioso, sí, no voy a mentir, estaba nervioso porque estaba yo solo. Pero nos salió la win y vamos a seguir dando más wins.
Claro que sí. He said he's feeling spectacular. He's not going to lie. He was feeling nervous, but they got the win, they got the dub, and they're going to look for more victories. Do you think you guys are changing something for this week? ¿Están cambiando alguna cosa para esta semana?
En verdad, seguimos enfocados. Algunas cosas, estamos mejorando la comunicación, pero vamos a seguir dándole a eso y a mejorar. para las próximas partidas.
Yes, there's improving communications, some small details, but they keep improving for the next matches. Papi, buena. Let's go. Let's go, Nate. Vamos.
A 1,000 years ago, vampires, werewolves, and humans coexisted. Under the Dracula's tyranny, an alliance rose against him. On the brink of defeat, the Dracula went berserk, attacking all. Humans and werewolves sealed him in a castle, securing a fragile peace. Now, this peace is about to shatter.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season Day number 12. We've watched 3 spectacular games that included 2 Erangels, 1 Miramar. We've seen 1v2 clutches. We've seen the rise of rosters who, well, haven't performed well, at least over the past couple of days, bring in tremendous scores like 48 total bonus points, and that's just from 1 game. And we've also seen Alpha7 take a bigger lead, even over Team Liquid, who continues to underperform each and every map. But 3 more games to get through, and the stories will continue to develop, I'm sure of it. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes as well as Spider Tiff. We've got 3 more games to go, and Sandhawk is now the talking point. Hot Jukes, your big Ruins fight, right? Something we've been watching all the way since spring season. And this time around, it's Inco versus X Factor. X Factor keeping up with the old Hyper roster.
You know what? This fight's about to be spectacular, baby. It's about to be spectacular. I want to see it again, because why not? You know what I'm saying? Who cares about tickets to PMGC? You know, it's all about that Ruins battle, baby. You know, that's what you're going to put in your, you know, in your X bio, right? At the end of this year, right? I was the champion of Ruins.
Champions of Ruins more powerful than PMGC. Hey, you heard it here first from Hot Jukes. I like it. Spider Tiff, I would put that in my X bio if I were playing and I won a fight against professional players. It'd be something that's great. But let's be realistic here, right? For X Factor, this fight is a 50-50. Sometimes it goes okay, sometimes it doesn't against Inco. And at this precious point of time where they are trying to clear 100 points to break into top 5, I don't think that Ruins fight is worth it, as spectacular as it might be.
I don't think you should do it, but like at that point, where do we kind of go, right? Sandhawk, smaller map. And then you kind of have to run the risk of I back down from that. It's not that I'm scared, it's just I want to make the most of my double points. But it does also say that you kind of win the contest if I'm backing away from it. That makes sense. Like
giving up your spot. Giving up your spot. Who wants to do that? Hotchix, you want to give up that spot?
No, I want to say I didn't back down. You backed down, son.
See?
That's right.
It's a peacocking moment. You got to puff up your chest and go. Like,
thank you for describing that, because if you just would have left it a peacocking moment, I would have been lost. I would have been Googling it on the side, like, what in the world is she talking about? Peacocking moment.
It's the feathers, not the chest, but same concept. You just gotta go.
My nickname growing up was Bird Chest. I just didn't have a chest at all, man. That's why I started doing push-ups.
The lore,
and we started gaining.
the Taylor lore.
Yeah, what? I did a lot of bench press after that. No longer bird chest here. We're a full-on turkey, baby. All right.
That's right.
So
gobble.
But backing off a fight isn't too bad, Hotchukes. You look at Alpha7, for example, the best in the world, Esports World Cup, right? Winners. They were on Erangel. They were fighting at one location. X Factor continued to challenge them, and X Factor won that fight so many times. Alpha7, the champions of the world, gave up their initial drop to go somewhere else. I believe Georgia Pool on Erangel. And it paid off, and Alpha7's been playing better ever since. So sometimes even the best in the world have to give up their initial spots.
Listen, Alpha7's world champions, okay? All right?
Okay.
These guys are not. That's all I got to say about that. They're not the world champs, you know what I'm saying? You got to be the champs of ruins. That's what's the most important. You know what I'm saying? It's not like X Factor left the fight before and, got a couple eliminations on Influence Rage and had a decent Sandhawk, It's not like that happened before. You got to take on another team that's from your homeland, right?
Okay.
And cripple them as well as possibly even cripple yourself. That's the play.
So... Hold up, so crippling yourself is good as long as you cripple the opponents too. As long as
that's also from your region.
Okay, right on. North America, let's go. Well, let's see.
So violence. Violence
is always the answer, it seems. At least when it comes to Sandhawk, right? When it comes to the Ruins fight, I like it. I do. Speaking of stats from this week alone, though, I will give credit where credit is due to Mafioso. He has stepped it up quite a bit. Not that he needs to step it up, but he is currently the number1 leader when it comes to eliminations today alone. And Alpha7 has really benefited from that. Team Queso has also played very well today, Tiff. Kogoat is just keeping up with his, regular show, it seems. He's at 13 eliminations today alone, but then right below him is McGrellin. So the point is, Alpha7, Team Queso, highly consistent over the past couple of days. And I'm happy to see that because Alpha7 now is a major talking point. Team Queso is back into the conversation. And I missed them. For the longest time, the only thing we could really say about them was just a lot of negative things. Now it's all positive.
You just want to say positive things about people. You really don't like seeing teams perform bad. You said it earlier. You're like, I can't handle this anymore. I just need them. If everyone could do good, that would be great, right? That's pretty much the motto for you there, Reflections. But you're right. I mean, Kogoat, was it like 3,000 plus damage, just absolutely frying, especially with those eliminations. But if Alpha7 has 2 members of their team north of 10 eliminations just after 3 games, that just goes to show you the gap that they were able to put down on Team Liquid. It's what they really had to overcome yesterday, and now they've gone and done that to Team Liquid.
Yeah, well, and Team Liquid is really looking rough. Looking at the day leaders, TL is nowhere to be found. Matter of fact, I'm going to scroll down, and I really got to scroll. How far does it go down?
Just don't scroll down. Just stop. We can't take this anymore.
I actually don't. I don't see.
They're not even on there. They're not even in the lobby. I'm just kidding.
They're really not on there. Okay. Where'd they go? I don't see them at all. I mean, that's actually quite shocking. They're not in the top 50 players, which is wild to me, Hotchukes. But hey, that's I don't know what to say, brother.
Not good. It's not good.
Yeah,
not good.
Bad.
I mean, Team Liquid, what is happening? I don't know. I'm gonna have to DM, Coach Knight and
do it.
See what's happening at this point. You know what I'm saying? I think that they should be restricted meals for at least 2 days. Since
What?
they perform so bad, you know what I'm saying?
Is that what you would do if you were their coach?
No
Be like,
dinner.
no food.
No, that's
Only
it. That's it. You're
wins.
going to home. You're going to sleep hungry because you need to be hungrier tomorrow to get some eliminations.
Hey, yo, you're fighting to survive
Brutal.
at that point. Yo, bring out the X Factor. Not talking X Factor, the roster. If you don't eat, you gotta, play to survive. Jeez, man, hot chicks. That's some brutal coaching. Honestly, though, I'd let you be my coach. Why not? I could go a couple days without a meal. I need to lose about 10 or 20 pounds. You know,
right?
So.
You know what I'm saying? But hey, you know what? Hey, to the victor goes the spoils. And right now, Team Liquid, I mean, something's got to happen. Something's got to happen. They need a bounce back game here. If it could happen, it's in Sandhawk, right? Because if you get a good zone, no matter how bad of a position you're at, you could really, really take advantage of it. So I'm hoping it goes that way towards the Team Liquid. But be honest with you, I'm hoping it goes more towards Group A because they really still need to continue performing.
Yeah, they need it. Group A's been on the struggle bus. Influence Rage, granted, got off that bus, and they took their first stop, and they're loving life at the moment. Now they're getting back on the bus, and they're hoping to go to Palm Springs or something. Well, they're already in Sao Paulo. They're happy with where they're at, but I'm hoping they get 40 more points. Make things interesting, but for X Factor, definitely needs to step it up. I mean, good old NA. I really would lose my mind if, I don't know, maybe shave my head if North America gets a top 5 performance here and goes to PMGC. I think that'd be, I would, because I want to see NA win that badly. I want to see the
same
that way. And you're the same, man.
You
so
guys
let's
both
do it.
shaving your head? You guys are both doing it?
Let's all
I'm not
eyebrow
participating.
slit.
I'm not
Eyebrow
participating.
slit. Why not?
Eyebrow slit?
Right here.
That's a low bar, though. I think that's easier than shaving the head. Let's shave the head if North America makes a top 5.
You know what? If Inco Gaming does it, I'll do it.
Wow!
You know what I'm
no. Well, that's easy. They're in 13th place. Okay. All right, Inco Gaming, the pressure's on you now in your double points day. You got to clear 230 points to make it to top 5.
I'll get Juancho literally engraved right here, dude. You know, and then just balled up here. That's what we'll do.
Okay. All right. I like it. And you know what? Make a content piece out of it. Bring Juancho out. Make Juancho do it. How about that? How about this? If Inco makes it top 5, Juancho shaves the head and he engraves Juancho. Not engraves it into your head. That'd be painful, but at least into your hair. I think we could do that. That's great. So I'm actually out of this now, and this is really good. So Hot Jukes, you're taking all the pressure. If Inco can make it top 5, you're getting your head shaved with Juancho in your head. This is great, Hot Jukes. Thank you for taking on that bet.
That's right. I'll take it all day long, man. Because you know what? I want to see it. That would be a legendary run. Let's be real, right? And it's not like with double points, it's possible, right? It really is possible. But you got to give it all. You got to give it all you got. You got to give it all you got.
Got to give it all you got, and got to give it all you got here in the Ruins fight, and also on Sandhawk, which we'll be loading into very shortly. So big, a testament to X Factor here. I really want to see them. I do want to see them fight in Ruins, but I also want to see them give it up. I do. I want to see them take this seriously and play for longevity, play for the end zone, which is something they've been desperately missing out on. Their eliminations have been okay, but their top 3, top 5 placings, that just hasn't been existent, and it hasn't been for a while outside of the last map where they got second place. So X Factor, step it up. Let's see a big game here, much like Influence Rage just achieved. Hot Juke, Spider Tip, take it away.
Here we go. It's Sandhawk time, and my eyes are locked on Ruins. Let's see who's gonna win this battle. X Factor desperately need the points. Inco Gaming desperately need the points. Who's gonna get them though? That's the question. It looks like X Factor giving it up. Tip.
I'm telling you.
It looks
I
like
am
they're giving it
telling
up.
you. We were talking about this. I'm okay
Losers.
with it. No.
Losers.
No. I don't think so. I think this shows growth. Growth.
They gave it up, dude.
Maturity.
I'll tell you what.
Respect.
No, wait. No one dropped Ruins. No one did. X Factor didn't drop. Inco didn't drop. 2 North American teams. Both of them speak English. They're in person, right?
It's fine. It's
They
fine.
can have a talk. You know, they can have a little chit chat and say, hey, this is not working out. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? Both of them just say, we're going to give it up together. Because at the end of the day, nobody loses, right?
Hear me
if they
out.
both give it up.
You could make an agreement. You could strike a deal and be like, hey, like on double points days, I get Ruins. On your double points days, you get Ruins.
Ah, interesting. But what? None of them got ruins. So
I mean, fair.
How does that deal go?
I think X Factor's gonna rotate into it.
Okay, FS is in there, right? But maybe he went against the deal because they desperately needed the loot.
I don't back down to nobody.
Except to Inco, because they didn't hot drop. Very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, let's see. Let's see if it ends up working out for them.
Times are changing.
Like they say in the basketball game, right? Ball don't lie. Let's see what the point board. Let's see what the points say at the end of this one here.
I think I've watched one basketball game my entire life.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
I'll have to learn. You show me what the ball don't game or whatever you just said was.
Yeah, ball don't lie. Yeah, sometimes you go and if it's supposed to be in your possession and it misses, that means that guess what? You lied. You lied. So if X Factor go out early, then that means they should have dropped ruins.
All right, I mean, they're going. They're in there.
They are in there.
It just wasn't like a direct drop. I understand that with the center zone here on Sandhawk. Very typical. Everyone's spread out, but everything's this much closer together. So you find a weapon that you're comfortable with, and Furia already starting to poke and prod.
Yep. You can see Inco deciding to go towards Trifecta. Juancho was here looting all of this away from Furia, and the second he got shot at, he said, nope, I'm driving right across the water and getting with my squad. That is the right play. You know, that's something I want to see teams do more often too, is what we saw Revo do in Miramar, right? The second a squad pushed him up, he left immediately. And this guy was the MVP, right?
Yeah.
Of the world. So
there are reasons why that happens, right?
Even he realizes, like, I'm not going to take a whole squad by myself. It's just too risky. Right?
You don't want a 1v4 just on a normal day? Just a day 12?
No.
Not gonna just like put the team on your back. No, I know, exactly, right?
And you're in first place, and then he doesn't do it. That just goes to show, right?
It's like you don't have to be a hero. The team, you have to have the synergy, have their backs. Like, that situation is always gonna be skewed into your favor the moment you get on back with your team.
Yeah, people need to realize that this isn't like I'll be honest with you, that strategy works if you're like, if this was number one, like years and years ago, and if you're in like tier 4 groups, right? Where you could just like handle a whole squad by yourself. But I mean, at this level, you cannot deal with that, right? Just give up the real estate, let them have it, and just group up with your team and fight them later on. That's the play. And we just saw right there that the best team in the world, right? That's exactly what they do. So other teams need to start replicating that.
I'm telling you, it's all about the VOD reviews. You're talking about skipping dinners. I'm saying grab dinner, hit a VOD review, see what's working, what's not working, where are you tripping up at, which we know all of our teams are doing that, but making sure that you're identifying how you can make those changes and then actually implementing them so you avoid those mistakes are two completely different things. And for Influence Rage here, right off the back of that strong performance, that is what we needed to see out of them. Now, coming into Sandhawk, it gets a little more mixy, right? You found yourself dead center over in boot camp, just completely surrounded by everyone, which is a good position if that shift of the play zone stays in your favor, which you've really hedged your bets just by going dead center.
Yeah, I mean, this is a drop that they're really used to right now. Everybody should know exactly where they're at. I mean, this is where they always go. So Loops, you can see, is trying to maybe hunt down a straggler. Lorenzen's playing it very quiet. The zone does center up on the mainland, so that's going to be a rough one for squads like Furia. But at the end of the day, everything is working out. I mean, we're not seeing any hot drops, nothing crazy. And Loops, Neil Zada needs to play this very careful. He's getting a little bit too antsy here, I think. There's scouting, and then there's risky. And it's little drives like that could definitely get you punished.
I'm okay with it. Like, they're not on their double point save. They've done enough. Yeah, they're still outside of the top 5 now, but it's to be expected the moment that Influence Rage popped off, and you couldn't really keep counting on them just dropping 0 points. It's only a matter of time before they show us why they were there in the first place. But for NRG Galaxy, still on that outer edge. I'm a little worried about X Factor in this situation.
Okay. Why is that? What do you think? Where's X Factor? X Factor's
just ahead of NRG, like literally right ahead of them.
Right
and they're
on.
currently scouting it. They're seeing their rotations. I I don't know why. I'm just getting a little more hesitant about them because I love when they start taking engagements together and have like in most important, right? Just like watching them fight together. But I feel like NRG was doing something where they were just absolutely scouting it out. But also NRG really hasn't had the best day thus far either. So could be a good fight.
Yeah, could be a good fight indeed. Let's see what X Factor decides to do. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I lost hope and faith whenever they left Ruins, you know? I was like, Ruins has got to be the play. But they give it up. Let's see if it continues to work out. I'm just kidding, folks. I'm glad X Factor really did get away from that because it was just not paying off at all for either team. You know, it's just too risky. In order for it to pay off, you have to get a full squad wipe without losing a single person. But even then, that fight has happened so many times. Like, we're going to see every team know exactly where that fight is happening and how it's going to go down.
I mean,
right?
that's what happened yesterday. They got
Yep.
third-partied. Like, it just immediately was descended upon. So both of the teams that went there for the initial contest lost. And I think maybe after that, they're probably like, it's just not in our best interest to make that happen again. So it is respectable. And with that play zone centering up, like, this is already looking so much more in their favor.
And it only took them 2 weeks to figure that out, you know? Only took
true.
them 2 weeks.
That's true.
So let's see how these other 2 weeks are going to go down. Myth getting peppered up a little bit from Team Liquid. Team Liquid need a bounce back game here. They have a really good position in this zone, and the zone could continue to center up on them here. So they have a lot of high ground. They got to watch out though, because these buildings are weak from a lot of different angles here. So Chief, he's going to have that high spot there in the rock. He's getting that intel for the rest of the squad. I would rather see the rest of his team very grouped up on them. They could have possibly even gotten that knock and finish. But Team Liquid, you know, spreading out as much as they can, but they got to be ready for a push. And NRG is mighty close to them here.
I'm telling you, they just kind of kept on moving. Instead of forcing X Factor in, they like wrapped all the way around. And this is about the time that we start losing out on some of Team Liquid's players, right? One will get picked off, then maybe two. And next thing you know, they're a duo just trying to survive. So keep tabs on them, keep tabs on the feed, and see if something happens.
Let's see here. Let's see what happens here. The zone is starting to close, still very early, so teams don't have to worry about Blue Zone punishing them so much. But man, if you look at this circle, I mean, all the main locations are already taken.
Yeah, I mean, they were gone within mere minutes, and teams still all the way out. Navy SEALs more in particular, but this crawl up from NRG, especially if you're going to fire, you give away your location. Be nice if Team Liquid could pick up a couple of eliminations here, though.
That would be nice. Let's see what Ayala's going to do here. Ayala on the rock, trying to spot out NRG. Needs to play it quiet. No reason to take these shots right now, because if he gets that knock, there's no way they're pushing it.
I like that he checks to make sure no one's like moving in behind him, even at a distance.
Got to get those sight lines. This is all about information game right now. Yeah, you can see he's looking down that range, making sure there's no one pushing up on him, because this rock, if he gets knocked on top or any kind of angle, he's going to get thirsty immediately.
I'm a little worried. He's got 9Z, he's got NRG, VIP, and X Factor. Like, those are the teams, like, if you were just to look at the circle directly around side you, and I'm not even counting the Vicious, who are out there just behind NRG. So NRG is going to have to worry about two teams here in just a moment.
Oh, boy. Let's see right now as Ayala. Yep, very, very close to NRG. You can see that they're on the map. There are still a couple locations that are still available here. But, you know, Intense Game is refusing to move up a little bit more central. This could be a huge opportunity for Alpha7 to get into this next circle. But 10 seconds left on the clock. Everybody right now, this is that planning phase. You got to be able to know where you're going to go if the zone shifts away from you and have a plan of action, because in Sandhawk, there is no time to second guess anything.
So quick, right? You just have to like make your decision, stick with it.
Boom.
Those mere moments can cost you, but that circle update comes on in and wow, influence rage. Okay. That initial starting area starting to really pay off. And I wouldn't be surprised if teams start to look for a fight with that. That influence rage loops esports would be quite interesting. Honestly, though, Team Queso, they've been taking so many fights, taking them super quickly. They're going to be a huge threat.
Yeah, let's see how they decide to play this one here, because they right now for Team Queso, it's all about finding that right moment, right? If we see a team center circle get into a fight, push on in, get that third party going, soak up some points right now. But right now, there's a couple teams we're definitely keeping an eye on. Team Liquid's one of them. They've had an atrocious week in general. It's been crazy to watch them falter. Alpha7 are getting into it with quite a few squads. All Glory Gaming goes down just like that.
Wow.
Alpha7 pick up 2 on the Navy SEALs. And meanwhile...
That's that eastern side of things. Everyone was trying to move in on that.
Yep. Alpha7, they do find that open compound. And they're going to rock a little bit of a 2-2 split here. Ayala does get a knock. We're going to run out in the open here and try to get this thirst. Let's see if he does it. What's the rest of Team Liquid up to, though? That's the thing is, if they're going to start making moves like this, the rest of the team needs to be with them.
I'm a little uncomfortable. See, this is that overextension that I don't want to have happen, but you see Chief here still scouting, looking, trying to overlook, make sure someone doesn't appear out of nowhere and catch Ayala off guard. Mythic on the roof. So we've got other areas that we're still keeping in check with our teams, but just trying to get that full, is it worth it to extend out to that? Especially, I feel like almost NRG's trying to set a trap with it.
Yeah, let's see what happens, though, because 24K is going to throw that smoke out. Ooh, Team Queso getting into it with Inco. But see, it's just Ayala. The rest of the team is not committing to this, and that is very dangerous for Team Liquid. If Ayala gets knocked, he's getting thirsted 100%.
He's been waiting for this, though.
Good nade.
Here goes the res. More nades being invested. We're sticking it, though.
Yeah, I think the rest of the team should have committed to this at this point. Just clear your backs out first, and then get moving. You have the blue zone to your advantage, but Team Liquid are just going to hold this split for now. That's going to give, NRG a lot of breathing room. Oh, but Spec gets re-knocked. That's going to be tough.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine for now. Not for NRG, but for Team Liquid especially. It's just vicious. It's wrapping around NRG and causing them a little bit of collapse over there on that edge.
See what happens. Casper. Yeah. Thinking he's behind the rock, but he's not. Ayala putting himself in a good position. Next zone about to go ahead and pop. Where are we going? Because this fight does need to ring out. Yes, it does. The zone does center up. And now this is why I wanted Team Liquid to actually take this fight. Because now they have to worry about NRG behind them as the zone's going to start pushing them out.
NRG, though, down to a duo. Spec still on the ground. Fate done and dusted. It's Casper and 24K that really have to make a play. And Ayala, who's been waiting for these eliminations, is still out kind of roaming, trying to find them. Over the crest of this hill, he's got to find the boulder, but you see the DBS out. I'm like, ooh.
Rest of the team should have already been here. This fight should have been done. They could have been prioritizing center circle, but now Ayala's stuck. He can't just run to the rest of his team. So that's going to cripple Team Liquid here, unless Ayala's able to make a play sooner rather than later. Here comes the zone.
I mean, Ayala's got it. He's going to be fine. NRG's going to have to move. We pretty much have Casper and 24K, but if Team Liquid had grouped up on this, they win this with numbers advantage with ease.
Well, see what happens here as, yeah, you can see Mythic try to get some shots downrange. Casper still holding that rock. Let's see if Ayala's able to make it to his team alive. That's going to be the key here. He just cannot afford to get shot in his back and thirsted.
I mean,
Casper's going to eat a lot of blue. Yep.
He is, but if he takes down Ayala for it, but immediately that cross that we've been talking about, having your teammates back, Team Liquid did one thing right with this setup, is to constantly have that information, and it's only a matter of time before that fall. 24K has gone elsewhere and started to focus on other teams, but he gets knocked, so it's just Casper left for NRG Galaxy.
Yeah, Casper going to go down to blue zone here. Rest of the teams, Team Liquid does end up getting the better of that one for now. Very, very fortunate for him. And we're going to keep an eye inside the circle. Alpha7 are actually in a good position as well, as this zone is closing. Let's see. Team Liquid were able to make it into this circle safe. Very fortunate for them. And now it looks like they might have to deal with VIP on the way in.
I mean, it's still pretty good. The fact that they've even done that, being alive. Loops here. Rafina down to the final 2 for them. Intense game, a duo as well. A lot of our teams are down to either duos or solos, and Team Liquid on that rotation have set their sights onto VIP. X Factor, though, they want to get into the mix. They've shown up, the vehicle, take the building, and This is a third party that you have to be very aware of, especially if we can get Capri's back up on the feet.
Baton got the nade in there, and it connects onto Strap. So clutch. Whole team of X Factor in the closet right now, holding it down, just trying to find the timing. And yeah, here comes Team Liquid, gonna start pushing onto VIP. There's gonna be a huge battle on this side of the circle. And let's see how it decides to ring out. Team Liquid finding a spot. They're gonna hold this for now, as a lot of teams are gonna have to start pushing into the zone from the east side.
We got the res though, so that's all good. So we have not lost anyone to being full just yet, and have like Team Queso from a distance, a neighboring vicinity, starting to put the pressure on, but it's going to allow Team Liquid to really descend upon X Factor, deny them their double points, and take the well-needed eliminations.
I mean, they definitely need it. They need a bounce-back game in general here. They could double up like their whole week's performance with just this one game.
Stop, they could.
It's so crazy. It is so crazy to say, but you know what? When it comes to bounce back games, if it's going to happen, Sandhawk is the best place to do it, because you could get a ton of eliminations and good placement points. Team Liquid got blessed with this hard shift, but Capri's with the laser grenade, the heat-seeking missile, connects onto Cardoso, and Mythic, gets pieced up from the side too. This is terrible for Team Liquid.
I mean, that's Team Queso from a distance doing that, right? Team Queso never afraid to fight. So strong. Have only picked up one elimination thus far. Elsewhere, Influence Rage and Loops going at it, but Influence Rage take down their nemesis of Loops. Twisted Minds fall with 6 eliminations, and Team Liquid still trying to hit the regain.
Still trying to hit the regame indeed. There goes Intense Game. We're seeing teams drop like flies here. Meanwhile, VIP happy to just sit in their spot. All three of these teams do not want to run out in the open, because Team Queso is just looking for the cross, looking for the opportunity to third party this. Let's see what happens as the zone is starting to close. Yeah, Furia are going to go out to the blue zone here. And you're going to see Alpha7, man. Alpha7, this is where they work best, with the blue zone to their backs, and all they got to worry about is everybody in front of them. And this zone is going into a very, very open area.
Alpha7 are going to inherit so much of this space, right? We just want to make sure we clear out Furia. It happens. 0 eliminations for them. Everyone's still trying to fight their way in, but it's Alpha7 that's going to take early precedence there. Influence Rage and Team Queso, that's going to be the next big thing that's going to happen here in this game. It's a matter of time, though. Now, Team Queso could try to third party whenever engagement is going down, but we always forget about 9Z there on the south side of things, starting to put their attention towards Alpha7.
But they did get a player knocked out of the vehicle and instantly thirsted. Carrillo now gonna have to put the pressure onto 9Z. I don't think they saw that coming. They lost Mafioso very early because of that. And now McGrellan's gonna get mollied.
What?
Forced to hop out of his secure area and gets toasted. Carrillo finally takes out 9Z, but they lose 2 players in the process. Big fight. X Factor, double points day, getting shot through the window. FS just trying to survive.
They really are. VIP Esports eliminated. Team Liquid has to get on out, but you got Cardozo down. It's just Chief and Ayala left, and sure, we can find some moments from behind, but Team Queso from a distance are going to be the real thorn in their side. Team Liquid down and out with 4 eliminations, and X Factor likely to fall here to Team Queso.
And that is it. X Factor get 4. Double that up. That's going to be some okay points. They need a lot more, but the team that's alive right now, that all eyes are on, it's going to be Influence Rage. On their double points day, had a monster game. They have 4 eliminations so far. They have all the angles in the world. They have the numbers. Can we see a huge back-to-back chicken dinner?
I would love a back-to-back from them, especially when you get 48 points from your last game. You're on Sandhawk. You've had the pull come to you every single time. You knew that you were going to have to take this fight against Team Queso, and you know what they did? They picked them apart early on, and with Alpha7 still having Team Queso in their sights, the issue is they almost need the help from Team Queso to use their numbers and focus on Influence Rage.
Absolutely right. Influence Rage with their numbers, they should win this game. They should have it in the bag here. It is their game to lose. They don't have the zone, but they have the numbers. You can see Lorenzen starting to get those angles, looking to try to get some shots on the Revel. Carrillo is that anchor position, though. but he is stuck. He's stuck in that spot. He's not moving a muscle. I mean, it should be all Influence Rage here.
Patience, though. They don't want to mess this one up, even with the numbers. We saw it get stacked completely against a team earlier, Intense Game in particular. They took that 1v2, but it's Revo who gets an initial knock onto Little Boy with that frag. Law immediately hopping on the reset.
Little Boy knocked. Oh, Big Milo gone. Revo needing that elimination. That's 8 so far. Carrillo goes down. That's all she wrote here. Revo gonna need to pull off a crazy play. He tries to get the 1v1. Here come the numbers, and he's out of there. Back-to-back chicken dinners for Influence Rage on their double points day.
This one with 6 eliminations. It doesn't have to be flashy. The double points will do the work. 10 for that winner chicken dinner. We're looking at 16 times 2, 32 points. Woo! We got 48 last game, 32 this time. This is the turnaround that we really needed. Reflections. What are we doing? We celebrate in the background? We throwing
I'm
down?
happy. I want a jersey. Influence Rage. I'm jumping on board, even though at the start of the day, I was definitely against you guys. Look, great job. Seriously, incredible. Back-to-back Hot Chooks. That is something to talk about. And on top of that, 20 total eliminations. So Influence Rage, Team Queso, 2 names that have been quite familiar over the past couple of maps. They're performing very, very well. But Influence Rage now are solidifying themselves a very solid top 5 spot now. They're catching up to potentially even that of second place. I am very happy with their performance, and I'm glad that they finally woke up.
I mean, it just goes to show you that it's never too late. It is never too late, especially with these double points right here. You know, one team in particular that I also had my eyes on here, Taylor, was Team Liquid. What'd you think about them?
Team Liquid, right? So 4 eliminations, 5th place, okay? Much better than what they've done in the past. They finally look like they woke up, and I do like the fact that they were getting the reses and also pushing up when they needed to, and looking like a team that actually wanted to play. I think they've been asleep at the wheel for a little bit too long at this point, but finally they're starting to fight as a team, but I don't think they're looking like the Team Liquid that they were before. And after all, Team Liquid has not placed top 3 yet. This is now game number, what? 10 in a row where they have not placed top 3. So Hot Chooks, when you question that, it starts to get a little bit serious. You go from Team Liquid consistently being top 3 in every single game, basically, to now no longer being top 3 in 10 games in a row, Hot Chooks?
That is a dry run that I have not seen before, especially from a team like Team Liquid. So, I mean, it goes to show you that, yeah, it is never too late. They could have like a back-to-back crazy performance on their double points day like we just saw here from Influence Rage, and that'll put them back in a really good position. But with Alpha7 playing so consistent, no matter what day it is,
yeah,
they're going to be hard to catch up to.
Brother, they are looking great. And Tiff, they score 14 points. They'll take that to the bank. They're happy with it, especially with them already being in first place. But Influence Rage, the big story here, almost 80 points now in the past 2 games based off of eliminations and 2 winner chicken dinners. I mean, they are making a historic run at this rate. First place, I don't know, could be a possibility.
Hey, very well could be. You were talking about that they only had, 24 points on their last double points day? We have already exceeded expectations here in week number 3, and it came at the perfect time. We still have, 2 more maps to go. We're going back to Miramar and Erangel, and they have 2 more chances to try and make the most of this with already back-to-back wins. So I'm impressed. I'm happy to see it come into this because I was like, dude, we've got to be doing something. If Team Liquid's not going to clutch it on up, let Influence Rage do it.
Yeah, really. VIP, by the way, will score 12. That's their best game of the day. Good on them. So Group A waking up a little bit here and there. Influence Rage clearly the main talking points. On this list, we do see Furia get a 0. Now, that is an interesting talking point. Furia at one point was cruising in top 5. And I say cruising not in a good way. They literally were cruising. And now, because of that, they have dropped down quite a bit, all the way to 7th place, 65 points away from breaking into top 5. And now I do start to get concerned. And well, Hot Jukes, there's some big moving pieces. Influence Rage continues to jump up and shockingly less than 30 points away from TL.
Oh my goodness. This squad just went from 6th place to 3rd.
Yeah.
Just like that. And you're right. I mean, they are so close to Team Liquid because they cannot get it going. If one more good game from Influence Rage, they're going to clear 100 points. And it's so crazy that they could do that in just 3 games. Influence Rage are proving just how powerful these double points days can be, even if you had a rough start.
Yeah, Diego, Lorenzen, just 2 players doing so very well with 9 eliminations apiece. Lil Boy just below them in 14th, total for today, sitting at 8. I mean, everybody's doing their job. Everybody's, serving their purpose, and it's paying off. I would not think Tiff, at least at the start of the day, Influence Rage would overtake the likes of Team Liquid or even be in this position, but here they are, and it's so nice to see them wake up. The reality is, Tiff, right, if they can get up to 2nd place, that could, at least very well could at least help them solidify a top 5, even if their next week is lackluster.
It really could. I mean, I'm looking at it. They had a huge damage differential in that last game. So you stayed really healthy while dealing 1,100. But you come on over to the second page here. X Factor on the move, straight above NRG Galaxy. And, they're getting double points today. They haven't really made the most of it, kind of in comparison with Influence Rage. They could really skyrocket up, but still moving and trying to trend towards that first page is quite nice.
Sure, it is. I would love to see them there, regardless if they make top 5 or not. Being on front page again for North America, it's a long time. It's been a long time coming. I want to see it happen once again. Influence Rage, just standout team. Alpha7 continuing to stay consistent. The biggest surprise, Team Liquid, again, 10 maps in a row. They have not been able to secure a top 3 finish. Very unorthodox, not usual. I'm hoping for Team Liquid, though. That last game woke them up a little bit. 5th place, 7 eliminations. We'll take that. And they did look a little bit more confident in their ability to push forward. Let's see if they can do it in the final game of the day. And speaking of games, hey, you out there in the chat, I hope you're enjoying today's games. And more importantly, I want to let you know about the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. Are you a student? If you are, register your squad to compete for $15,000 and a slot into the PMSL Spring 2025 qualifiers today. That's right, you might have a chance to have us cast or host over you. That would be a tremendous, honor, at least for myself, especially if you're a student. Signups close tomorrow at 9:59 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 12:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So get involved, get signed up. Look, the opportunity to compete is there, and more importantly for you, it's free. So register now, and a chance to win $15,000. To learn a little bit more about it, hey, check out this video. It'll tell you everything you need to know. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day 12. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and what a day it's been. I've been saying that coming back from every break because it really has been a great day, not even just for Group A in terms of Influence Rage, but for multitude of different rosters, Team Queso being one of them, who's been highly consistent over the past couple of maps. Great to see them finally coming into the fold. That excites me. Team Queso, they don't have their bonus points coming for at least a couple of days now, but they're at least getting warmed up for that and maintaining their spot within the top 5. But the big conversation is Influence Rage. How far can they go from 6th place now all the way up to 3rd? Is 2nd place within their run? And if that's the case, Team Liquid would have fallen from 1st place all the way to 3rd, and at one point starting the week had a 100-point lead over them. So this is a big change. Let's bring in our casters. Of course, I'm talking about Hot Jukes and Spider Tip. We're loading into Miramar once again. Map number 4. The last time we were here, Intense Game won this beautiful 1v2. Hot Jukes, a 1v2 was won. Intense Game get their first winner chicken dinner, and they were hyped.
Oh man, they were so stoked, and you could even tell. Hayuya in the interview, he was like, "I was nervous, dude. I was trying to make it happen," and they did. You know, we still haven't seen much out of them since that game. You know, but it's progress, and that's all I want to see from these teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboards.
We'll take what we can get. Okay, we'll take
Right.
what we can get. Speaking of
let's
which,
see it
Tip.
again.
Oh,
I wanted to see
bring it
again.
back.
The tease.
I thought I was
The
gonna see
What are we doing here?
Oh.
Hey, the teeth. Okay, here it is, Tiff.
Yes.
Talk me through it.
What do you mean? I don't want to talk. It's a moment of silence.
1, 2.
See ya. And then the 360 to be like, I did that. What do you mean?
Plays like that make me meow, just straight up, man. And my cat gets concerned because, like, what are you saying? You know, I'm
Can
like,
you just go ahead and just hit us with the meow that you're talking about?
Okay.
What is that?
Hey.
What was that?
It's the way that I speak to my cat, and I tell you what, my cat talks back. I've got it. Cat knees is on point, baby. I love my cat. I really do. Sophia, she's my baby girl. Will always be my baby girl. Big Sophia. Well,
It sounded like Sophia had that M4. You know what I'm saying?
what? Sophia better not have an info. I'd be a big concern. Hey, okay. Hey, check it out. We're going into map number 4. I'm excited for it. Map number 5. Excuse me. Now, hey, big talking point as well as Team Queso because of their consistency. They've been great. Now, Tiff, right back at you. Remember on Miramar, 2nd place performance from Team Queso, 13 eliminations, and they haven't slowed down. They're keeping the momentum from that game going. They're going into another Miramar. I'm feeling good about their chances.
I really am too. I kind of thought Team Queso was initially going to win that Miramar, but they start getting their numbers dwindled down in the final 3 team fight, and then next thing you know, Intense Game just puts them on skates, I guess, and just shows them who's boss. But we come back to Miramar today, and I'm like, all right, here's your second chance.
Here it is, right? Second chance to make something happen. For Team Queso, I hope they do perform here. And for Influence Rage, as much as I'm a fan of Team Liquid, I'm loving this story today about Influence Rage. I want to see how far they can go. In fact, I want them to challenge Alpha7 in 1st place. So that's going to be a tall order, but at least passing Team Liquid would be a meteoric rise up the standings. Let's see if they can manage to make it happen. Hot Chick Spider Tip, take it away.
Let's see if it's gonna happen. A Postal online once again here as we got a nice northern playing path. These teams are hoping that this zone stays here as opposed to a hard shift down south. But man, I mean, what a run we've seen today, Tiff. I mean, Influence Rage in 2 games almost hit 100 points. How crazy is that?
I mean, you think about the only teams that have had really solid bonus points days before this was Alpha7 and Team Liquid, right? Team Liquid still has the most of any team in terms of those bonus points, with Alpha7 now being surpassed by Influence Rage. Of course, things will shift considering Group A is the first team this week to have those, but I would love to see Influence Rage keep on moving forward. And I'm just trying to see, what did they do on that first initial Miramar? Well, that was back when they were dropping a couple zeros. They had a 0 on Erangel, a 0 on Miramar. So only up from here. And, well, I mean, they're moving.
They are moving indeed. They are zooming and moving. And you can just see them off the rip, getting looted up. And we have a nice northern circle here. That's a big mix up from what we've seen in the past. So a good zone, especially for teams like Loops, and RG. They're not gonna have to move too much from here. But man, we still need to see Team Liquid step it up. They have been silent for way too long. Maddie almost got knocked out the sky right there. That's gonna hurt.
Wait, you remember what we saw from them in particular on a most recent match? I mean, the most recent Miramar didn't even have weapons, an intense game, kind of scouted them on out.
Oh my gosh, dude. I mean, this is what I was talking about, though. Remember, I started mentioning it before. I was like, if you keep performing this bad, you're gonna get hunted. And honestly, it's gonna be a valid strategy, especially for teams that need these double points, like the Vicious.
I don't even blame them. I don't blame them.
Just do it, right? Just make it happen. Oh, David, hit him out the vehicle. Please. One more. This is it. Dialing in the range. That one's not gonna do it. Ah, disappointed.
I'm still waiting. I don't care.
Ugh,
I'm
runs out of
invested in the
ammo.
shots. It's totally fine. Well, you start to think about where we're actually going in terms of Miramar, and you're seeing some glimpses of it here from the Vicious, which means we are very close to where that play zone is, that edge of it, right? Well, we are going towards the north, like you were saying our teams wanted us to go, in NRG Galaxy, 9Z, Loops, all looking pretty nice up there in the north.
Yes, they are looking very, very nice right now. And as I'm looking, you can see these teams setting up in their positions, looking good. Nothing out of position just yet. And we're still on Latin Kings Navy SEALs, man. These guys, we're still waiting to see them bust out another big chicken dinner. But hopefully on their double points day, because we've seen in just 2 games alone how much of a jump teams could make. And they can still do it. Like, Influence Rage, imagine if they had a quad win back-to-back.
Stop. Like, that would be historic for them.
I mean, if they did that, I'd really be worried if I'm Team Liquid. But at the end of the day, you got to look at that overall bonus points leaderboard. And I still think that, Influence Rage still have a lot of work to do.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we're just tying a team that's only on 2 bonus days, right? So it's going to keep shifting. So just because we've won 2 back-to-back, I'm not taking anything away from that. You just have to be flawless from here on out and then make the most out of your next and last bonus.
That is correct. And right now, X Factor on their double points day as well. They need to win these last 2 games. Let's be real, right? If they want any shot at top 5, they got to win these 2 games here and now, because that's what's going to help make up those 4 performances they've had before. Even if they show consistency coming up soon, all these other teams are going to have their double points day. So if you're X Factor, the pressure is definitely on you.
For X Factor, yeah, 100%. I mean, we're still sitting in 9th place, 128 points back. I hate saying that because I feel like that's a mountain that you have to climb. But based off just 2 decent wins, you can achieve a lot. We saw it with Influence Rage still working to solidify themselves. So X Factor, it's all about hitting that positioning for the end game, but you will be one of the last teams to make that rotation in from the western side of things. NRG's moved in, Alpha7's moved in, VIP on your screen, still ahead of the path.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, it's definitely a long road. It can be crossed, but I mean, we're gonna have to see something special from these teams. And honestly, you have to see it from them right now, especially, like I'm talking about X Factor, 466 points in total. They could, if a good couple of games here, they could rocket launch themselves another 80 points, and that still means that they have a lot of work to do, but it'll be a lot more palatable, right? A lot more possible for them to sneak into one of those top 5 positions if they can do that.
All right, Vicious. Not too bad on the leaderboard right now, but I'm worried for Team Liquid. David out here putting the pressure. You see that HP bar go down so incredibly low, but Reyes will likely get punished from that extension.
It's all about Ayala. From this roof, he has to make it happen. He gets the knock on a Reyes. That's big. They may lose a player, though, in the process. Yeah, Cardosen might get thirsted. Ayala can't afford to lose him. They need to win this fight. The Vicious on their double points day. Ooh, looking like they're not going to get the better of this one. That's a perfect molly to push him out the house. And now it's just one single player. You got to push, man. You have no choice. Just run forward. Make the play.
They hit the pickup. They did enough damage here. And that push, the timing, the 2-to-1. You've got to do what you got to do. Regardless, Team Liquid walks away with 4 eliminations. This is, I mean, I'm not going to say it's like groundbreaking or anything, but I feel like we're starting to get back on the path that we need for Team Liquid.
Man, what a start. If you're a Team Liquid, you could not ask for a better beginning. 4 eliminations. I mean, this is so different from what we've seen. Like we said, the mass, 8 games? So maybe Team Liquid, after that Sandhawk, are finally starting to fire on all cylinders.
All right, well, Influence Rage already on the up and up from today. Still trying to figure out where they want to position themselves towards this next area here on Miramar. I'm nervous for teams like Twisted Minds, who have done pretty well on Miramars in the past, especially when you've got to like situate yourself.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds. We haven't talked about Twisted Minds pretty much at all today. You know, they've been just kind of putting up some points here and there. Hopefully we can see them, you know, have a big performance on their double points day here. But they're still in the fight. I mean, they're still in this. They're sitting in 5th place. Right now, what they're looking for is just consistency, right? Just minimum, you know, 6 points a game. If you can do that, I think you're going to be in a good position if you're Twisted Minds.
Well, Influence Rage getting that well-needed information as we pull up that play zone to see where that shift's going to occur. X Factor finally getting out of blue on that northern side of things, just above Furia and NRG. The shift comes in, and Team Liquid staying alive, taking that fight, puts them dead center of the next one alongside Influence Rage and Twisted Minds. Loops could be a big threat there, especially with Alpha7 on that northwest. But Alpha7's going to have so many issues alongside Furia, NRG, potentially X Factor, and even deciding on where 9Z wants to go.
Yeah, next zone does shift on south here. So intense game. Inco going to get a little bit of a break as they don't have to push so far into this next zone. But, you know, Alpha7 are in the mix. Influence Rage have a nice little decent position in here. Influence Rage looking to continue on that tear they're on. NRG looking to get into an early engagement with Furia. They have them surrounded, but they're starting to collapse onto Casper. The rest of the team needs to start pushing here.
All right, well,
there's the teamwork.
I mean, Casper down, Fate down. Not looking too great for NRG here, especially with Furia.
Well, 24K's out of position, big time. Like, he's just out of this fight completely.
This is just... Wait, do we stick this res? Do we get it? Get back up on your feet, join the fray. Now we start to get more of our numbers stacked because Arturzan can kind of start the healing process while Silence is like, I'll barrel forward, no big deal. Spec in the vehicle unless he picks up one. No, just a bit of scouting.
This is just not looking good for NRG. They just got to work on their fight timing. I mean, they put themselves in good spots positionally, but like when to push together, right, is the problem. Because 24K, if he would have just been a few feet up, he could have been there to kind of help the team out, put some suppressive fire from up top. But since he was just a little bit on the back foot, and that's hard to do. Like, it just takes practice, synergy of knowing where your teammates are going to be, when to push. And yeah, NRG get into an early fight, but they just lose too early.
Yeah, their fights just have not looked very cohesive today. So it's kind of unfortunate for them, but albeit they can just bounce back tomorrow. Have faith in them to turn some things around. They don't see their double points day until the end of the week because they're in Group D, but we shift a bit towards the south. So a lot of our teams have already focused on hitting that rotation. It makes Team Queso's move a lot less. And despite 24K keeping tabs on Furia, I think we just lay low. But then again, Furia could just sight him out, catch wind, and lob a nade up there. Next thing you know, it's over.
Yeah, that is correct. When it comes to NRG at this point, honestly, I want to just see them like almost just play 4 like side by side. Just go back to the basics. See, like the way Furia is moving together? I think if NRG does that, they can win so many engagements because they have the gun skill. But yeah, they do these separate strategies that they're just not, I think, prepared for at this point. Because they can do those fights, they can win some 1v1s here and there, but yeah, they're fighting against a team who's just really well grouped up. They're just gonna get picked apart one by one, and we're seeing that happen here now.
I mean, they're so far out. So far. Just trying to get on into the next area. Even intense game. Like, I don't hate it. Yes, you've got to contend with Team Queso. You got Big Milo that's already split off looking for a position, finding themselves very separated. Alpha7 looking like a Reaper over on the west side. They're going to be a heavy hitter, obviously. Already scary enough to fight, but if you're staying split over there and Alpha7 comes lurking, they don't have any eliminations yet. They want to get working.
Oh, yeah. But you know, Alpha7 have definitely been a team that we see that are just, they're so patient, right? They really start those engagements later on. The only time you see them take a fight early, if it's just so obvious. Like, they know for a fact that they can finish that instantly. They don't got to worry about third parties. They'll do it. But other than that, they try to avoid it at all costs. They want to stay in that end game, and they want those consistent points, and they're getting them.
They have been so consistent. It's I would be so happy if I was them, but I mean, I know that they perform at a certain level, that they just know where they need to be, considering they know what it takes to win, especially on the global stage for sure. But right now, just kind of scooting along, making their way into that next play zone. Team Queso, intense game. We already kind of highlighted it. They'll be in the spaces nearby where they need to go. And then Team Liquid, that next inner barrier. But they've already fended off one fight. Would love to see maybe some more action for them so they can test their team fighting yet again.
Yeah, let's see if that test is going to happen sooner rather than later. Furia is moving mighty close to Alpha7 here. Arthur's yeah, avoiding that engagement. Sticking close by, keeping an eye on them, but not trying to fight, especially while teams are rotating. So we can see now as the zone is starting to close on in. Hacienda del Patron is still in play here. That'd be a crazy fight to watch. But meanwhile, slow and steady wins the race. Only team out is the Vicious. And that is one of our Group A squads we're keeping an eye on. But Influence Rage, 1 elimination so far. I mean, not a bad start.
It's really not, but look at this. Alpha7 moving straight in across the way from Team Liquid. They can just stare at each other for now. And we know how clean Alpha7 is on those mid to long range engagements too, so don't want to peek windows for too long.
No, you do not. And you can see Team Liquid grouping up together here. Inco getting a knock onto Obscure. Chief, yes, dead staring at Alpha7. Neither of these teams want this engagement because this is such a huge point of interest. If that fight goes on, there's going to be a third party. But now, yeah, Team Liquid are chilling in Hacienda. Alpha7 going to have to start making a push. But instead, Team Liquid said, nope, let's leave it. Let's find a more central position.
It's respectable. I don't blame them for doing that as long as they stay together on that rotation and don't get picked off. That was a lot of the minor mistakes that they were making, and you have to keep an eye on that, especially if other teams are going to be looking to rotate on in. Furia is still from the outside looking in. You got X Factor nearby. NRG falls. Twisted Minds, okay.
All right, all right. Starting to see some moves happen here. Furia. Yeah, Furia are going to be holding it down. Licking their wounds. They should be able to get this full reset. Yeah, NRG going down is definitely going to hurt. One more game left to go. Anything can happen. Team Queso on fire, man. I will say this has been probably one of the most consistent teams. These top squads need to keep an eye out for them on their double points day, because if Team Queso pop off, they could easily take the lead very, very quickly. But it is going to...
replay.
Yeah, that replay was crazy.
Super clean from a distance. 9Z, though, they've been flying under the radar. We kind of talked about that. We always want more from them, and you got VIP on the other side. This cheeky angle here with the frag, and we're just kind of letting our teammates get whittled down, while it's a little unfortunate because AGG wants to come into this too.
Yes, they do. And All Glory Gaming need a big game here. VIP throwing some nades out. They don't want to be throwing out all their util. They need to be a little bit patient here. They need, because right now you see them throwing nades at 2 different fights, and they can only take 1. They can't do a 2-2 split. They should just use their numbers, push 1 building, clear it out, and then go from there. But instead, yeah, they're going to try to leave this. Yeah, they're going to leave this fight altogether and just try to find a position in zone. Very risky. This is a full blind send for them.
All right, I mean, taking the shots from a distance, but They're running, and I can't say I blame them. They've already lost out on 2 players. They want to hit that rotate, play the long game, maybe grab some placement points from it. But VIP, in the meantime, on that rotate, we're crushing some of Loops. You pop on out, you take the DBS to him. Now, Loops had one of the strongest performances yesterday. You can't let this happen to you, Nino.
Yeah, and it's just Nino all by himself. Oh, gonna hop in the vehicle and try to find a hay bale to hide behind for the rest of the game. All Glory Gaming is down to 2 as well. Players getting picked apart all over the place. Now you can see them just holding it up here and trying to catch Aragod. Maybe get a couple elimination points. Ooh, not able to get the knock though, unfortunately. Like, I don't understand. If you're AGG, like, I think you really need to be just pushing this edge and trying to clear out these stragglers. Just get any points on the board at this point. I mean, you're sitting in 11th place. You need all the eliminations you can get.
Oh, VIP. Risky indeed. Well, that smoke doesn't dissipate sooner rather than later, and we just kind of keep that overlook. That solo over there from Loops. We know.
Yes, we do. Loops. That final player can still make things happen. Inco are in the center of the circle. This could be a good game for them. Team Queso in a decent position. Team Liquid as well. Looking for a double point squads. X Factor's there on the south. They're going to have to fight Furia here and now.
All right.
They got to push their way in.
That's going to be messy. We were talking about these potential collapses that were going to happen. I mean, if I'm Navy SEALs, I'm gifted a rotation. I get to make my choice of where I go, who I descend upon, especially if that fight with Furia and X Factor breaks out. You know, intense game. And Team Queso has been doing so much involvement in these types of fights with the third party without even having to leave.
Let's see what happens here. As this is the calm before the storm. 2 minutes left on the clock. This zone is closing. Alpha7 are going to have to move into the circle. You know, that chaos is going to start ripping through here. And now here we go. Yeah, Loops Nino all by his lonesome. Trying to find some eliminations. Oh, he sees a smoking car. Can he blow it up? Oh, instead switches on over to the bus. He knows that thing goes slow.
It's stylish.
But look at that, 40 eliminations. 40 bullets. That's all he has.
I was going to say, 40 eliminations is absolutely massive. And
that was huge.
Don't know if that's real, but Karila here, Alpha7 elsewhere from Twisted Minds, going through it, Loops the solo, gets found out. Still so many of our teams healthy here. Except for Carrillo. Last standing for Alpha7.
Carrillo all by his lonesome. You can see Guizal trying to throw some nades on in. Twisted Minds looking to get busy here. This could be a good one. Oh, he got caught holding it for way too long. And now the rest of Twisted Minds need to start making this push. Oh, they get the thirst. And look like they're going to be able to save their teammate as well.
Look, they've been flying under the radar so long today that they are sick of it. They want to show us something here on Miramar. Job's not done for the day. Oh, yeah. Okay, Federal. I see that push from AGG try to come through the last stand, but not going to be enough. Now on 6 eliminations, you got Team Liquid over there in the distance, the formidable foes. Team Queso on the other side, but here's what you were talking about. Furia and X Factor had to run into each other.
Yes, they did. And X Factor need this, but unfortunately they're down to 1 player already. It is not looking good. Let's see if this final player can make something happen, but it's not looking likely as Havlik, gets shut down. So Furia, 5 eliminations so far. Now going to start putting some pressure onto the Navy SEALs as they still have an entire squad up.
Okay. I mean, look, you walked right into the south side. You claimed it for yourself. You've had a ease of passage thus far. Alpha7 not going to make it. Intense game out in blue falling. And Team Queso grabs a couple of them. And you see Team Liquid, not a whole lot of shelter there. Of course, Chief inside the little shack here. But ooh, when you've got Team Queso on your south, Twisted Minds in the north, I'm a little worried about Team Liquid.
Yeah, I would be too. Team Liquid, they have some eliminations. That kind of hedges their bet a little bit here, but they need a big game. They just need to put one under their belt to kind of shake off this dry spell that they've had for the past, week pretty much here. Let's see what they're going to be able to do from this edge, because I mean, look at this all open field. They see that crate there. They have, do they even have any vehicles left? Yeah, they have a couple buggies hiding in that building, but that's not going to be enough to get them to safety if the zone shifts away from them.
All right, Colgoat, our legend here, north of 115 eliminations so far for fall here in Americas. He's been finding so much here. Unfortunately, it's not him grabbing the eliminations today. The other teammates are stepping some things up here for this match. And Furia, a difficult road ahead for them here on the south.
Yeah, difficult road indeed. You can see Augustus on the push, looking to take down Latin Kings Navy SEALs, and they do. So that is some more numbers for Furia. 9 eliminations in total. But now gonna have to turn around and take down Team Queso. Nice shots there from Artisan to stop that. But he's gonna have to back up his vehicle. The silence, no, silence has no utility left at all. And that nade is gonna hurt him. He's gonna go down. It's only a matter of time here, unless he makes a crazy play. Nope, that's it. Yeah, those nades just too strong.
Team Queso, so scary, but Milos here just going big here on Miramar. Furia elsewhere still has 2 players up, 9 eliminations, Twisted Minds on 7. I mean, this is crazy. Do you think we stand up against Team Queso here?
I don't know. Let's see. Because Furia only have 2 up. They have the zone to their advantage. And they have the coverage as well. It's all up to Augustus here. He has to get this knock. He does immediately. That's going to even things out quite a bit.
Oh.
Does he get the thirst? No, he does not. So Augustus out of utility though. So they can't really do much. They maybe throw some smokes to try to block their sight lines. But Team Queso focusing on so much. It's going to be difficult to get out of this.
Ooh, Poppy down. This is it. Furia turning to the numbers in their favor. Big Milo, what are we going to do here? Because Furia, that duo is sticking together.
They are sticking together indeed. Augustus looking to try and take down Big Milo. Team Liquid still has everybody up right now. 4 eliminations so far. Big Milo throws an 8. Ooh, just off the mark. Does beat up that buggy a little bit though. This nade here could do it though. It looks pretty good. Oh, so tough to land those.
We're trying. We're cooking another. I mean, he's following. He's tracking. Just not going to be enough.
Caught from Diego. Wow. Influence Rage still up. 3 eliminations.
I mean,
could we see the turkey here? 3 chicken dinners in a row?
Well, you know, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it for Influence Rage. I mean, we've been asking for them to turn it around for what? We did it all day yesterday. We started off today. If they can make this happen, like, they just need to clear out VIP in the north. Then you can set your sights out. Everyone else from the south side is going to take each other out. We already lost out on Mythic. Ayala's on 3, which is quite nice, but I'm a little worried. This is the same issue of them having to run through an open field.
Yeah, and you got Inco just waiting for them. And, I mean, this is the tough part about Miramar. Sometimes those zones just do not show you any love. Vitaly doesn't want to peek out just yet. He's waiting for the opportunity to strike. Did he spot Chief, though? Because Chief could get the knock onto him. Inactive gets rezzed. Ayala's up close and personal. At a certain point, Inco maybe want to get out of this building and start applying that number pressure here. Because look at this. Ayala was able to run up on him for free.
Oh, Ayala. We know he's a roamer. We know this is exactly what he wants to do. Then Abete, I mean, we saw the frag grenade take out one member of his team. It was likely Chief, but of course, they're going to open the door. They're going to walk out. They're going to take a shotgun straight towards you, leaving Cardozo last standing.
Yeah, Inco needs to start leaving that building. Yeah, if they would have been able to control this whole hill, nobody would push up on them for free. But instead, they're just holding that building, allowing these teams to apply that pressure. Oh, a nice little gas can play. Pieces up Furia. Oh, and Augustus gets knocked. Vitaly shut him down quick. Oh, but he gets knocked in return. Beautiful nade there from Juancho. Inco, 10 eliminations. This is a huge game for them.
Big moves for them. We saw them take a win yesterday. Map number 1 on Aaron Gale was 8 eliminations. So we're just starting to turn some things around. Of course, Team Liquid fall with 4. Furia fall with 11. But you look at the last 2 teams in the lobby. It's Inco, it's Influence Rage. Influence Rage on their double points day. We asked if they could go the back-to-back-to-back, hit the turkey, bring it all home. They've got the high ground. They've got the number, potential advantage. Actually, Inco hits the reset. That gets the meds back on up. We got a full 4v4.
Gobble, gobble. Diego on the hill. Has the sight lines, has the room. Inco are at a disadvantage now because they are stuck in the building. It's going to be very, very difficult for them to get out of here alive because Influence Rage knows exactly where they can push away. I mean, Inco's not even looking in their direction right now.
If they have to crawl up that hill, depending on how things look to center up or shift, oh, we're in for it.
Influence Rage shouldn't even let them exit those buildings. Like, Influence Rage should have this completely under lockdown. Yeah, and Active's thinking that there's still people over there, so that's why they're not running out in the open yet. But at some point, they got to realize there ain't no one there, you know? Yeah, and I think Inco is finally starting to get the hint here as Influence Rage is going to start closing their grip on this game here. I mean, I think we're going to see 3 chicken dinners. I mean, Influence Rage, this is their game to win.
You think they got it? You think they're going to put it on lock?
They have the map. I mean, they're dead center of the circle. This is stage 8. The zone's going to go down to nothing. Inco has to come to them. So as long as Influence Rage work as a team, look how many different angles they have. I mean, Inco is going to be just stuck in those buildings.
That shot's going to give them the information that they know. I mean, we just don't have any cover up here, but you've got high ground. You've got space, like you mentioned. I'm just curious to see what Inco Gaming is going to be able to do about this. You think back to our first Miramar of the day, it was a 1v2 there with Intense Game. Like, it went wild. We start the trajectory up the hill. It's going to be Vitali that might be opening things up. That nade doesn't necessarily connect, but it forces them to change their pathing up this hill.
Influence Rage played this passive enough to allow Inco to get out of the building. That's already a huge bonus point. Now it's going to come down to the utility use. If Inco gets a knock onto Influence Rage, they'll have a chance here. But it's the same goes vice versa. Who's going to get that initial knock with util? Juancho trying to cook those nades to perfection. Little boy's off angle. It's just not going to work with that hill. Let's see what happens here as Influence Rage are starting to back off a little bit. Those smoke lines completely eliminated any sight lines they had, allowing Inco to push up for free.
Oh, those nades just scared me. I would say they pop in the vehicles, they start maneuvering, repositioning. I mean, a molly, a frag. We've got things to use. But Diego, that was the opening. That was exactly what we knew. But you know what they do to answer back? They chuck that smoke grenade. They don't want Nenebete to be able to hit that full, but it's Vitali that grabs another. Nenebete is breaking him down.
Wow. Inco win the game. Influence Rage this close to getting 3 chicken dinners in a row. But I think they said, you know what? We've already done so great. Let's just make sure we put big points on the board. And that little hesitation, I think, is what stopped them from getting that chicken dinner.
It is not a bad thing in any way, shape, or form. But for Inco Gaming to grab a first place with 14 points, Influence Rage second, they still get 7 eliminations reflections.
They do. It's a successful game, without a doubt. Granted, in-game, it's a disaster. I'm expecting Influence Rage to win with like 6 teams remaining when they're on dead zone and map. They only have VIP behind them. I'm thinking they're golden. I am. Even with Inco having hard cover, by the time Influence Rage has that high ground, I'm thinking they're great. I'm with you, Hot Jukes. Like, they shouldn't have allowed Inco Gaming to even leave that hard cover. You should have been gunning them down. But still, a great game nonetheless. But for Inco, their second winner chicken dinner, 14 eliminations. If this was a double point game, my lord, they would have been jumping up. They need it too, because they're so far down in the standings. But it comes to show you, every dog has the fight in them. Inco Gaming, they got that dog in them, Hot Juice.
Yes, sir. Bark, bark, baby. Because, I mean, it's about time we see this team, make it happen. I really do believe in this roster. I think they have so much potential, but it's just little mistakes that they make together as a team, you know. I will say though, if it was like Alpha7 on top of that hill where Influence rages, I don't think they win that game. You know, I think they should have tried to leave those buildings a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But since they're so low on the leaderboards, I think they're looking for those consistent games. And this one, it worked out perfectly because Influence Rage gave them a little bit of room to breathe.
Yeah.
And they said, nah, we're taking this chicken dinner from you.
Yeah, a little bit too much. You know, a lot of teams have managed to win 2 games out of the 6 throughout the 12 days of competition, but no team has been able to win 3 in a row, and we're going to have to wait even longer for that to happen, if it ever does happen. Great game, though, also for Furia. 11 eliminations. They pick up a 4th place. It's nice to see them at the top. There's been a lot of questions about them, Tiff, but at least the answers for this game was that, hey, they performed very well, so much needed points going their way. They're trying to break into top 5 again.
Fights were on par for them, and they were messy, right? You look at their damage differential, and they were taking about 600 more damage than they dealt. They still had to deal with 6 reses. But what that tells me is that even though they can have some people knocked, you have that clutch factor. They're still winning those fights despite them maybe being skewed a different way regardless. So knowing that they can do it, put those eliminations on the board. I mean, we know they're in 7th place on the leaderboard. They have been just skirting the line, and a game like this for them that would have happened tomorrow, it would have been massive points, right? So we're shoring things up for double points.
Here's that final fight. Walk me through it, Hot Chooks. Where did it go wrong for Influence Rage?
Yeah, I think Influence Rage went wrong as soon as they even let them get out of the buildings. You know, I think that Influence Rage should have just been a little bit more aggressive, understanding that, hey, you know what? They have not taken this hill yet. Let's prioritize it, and then we could just, you know, take advantage of it from there. But they played it passive, and that allowed Inco to breathe.
All right, and also Team Liquid breaks the dry spell. It took them 10, actually 11 games to finally get a top 3 finish, but they managed to make it happen. Granted, a far cry from what we're used to seeing from them, but a start is a start, and the confidence hopefully will build going into the final map of the day. 9 total points for them, 4 eliminations. Inco was the one who put them into the grounds, and they were just one small stepping stone to the larger picture, which was getting the first place. Second page, though, is looking grim. I mean, Tiff, intense game, A7 all the way down. Nobody really got anything.
Because everyone point sponged at the top. Inco Gaming 14 eliminations, Furia 11, Influence Range 7, VIP 6, Twisted Mind 7. There's no room for anyone here on this second page to grab any elims because, well, everyone else got them.
Ooh, no moving here, but let's talk about the movement for Influence Rage onto Team Liquid, Hot Chooks.
Close, really, really close. And this is what I wanted to see from Influence Rage, putting themselves in a solid position for the rest of the week. And these past 3 games, man, did they do that. They still have 1 more game left to go. I'm expecting a good performance from them still, because let's put it this way, they have not passed up Team Liquid yet, and Team Liquid's double points day is coming up. So if you're Influence Rage, you still cannot let off the gas here.
Yep, you can't. But I will say this is the closest I believe any 3rd place has been to a 2nd place team. You know, Alpha7 was there pretty consistently. Team Liquid is also there. But good on Influence Rage. This has been a heroic day, and they've absolutely exceeded any expectation I had on them. Team Queso, though, Tiff, 6-12. They sit in 4th place. I've been very happy with their day, given the fact that they're not a bonus points.
Oh, it's been nice. It's good to see them kind of working on the chemistry for the squad, making sure that they're doing what it takes. Like, you just think yesterday they were leapfrogging over teams, and as soon as they get to their bonus points day, which is not going to be tomorrow, it'll be the next day after, it'll be so cool to see what they do with it, because they're a squad that's inside the top 5 that have not let their bonus points do hardly anything for them. Prior to their first 2 weeks, right, 65 total bonus points, where everyone else inside the top 5 is triple digits.
All right, let's go to the second page, see how this is unfolding. By the way, Vicious sitting there in 8th place. Good to see that X Factor, though. Man, not a good game from them either, right? When it came down to map number 5, they get a big goose egg. Therefore, they will stay where they are currently at. Hot Chooks desperately.
Yeah.
X Factor desperately needed a good day here, and unfortunately, it just hasn't happened.
Yeah, it didn't happen, and I mean, I think that's almost all she wrote for X Factor at this point, unless they have just an absolute run of it, then there could be a chance of them getting top 5. But with how they performed today, it just came up way too short. Too short. I mean, at this point, we need to see a 20 elimination chicken dinner in this game, and then I'll have a twinkle in my eye. But if I don't see that, My heart's hurting. My heart's gonna hurt.
Well, that'd be a record. I'd be all for it, though. Let's see if they can manage to do it. One more game to go, and a lot setting up and a lot riding, really, on this last game for Influence Rage, right, to separate themselves from the pack a little bit more just to make sure their bonus day was, they squeezed out as much as they possibly could. They could very well pass up Team Liquid. If they could just get 10 more points, that would be a tremendous, tremendous improvement. Hey, but for Influence Rage, they've been on fire, and they've been playing very, very well. Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Diego after their Game 4 winner chicken dinner. Let's hear what Diego had to say.
Guys, it's what a day for Influence Rage. Didn't start well the first 2 matches, then the second 2 matches, we win them all. What did you guys change from the first 2 matches to the other ones? What do you guys talk about? Que vocês falaram entre as primeiras 2 quedas e as segundas que mudou todo, né?
Eu acho que a gente entrou querendo mais nessas últimas 2 quedas, apesar das 2 primeiras serem péssimas, a gente resultou completamente de cabeça e a gente veio buscar tudo, ganhar tudo.
We just said we have to forget about the first 2 matches, forget about them. Let's do our best and win the rest of them, and they're doing that exactly. You guys are really close, not really close, but you're still in the fight for championship. How are you guys feeling about that? How are you looking forward for that? Como se estão sentindo agora? Se ainda estão na luta por el campeonato, como você acha que estão pensando disso aí?
A gente sabia que hoje era um dia importante para buscar o título, tinha que dar tudo de si. E apesar das 2 primeiras ter sido ruim, a gente conseguiu dar a volta por cima e falta mais 2 ainda. E a gente vai vir atrás do título.
Yeah, we are giving everything on ourselves. We are trying very hard. We are going for that title. Even though the first 2 were bad, we're changing our mindset. We did better on the 2 next ones, and we still have 2 more to go, and we're looking for the title. Sir, congratulations. Thank you very much. Let's go.
welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season Day number 12. 5 maps down, 1 more to go. We're hopping back into Erangel, where a lot of stories, right, are building up. Can we see Influence Rage overtake Team Liquid, bumping them down to 3rd, with TL potentially losing two entire spots over the past couple of days? Something I wouldn't have expected after last week, but it's always a possibility. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Double. We bring in, of course, our casters for the final time, going into the final map of the day, Hot Jukes and Spider Tiff. This is a big opportunity for Influence Rage to take over Team Liquid's position. Tiff, this is huge. I mean, look, Team Liquid, on Sunday, I believe, had a 100-point lead over just about everybody. Granted, Alpha7 made some great strides on their bonus day, but, I mean, their lead now starting to falter as teams are genuinely stepping up.
That's scary. That is a very scary statement to make, but it's the real thing that's occurring. I mean, Influence Rage, you heard it in their interview. They knew they wanted to forget the first 2 games of the day. They just want to focus on the mission at hand, and they found themselves 10 points away from Team Liquid, who, you're right, they've just been slipping through the cracks today. And sure, we're starting to see some moments where they're grabbing eliminations, we're making the team fights work. It's just not what we're used to seeing for them. I'll start to have a little bit more worry once I see their double points day this week. But for now, it's just all about putting Influence Rage, I don't want to say in their place, but like stopping them from leapfrogging over them.
I think putting them in their place is a great way to put it. I mean, from a competitor's perspective, right, Hot Jukes, you want to put your opponents in their place, regardless if this just, an opportunity to get into PMGC. You're going to meet these guys again, and you want to make sure that they realize and respect and remember when you shut them down during the fall season.
Yeah, if I'm being realistic, I think Team Liquid's going to shut them up no matter what come their double points day, right? Their double points day, I think they're going to create a gap that's so big that they're not going to be touched. But, I mean, it's not a good sign when you have the biggest dry run that we have seen all season long, and it happens, like, towards the second half of a tournament, right? So, if Team Liquid can start turning things on here, I still don't think it's going to be any worries. I think Influence Rage need to win this game if they even want to touch Team Liquid, because if you really look at it, come bonus points-wise, right, there's only 10-point difference from Team Liquid versus Influence Rage when it comes to bonus points in general. And Team Liquid's still going to have their bonus points day coming up. So Influence Rage, win this game, and then consistency over the week if you want to start talking that mess. Team Liquid, even though they've had a really dry run, I mean, they're still on top.
They are. They're still one of the best teams out there, and they are the returning champs from the spring season. So you give them respect where respect is due. The dry spell isn't a representation of their performance in the previous days. This is only a small snippet, a small snapshot of what they have been recently. But I think they're going to be just fine. Regardless, though, it still is exciting to see Influence Rage do as well as they have when they haven't been a conversation in the past. Elimination, sure, but placings, absolutely not. Here we go. Final map of the day, an opportunity for Influence Rage to take 3, but also a chance for Team Liquid to strike back, maintain second. Let's see what Group A in general can do. Let's head into it. Hot Chick, Spider Tip, take it away.
Let's get it going. Another big talking point, of course, is Alpha7, right? That's the team Liquid needs to worry about, right? Because they have a good gap right now between them, between each other. So Alpha7 are on top. Both of them are going to have 6 bonus point days coming around the corner. So if you want to continue to hold that title, right, of the PUBG Mobile Super League champions, Alpha7 is the squad that you really got to keep your eye on. And Team Liquid, man, have they been just letting them open the door on them today.
Open the door. I mean, that's a really nice way to put it, considering Alpha7's just been increasingly dominant, finding that flow that we are so used to seeing with this plane line kind of favoring Team Liquid to get on the ground, go to Military Base Island, hit that loot very nicely. But you also have, Influence Rage that's been landing down there as well. Now, depending on where that play zone initially pops, we've seen it go all the way south the island. We've gone all the way up to the north. We played shooting range yesterday, so we've seen a variety. But this, I was not ready for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it goes all the way on over to the west side here. Very tried and true Gadka circle. It's going to be a good one for X Factor. This is going to be a huge opportunity for them. And like I said, when it comes to X Factor, we need to see a 15+ elimination chicken dinner for them right here, right now, if we want to see them have a chance at the top 5, because everybody else is going to have their bonus points day, and X Factor have been playing too off and on for me to have confidence that they can just, you know, jump back out of nowhere.
Will be quite interesting to see. For now, Influence Rage down there, looking to loot up. We've asked for them to hit maybe another win. I mean, 2 wins, a second place. You really can't ask for more considering 2 of your games were 0-point games. So you finish it off strong. You have 4 solid, insane games here today. Then you just go in next week swinging. We are stopping the slippage on that overall standings.
For sure. I mean, it's this day that is going to give them a sigh of relief of saying, hey, you know what? We're pretty much in for top 5 at this point, right? As long as we have a good rest of the week and a good week tomorrow, right? Next week, we're going to be in that top 5, right? Now, first place, second place, you still got to do something special, at least in my eyes, right? But after today, they have definitely put themselves in that running because, I mean, Loops is 47 points away from Twisted Minds, which is 50 points away from Influence Rage. So they did really, really well today, but they got to continue that consistency even on their off days as well.
That's true. And to be curious to see, I mean, these are all things that we're going to talk about, of course, like when we have Group B having their double points day tomorrow, but none of those are the real teams that you're talking about. That's going to be in Group C, which will make things that much more interesting. And I think going into week number 4, it's going to be one of the craziest weeks for the Americas that we've seen of recent. But for now, just keeping that momentum moving forward. And a team that we've seen some good fights out of today, but have just kind of been there, you know, 9Z, right? They're finding decent positions, anything to gloat about. But then you look at where they are right now in terms of where they need to be. We're stuck smack dab in the middle between Twisted Minds and VIP.
Yeah, 9Z come up on their double points day. Need to do what like Influence did and more, you know, if they want to make it into top 5. Still totally possible, right? But they only have 2 opportunities to catch up. And that's what I love about these double points, because it gives that chance, right? It gives that chance to catch up from all those rough days you've had. So let's be real. I mean, I'm going to say VIP on up. If they have a crazy 2 back-to-back double points days, and I'm talking like 100 points plus, they could put themselves in the running for top 5. But they got to show up.
We're asking for a lot there with that one.
Yep.
I'm okay with it. I don't think it's impossible, but you just have to come in looking like a completely different team.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying is I like to talk about the possible. Now, is it probable? No, right? But is it possible? Yes. I mean, we just saw Influence Rage do 2 back-to-back terrible games and then pull out a monster double points day in just 3 matches, right? With this one still to go. So anything can happen, but it's going to be hard to do, especially as these teams at the top, you just see them getting better and better and better every single game we play here.
Yeah, they really do. And I mean, Influence Rage down there, Sharon military base, all the way out on the eastern side of things. It's Team Liquid that gets the favored pull in terms of that play zone, right? Their bridge is going to give them easy access, and they don't really have to worry about too much. We saw VIP up ahead, but Team Liquid still kind of looting their way on into that. But they've got control of that coastline and the bridge, and they can decide to play from there. They know Influence Rage is on their island. Do they head north? Do they take on Twisted Minds? Or do they sit here and say, I think Influence Rage is coming towards us?
Yeah, let's see what Influence Rage is going to do here, because I don't want them to go into like super passiveness, you know? They shouldn't change up their play style. As a matter of fact, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I was disappointed in that last game. I thought that they had that one in the bag, you know? But I think that considering how the position they're at on the leaderboards, I think they second-guessed themselves a little bit, played it a little bit passive, and that opened the door for Inco to steal that away. And let's be real. We've seen plenty of times where a team will not be in the top 5 by 1 point. You know, so losing a game like that could make all the difference. We'll see at the end of the day here, at the end of this tournament. But, I mean, Influence Rage, with this game still left to go, they can definitely make up for it.
I think they're going to be okay for now, but we'll see. I am starting to get a little nervous. Like the score lines, they're getting close. The stories of course, anytime we get, you know, past the second half, it starts to amp up, heighten everything, the fights. They have that much more at stake for these teams. And well, we saw them cross the bridge for Team Liquid. Now we're starting to get into the heart of the play zone. Still, I mean, tons of teams and neighboring POIs from them, but we're just kind of traversing down the center. You get glimpses there of loops. Loops here rotating on in, and I'm just like,
howdy.
I do a little drive-by.
Yeah, Loops needs to make something happen, because look at that, look at the leaderboards right there on the right-hand side. Right? Twisted Minds in 5th place, Loops is in 6th. That is a 47-point difference. Okay? That is a very uncomfortable point gap to cross if 5th place is the cutoff, right? To make it on over to the next stage. So if you're Twisted Minds on up, you're just looking for consistent points here. Everybody else is playing catch up, and Loops is going to be one of those teams. If they do not have a good game here, and especially on their double points day, because let's say if they had a monster double points day, that's 100 points. That'll bring you up maybe towards Influence Rage, but you also have to remember Influence Rage still has the rest of the week to perform as well. So things are definitely starting to get dicey here.
They really are. For Furia on your screen, 11 eliminations on Miramar. We're hitting the ground running in terms of those fights, and love getting a look at this because it kind of shows us where Influence Rage decided to filter on up straight towards Inco, but it centers down towards, you gotta think, we saw Team Liquid just kind of go so far into this, right? You don't even see them because there's that many names that are situated on top of them. Twisted Minds, X Factor, Team Queso, Team Liquid's in there where Loops is moving towards. And then you've got Alpha7 out on that left-hand side. We are gonna have so many teams still up in the mix, but once everyone finds their way in here and starts jockeying for some of these positions, it's gonna get messy quick.
Yes, it is. You can see Alpha7 on the move. Twisted Minds, that's that team right there in 5th place. They need consistent points to continue that gap. This could be a huge opportunity for the rest of the lobby. Honestly, like, we're at a point now where teams are going to start getting targeted. And Twisted Minds is definitely going to have the biggest target on their back as they are getting shredded right now. Teams all over the place are engaging. Alpha7 is getting into it with X Factor as well.
We knew this was going to happen. Everyone's just going to start poking, start prodding, and you look at Revo here, we talk a lot about when teams start to hit milestones. Hit 101 eliminations today. Breaches that, trying to chase down Colgoat, which Colgoat has not made it easy at all, but maybe picking some limbs here would be nice, especially with Havlik taking down another one of your teammates. You got to clutch on up, and, well, that'll do it. Now we hit the reset. We only lost out on Mafioso. The question is, we knew this place was very crowded, and I wouldn't be surprised if teams started to filter on in.
Well, I said X Factor needed 15 plus and a chicken dinner. One elimination is not going to do it. So X Factor are going to have one more bonus point day to go. They need to have the week of their lifetime if they want to make it into top 5. But meanwhile, All Glory Gaming, they saw this fight and they want a piece of Alpha7 here. They got nothing to lose. They're in 11th place. They need all the eliminations they can get. Let's see if they can put a stop to this championship team.
That's going to be tough, let's be real. But the full reset comes in, well, as much as you can, considering there's only 3 of them left. Picking up 4 eliminations is a great way to kick things off here, though. Let's see if we can find some more. We've got a hold tight in here. Now, this is a building that we've seen so many fights in. Oftentimes, not quick enough fights. Oftentimes, third-partied yet again.
Let's see what happens. Carrillo up close and personal, trying to throw some smokes, buy some time for his team. Uh-oh, those nades are starting to cook here. That's a good bounce on that one. But All Glory Gaming is not fully cooking this util. And they're wasting everything, Tiff. They are throwing everything they got at Alpha7, and Alpha7 stands there unfazed.
You sure they're still in there? You sure none of these are connecting? Keep throwing, keep giving it all you've got. It's gonna take one from Alpha7, probably. They're not taking any damage.
I haven't gotten a knock. What are we gonna do, guys? Here comes another nade.
And still we try.
Nothing. Uh-oh, that molly? Nothing. When will they crest this opening? They've wasted all of their utility to try and take down Alpha7. And Alpha7 have eaten 50 nades. Going on 56 right here. Will this one do it? No.
I mean, let's just go outside, shall we?
I mean, McGrellan. I mean, let's put it this way. Alpha7, you better hope they have earplugs in. Because the damage has got to be insane. I mean, this is crazy. All Glory Gaming are just holding it down here, right behind this tent.
They're literally
They got 2
camping
more
out
nades.
here.
They're going to throw every nade they have. They're going to dump every single piece of util to try to get that initial knock.
Why don't they
In a
just make some
4v3.
s'mores at this rate? Just go out there, make some s'mores. All is well. I mean, we have 6 smokes, 5 smokes. Just hear me out. Smoke it out, throw them all, and then just run in there with the DBS. That's
Oh,
dangerous,
boy.
but I like it.
Let's see. Let's see. I mean, honestly, you got the numbers, but they know it's Alpha7, and they're not trying to take that risk.
I really don't blame them.
But they're taking way too long, though. Like, they need to win this fight. Like, they need to do it sooner rather than later if they're going to take it. They burn too much utility to, like, not take this fight at this point. And he's holding his last nade. He's like, this is going to be the one. The first 10 didn't do it, but this is the one.
This one's gonna work, I
You watch.
promised.
He's like, you watch. I'm going to throw it right behind that box. Oh, okay, loading it up. I'm going to stand up. Here we go, Carrillo. You better be ready. Psych.
The thing is, they can just constantly move. Sure, it hits a little bit, but I think they're just wanting them to expend all that utility onto them, but we'll see. For now, we'll just stare at each other. It's like a little chicken fight over here.
There you go. Little bok bok. You got Rivas on the other side. Can't see anything. No sight lines at all. But he's holding that angle just in case. Carrillo saying, you got any more nades? Got any more? I'll take them. As they are still in the middle of the zone. All Glory Gaming now are on the move. Looking together. They're finally guys are saying, you know what? We're out of nades. We got to push this.
Oh, it's gonna happen.
Here we go.
It only took 20 years.
Half the game. We're in stage 3 already? We're in stage 3?
That's what I'm saying.
We're in stage 3. We're about to be
been
stage
here.
4. Look, stage 4 circle about to pop. Stay on this fight. We got to see who wins this. If
I
All
mean,
Glory
we're
Gaming.
in zone, so it's fine. We just stay here.
Oh, he found a nade. Uh-oh.
It's over.
You better watch out, Alpha7. You better watch out. Adrian's got a nade. He means business. Here, let's see if he's going to throw it, though. He's holding on to it. That's a special nade. Gets in the vehicle, hops out. Very interesting. Twisted Minds are eliminated. And now 7 is saying, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm going to go to keep an eye on another team.
This is boring. I gotta go.
Okay,
See ya.
now we're going to watch NRG. NRG on the move. 4 eliminations. Let's go, NRG. Making it happen here. Meanwhile, Influence Rage, no eliminations yet. We're going to have to find a way into this next circle. Where is Influence Rage? Influence Rage. Oh, yeah, they're in the... They're just north of this circle. Possibly going to even push on into this All Glory Gaming fight. Which should happen as soon as the zone goes away from them. Spec protecting that buggy.
I mean, they got some nice eliminations. I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Heck yeah, we'll
Influence
take
Rage.
those.
Yeah, we take all the small wins we can get.
Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. As now, yeah, we are looking at Diego and them just looking at this fight, waiting for it to ring out to try and third party.
You know they're gonna do something about it too.
They are. Here they go. They're getting in their vehicles. Are they gonna send it on this fight? Let's see.
Go on up there. Nothing's happening. This is a great way to take out a titan of a lobby.
That's right. Alpha7 staring at that box, making sure it is built properly and up to code.
Who assembled this?
Who did?
Assembled this box? It's quite nice.
And he's getting it up close and personal. He's like, give it a little sniff. Is this pine?
Little oak.
Ooh, little oak, sturdy. And that's what I got. This is where I stand. Okay, let's see what Law can do. As Law is gonna start taking some shots on the Loops.
Ooh.
There's a big fight here. Oh, Influence Rage get the better of Loops, and Loops is a team trying to break into the top 5. This is not the loss that they needed. Lauren's in, going to continue on the push here, rightfully so. The pressure is on.
I love it. I'm convinced Influence Rage is just throwing down to Loops. They knew it, right? Loops was their biggest threat on that leaderboard. Had such a good day yesterday, and with double points to make those eliminations against that roster go so far, do it.
This is what Influence Rage needs to be doing. I think they definitely realize their position on the leaderboards. They're hunting down these teams. And that's exactly what we need to see, because they need a lot more points considering everybody else is going to have their double points day coming up. Here goes Inco, who got the better of them in the last game. Battling it out with 9Z. Trades all over the place. And All Glory Gaming's on the move.
Oh, wait, they left? No way.
Reposition. Oh, Team Queso takes out the Vicious. That is one of our double points team. Another one of our double point team gone. As Influence Rage is now on the push. They got sight lines on the Team Queso, but this is out of circle. Yeah, they don't really want to take this fight unless they have to.
I mean, Team Queso is just running people over. They don't care about anything right now. They're at 5 eliminations, the most of anyone in our lobby. And for Influence Rage, you just gotta chill in the smokes, figure it out. Inco hitting that pickup there. Quite nice. Maybe we can secure the one last player. It's 9Z and Inco all the way down on the south. You can see NRG has moved in. Intense Game is up there. AGG and Alpha7. That's the battle of the north.
Juancho with a good nade. Gets some good damage on a Choco here. He dodges one. Throws it right behind that tree, but it's a little off the mark. He's going to have to get it done with that S12K. Let's see what Juancho can do. Up close and personal. He doesn't want them to get that res off, but he doesn't want to run out in the open either. Yeah, he's stuck in a bad spot. Nice pre-fire. Catches him. Juancho with the reload. Right-hand priority. Oh, gets caught. Cinetexa did get the full heal off, and Vitali is way too far back.
Not like that. Not like that.
Man, meanwhile, Alpha7 playing a game of Simon says, don't move. And they are winning this game. All Glory Gaming the same thing. Melgar's on top. Finally peeks out and catches Influence Rage.
That's crazy. Someone's got to do something about this. You can't let that full come through. This is your last double points game. Clutch it on up. Melgar has plenty of cover here. All the teammates to work with. I mean, it's Influence Rage trying to make something happen from this.
Let's see right now. It's Influence Rage just down the hill on their final double points game for this week. They're only going to have one more opportunity at this, and so far, so good. Even though it started off so rough, they bounced back in an amazing fashion. Meanwhile, let's see what happens with this fight. Adrian throwing a smoke out this time, mixing it up from the typical nades. As I think all three of these teams are happy to just chill and wait to fight until this next zone pops.
You know who's not happy to wait?
Who's that?
Influence Rage. They're like constantly putting the pressure on. I think what's going to happen is Alpha7, if one of these All Glory Gaming members gets knocked again or anything like that from Influence Rage, we already have Adrian down. Alpha7's going to come out of hiding.
Team Queso get eliminated there.
With 8?
Wow. Team Queso's consistency needs to be studied at this point. These guys are just on fire. Now we're starting to see NRG work together against Strap. And he's going to go out to blue zone there. Denying the points. They should see that smoke. Alpha7 on the move now to a different box.
We knew that one was going to happen. It's allowing Influence Rage to kind of move up, become their neighbor.
All Glory Gaming left this. They decided to go into the circle. So they'd avoided this fight completely. Yeah, respectable move from them. But now Influence Rage has to battle it out with Alpha7.
The fact they even got out of that, though, is kind of wild to me.
You're right, you are. I mean, they were holding that position for so long. I'd say, you know what? Forget it. We're going to go ahead and prioritize zone over fighting. Which, honestly, I don't blame them for.
I don't hate it. I'm just really shocked they got out of there.
Let's See what happens here. Maybe Influence Rage has got their number with the nades.
I mean, they've already dodged so many. They've taken, what, 20 plus nades? Yeah.
Diego gets knocked. No way. Another nade miss. And Rebel hits the knock there. That nade looks like it's going to do a tiny bit of damage.
There goes the full.
Unbelievable. Alpha7 are the kings of the warehouse, refusing to let it go. Nice little sneaky shot there. Rebel has already tanked so many nades. He's invulnerable to them at this point. He's built up an immunity.
I'm just shocked. I mean, throughout this warehouse, they've done over 1,000 damage.
How much healing have they done? That's the question.
A ton. A ton.
Goodness gracious.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Lorenzen.
They've got naded. That's it. The curse is broken.
We're answering back. We brought it to a 2v2, and look at that little boy going in, taking down Rivo, taking down Alpha7. My warehouse now.
Alpha7 have fallen. Big game for Influence Rage. 2 players up, 6 eliminations. That'll double. Now they just need to find a little spot they can try to sneak into this circle and just hang out from there. If they can last one more zone, they should have some coverage here. I think Intense Game is going to be the only team they got to worry about. Yep.
Not too worried about it, though. I mean...
They got smokes. They got smokes.
Still,
that'll work.
You just got to let everyone else fight and just focus on your game. You got Intense Game, all 4 up. They're the only team with all 4 players standing, and
Fun.
You got to think they got their first win today in match number 2 over there on Miramar. Would love to see a double win day for them.
Yes, indeed. I'd love to see a win from NRG here. Want to see them utilize their position here and make it happen. Intense Game, though, spreading out. They have the numbers. They're most likely going to have to take a battle here sooner than later. Most likely with NRG, but this is still Zone 6, and there's only 15 players alive. That is insane.
I mean, look, the pace. People are ready to be done. They're like, it's all 6 games. We're going to get frenzied. We're just going to look for as many eliminations into everything. Force fights that maybe they're not expecting. Even Team Liquid's on 5.
Yeah, Team Liquid's still alive here. Next zone, about to pop. We're going to get a crazy shift? No, it just centers up nice and pretty. Now Influence Rage are going to have to move on down. But they should have a little bit of room to breathe here. They're probably going to get into a fair fight with All Glory Gaming because Intense Game is so focused on NRG right now.
Okay.
See what happens here. Remix. Oh, yeah. Just checking every little spot just in case. You never know where there's a player going to be hiding.
It's always the place that you don't check that someone always is in, too. So it's very respectable.
Yep. I don't blame them at all. Here comes Remix. Throwing those nades in there. Guapo. Trying to find some spots. You could just see the hesitation from Intense Game. Like, even though they have all 4 men, they are not just pushing like crazy. They're staying very, very, very passive. Trying to play it as safe as possible. Little boy gets a knock on a Chief from downrange. That's a huge knock. Can he get the confirm? Yep, yeah, here we go. Influence Rage. We're able to make it to safety. And now they are right there. Oh, but little boy gets knocked. It's just Lorenzen. Here comes All Glory Gaming. Bop.
Here.
Got 1.
Okay.
2. He gets the double. And he's going for the confirms.
You need your confirms, my guy.
He couldn't get it.
They're worth 4 points. Wait. If one of them starts rezzing, you push on out.
Oh, he needs the nades. He's got no nades.
I mean, you know why? It's because every nade in existence was expended by absolutely everyone.
Oh, so close. All Glory Gaming survived.
But look at that reaction that they just had to that, too. They knew that was a risk and still celebrating because at the end of the day, you walk out with 6 eliminations. It still doubles. It's 12 points. It's still a perfect way to kick off week 3.
Yeah, that's a 100-point day right there for them, and they got to definitely hold their heads up high after that. NRG, though, wow, Fate had 5, Spec with 3. Good game for NRG. See what happens. Can they hold out Intense Game? in a 2v4, they're going to need to pull off something special. Oh, they got the circle too. That's crazy. So both these teams could decide to hold off on this fight. Let's see what happens, though. It looks like Intense Game is looking to just finally take this warehouse. But neither of them able to hit the utils. I just want to see one knock inside a warehouse with a nade.
All right. Gotta happen eventually. The odds
Is
are
it
in our
possible?
favor that it would eventually be likely.
Oh, there it is! Hayuya gets the knock onto Casper. And here comes the push. 24K got some good damage, though. Not able to get the knock, though. NRG gonna go ahead and get taken out there, but good eliminations for them. Intense Game looking to get their second chicken dinner. And it's totally possible here. All Glory Gaming. Passive, but staying alive.
Not bad. Not bad indeed. I mean, we're down to our final 4. You got a solo here from Loops, and that's fine. 2 trios, and if you've got all 4 members of Intense Game up, we could very well see their second win. All Glory Gaming, though, they've just been lurking. They've made the right decisions to like play the game out, focus on positioning towards that end after leaving the warehouse. So I would love to see that juice being worth the squeeze at this rate for them.
I would be more okay with it if they're in the top 5, but they're so far down that they need a massive game. So this play style, I don't know if it's going to work out for them if that's their goal. You know, if they're looking to just learn and progress, then not a bad game for sure. But elimination points count for so much, and they only have 1 so far. Let's see what they'll end up, though, at the end of this one. This is it. Final circle. Zone pop another. Make that 2 eliminations.
Okay, Loops down and out with 0. Intense Game on 5. Got Team Liquid on 6. What a way to answer back if Team Liquid could find a win today.
That would be huge. They're definitely the most seasoned team out of all these squads. But their back is against the wall. Zone is closing down. It's going to go all the way to the middle here. And All Glory Gaming are already positioning for that stuff. They're just trying to get as central as they possibly can. But I think Team Liquid are going to have priority on this circle. This could be a Team Liquid win. Let's see what happens. Oh, that nade onto Poppy from Poppy Sour on the Mythic is definitely going to hurt. But Poppy Sour's on fire as well, and he goes down to the Molly.
I was like, he needs to stop, drop, and roll for sure, but not going to happen. Still, I don't know how there's any nades left in this game. Guapo here banking off that opening. And dude, this is a nice game from Intense Game. They won initially with 8 eliminations on Miramar. Let's hit a reset. Let's be calm. We don't want to allow All Glory Gaming to just stand here over on the side and come in to clean up towards the end.
Cardozo gets knocked. Mythic is behind. And that's Intense Game done for. It is now just Mythic against 3 players of All Glory Gaming. He throws the nade out. All Glory Gaming gonna win this one. Wow, what a crazy. I mean, I like that pose right there from that guy in the front because that's how I felt in those warehouses. But you know what? They pulled out the chicken dinner right there towards the end, Tim.
I mean, their 5th win of fall. You got 5 eliminations on it, a 15-point game. Look, it's not bad, right?
Not bad at all.
Patience, getting out of that warehouse early, recognizing that after expending north of 20 frag grenades onto Alpha7, nothing was going to come from that. But what they do is they recognize it's time to leave, and they put that into work, and they get a win reflection.
Yeah, and Chad was being critical about that too. They're like, oh, they run away, right? They're leaving the fight. It's like, you know what? But see, they haven't caught up yet. They don't realize AGG won the game because they ran away. Sometimes the best action is no action. I guess it wasn't action to run away, but you get what I'm saying. Good job, AGG. That's a tremendous win. Like Tiff said, their 5th one or their 6th. But here we are, going into our replays, and Team Liquid, big moves from them to now get 2nd place, and a big improvement throughout the day. More importantly, they hold on to 2nd place, Hot Juice.
Yeah, you know what? They did hold on to 2nd place. Team Liquid, I think, finally broke their dry spell here, which is great, especially before their double points day, which is coming up around the corner. So it's good to see that from them. But man, it's crazy to see how all these different strategies coming out here, guys, because I mean, All Glory Gaming just proved right there. You know what? If you want to get paid, you got to throw 50 nades.
Sometimes that's what it takes, and I like that mantra. But Team Queso, Tiff, you talked about their consistency. Hotchuk said they're a team that needs to be studied based off their consistency. You know, they get 9th place, but they get 9 eliminations in return.
They do. I mean, look, it's going to be massive. At least if you're starting to get eliminations and not dropping zeros, we are moving in the right direction for them, and that's all that I can ask for. So keep moving, keep grinding, keep taking that. I mean, 3rd, 4th place on the leaderboard, and I'm like, when are they going to get that? They're Group C for double points day. I want to see some crazy games then.
Yeah, I mean, even today, if it was a bonus points day, it would have been absolutely nuts. They would have had so many points. Intense game, though. Let's talk about their day, Hot Jukes, right? They win Miramar with 8 eliminations. They get their first winner chicken dinner. They finish off the day in 3rd place with 6 eliminations. They had a star-studded day, at least comparative to their previous performances.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love to see progress, especially from the teams, you know, that you know, it's going to be pretty tough for them to make it into the top 5. But you know what? You never know what's going to happen in the future seasons coming up. There's so much PUBG Mobile left to be played. So to see them, you know, going down with a big fight, I like to see that.
Yeah, you definitely do. Nicely done, 11 points. Influence Rage will finish off the day with 16. Team Liquid, though, will taper off that run to 2nd place by getting 13 themselves. If they don't do that, hey, Influence Rage passes them up. They make a heroic effort, but let's be realistic. Their effort today was heroic, Tiff, right? They managed to accumulate so many points, and really night and day compared to their performance of the past, where we've been judging them about getting eliminations but not getting the placings. Today, they clean up their act, and they look great.
Yeah, they really did. I'm just so impressed with our teams here today, of course, especially if you were in Group A. Influence Rage definitely showed out in terms of that. You kind of come on over to the backside and you just see a couple zeros. That's totally fine. We saw the point sponge for the top. When you jump to the overall rankings, this is what we wanted to see. Influence Rage kind of cementing themselves inside the top 5 reflections. I'm just really curious of what the rest of our week is going to look like.
Me as well. I mean, come on. Every day has been just great. It really has. And we're not seeing as many shifts on the pages, but that's to be expected as the gaps do start to get created. But I am proud of Influence Rage. I'm very happy with their performance. I mean, we started the day, Hot Chooks, with them looking just not good, right? We were like, oh, dude, come on. 2 maps in a row, 16th place, 12th place. But then game number 3, 1st place, 14 eliminations, right? Talk about flipping the script. So I'm very happy with the result, with the group that did look to be doing very bad. I think they did okay, at least from Influence Rage's perspective.
Oh, yeah, I think they crushed it. I mean, especially with 2 0-point games off the rip, right?
Yeah, right?
I mean, that goes from terrible to, I mean, look at their score now. It's nice. That is what I'm talking about. That's the jump I want to see on a double points day. Unfortunately, we didn't see that from X Factor. Breaks my heart, man.
Well, we gotta mention that.
Breaks my heart because, I mean, I really do think that this team, had so much potential, and ouch. Yeah. That's all I can say is ouch.
Dude, ouch indeed for NRG Tip to pass them up, but they weren't even on double points. X Factor today was not it.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're gonna have those bad days. It's
not on your bonus point day, though.
I know, that's not a day to do it, but you do have bad days. It just makes it that much more worse if this is when it's going to happen. And for NRG, good on them, right? Just like finding some good eliminations. And that last map on Erangel, they walked away with 8. I mean, just pretty impressive to make it work for them, not on double.
You know, for me, and I don't know if you can agree with me, Tiff, I think NRG is the leading charge, if you will, for North America. They've been looking better and better over the past couple of days. Hot Chooks is giving the quick nod, right? So I think we're all in agreement. But they've just improved so much. And Tiff, I know you can account for this. When you watch them fight now, they're a different roster. Since they changed up roles, right? IGL now to a free roamer. They play so aggressively, but they're walking that tightrope. They're doing everything correctly, and not everything, but they're doing a lot correctly compared to where they were. So I'm happy for NRG. I think double points day on Sunday, they're going to kill it.
I hope so. Now I'm like, what am I doing Sunday? Because I'm going to come watch this. I want NRG to show up for NA, hit it all, get all of the points in. That's what they need to do. And I think all those decision makings just finding the right role that fits you the best. If you wanted to focus on fragging and roaming and do that as opposed to being able to call the shots while doing that, I think it just makes sense. And if you're moving up the leaderboard, it just goes to show you that you made the right decision.
Well, they are 129 points away from top 5, speaking in regards to NRG, but I think they're going to be just fine, especially their performance going throughout the remaining days leading up to Sunday. Tomorrow will be Group B, and it's going to be AGG, Furia, as well as Intense Game and Latin Kings X Navy Seals. That's going to be a lot of fun, especially with AGG finishing off with the win. Big news for them. They've got the momentum going into the second day. Tiff, right back at you. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Hey, I mean, look, if your back's against the wall, it's your double points day, and you've got pretty much everything to gain and also everything to lose. I'm glad that after 2 zeros, you can put it together and have a banger day. Now we look towards tomorrow for Group B to see what they've got to do. I'm going to go do some little VOD reviews, especially for Group B, to see what little mistakes they could work on cleaning up.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of them. So
I
know what you find out. Do your homework, because they are the worst group so far when it comes to bonus points.
No,
they are.
Wow.
Statistically speaking, you know?
It's going to be like...
That's it. I'm being real. They're the worst when it comes to bonus points. So do your homework. Come back and report what you find. Hey, Hot Chooks, always great working with you, man. I appreciate your work effort and everything you do. What's your final words before we get out of here?
Likewise, brother, man. I mean, it was crazy to see. I think today was really action-packed. It was good to see a great bounce back, like we heard earlier from Influence Rage. And I think that a ton of these teams have that potential to bounce back on their bonus points day. Hopefully we can see it, because we still got 2 weeks left to go. And this is it. It's all going to come down to this. It's either top 5 or you're going home.
Ooh, top 5 or you're going home. And that's not where I want to be, right? I'd rather be going wherever else PMGC is going to be. Think about that, competitors. Top 5 is where you want to be by the end of day 20. Hey, but that's it for day number 12. And what a day it was. We appreciate all of you being here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we keep the PUBG Mobile action going each and every day for you. And we love it. We have a lot of fun. Make sure you're using also that hashtag PMSL Americas whenever you're posting on socials to keep the conversation alive. And who knows, maybe we'll feature you or even hop in your chat and talk to you, although you probably don't want us there. Hey, for myself, Taylor Reflections Noble, Spider, Tiff, Hot Chooks, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Come back tomorrow for day number 13. Group B goes for their bonus points. Who's going to be the best by the end of game number 6? We'll find out all that and more at 5 Eastern time tomorrow.
Here with 3 eliminations for match number 1. It is you in a 1v4 situation. Maybe we're going to find some big nades. Hopefully they can connect, but quite frankly, the moment they know where you are, and they do, it should be down and out, and Loops continue on the domination that we saw from them yesterday.
Oh, that's it. No, Intense Game. Yeah, Hayuya has to jump off now. He gets the first knock. He might get the double. He wins it. Intense Game. Are you kidding me? Finally, get a chicken dinner. Influence Rage trying to double it up here as X Factor's trying to put something on the board, and they did take down Furia. Here we go. It's X Factor versus Influence Rage. Influence Rage not letting off the gas. The runovers coming on in, and they do get one. Angle on to Havlik. That's it. Influence Rage. 13 eliminations. They want even more than that. And that is X Factor done for. Huge game for Influence Rage. Oh boy. Knocked. Oh, Big Milo gone. Rebel needing that elimination. That's 8 so far. Carrillo goes down. That's all she wrote here. Rebel gonna need to pull off a crazy play. He tries to get the 1v1. Here come the numbers, and he's out of there. Back to back. Chicken dinner.
I mean, a molly, a frag. We've got things to use. But Diego, that was the opening. That was exactly what we knew. But you know what they do to answer back? They chuck that smoke grenade. They don't want Nenebete to be able to hit that full, but it's Vitali that grabs another. Nenebete is breaking him down.
Wow. Inco win the game.
Be calm. We don't want to allow All Glory Gaming to just stand here over on the side and come in to clean up towards the end.
Cardoso gets knocked. Mythic is behind, and that's a tense game done for. It is now just Mythic against 3 players of All Glory Gaming. He throws the nade out. All Glory Gaming gonna win this one. Wow, what a crazy. I mean, I like that pose right there from that guy in the